And look, we got cards.
Cards are in the air.
Game is on.
Looks like a 25-50 blind.
Did you buy?
Yes.
Did you buy? Oh, sorry.
And
We got Jason's image up.
I love that.
And
That's
Natasha, nice. Recently married, the two of them.
exactly. Yeah, congratulations to Natasha
Yes.
and Jason. And Maury did that to my wife one time in from the World Series of Poker Australia broadcast.
Put your picture up instead of
Yeah,
her?
put Piper Kasella, Frank Casella's wife, and then stuck my picture up there. She said he did it on purpose, but I don't really know. It's one of my favorite pics of my wife.
Nice.
Oh. So, how many people we have playing this hand? We had 2 to see the flop. Heads up.
Yeah. Oh.
So is that the tip pot, right? Yeah.
So Lexy took down the first pot.
Yeah, it's 2.
We were chatting so much about your football game and our day one exciting finish. I don't even think we followed the action much.
Oh, that's all right. We got people in the chat talking about the Washington Huskies, which is far more important than anything else. And yes, they're going to wax Colorado in the national or in the Pac-12 title game and go to the playoffs.
Whoever wins the next one can just give whoever wins it will just give you 25. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. Most of the times are tough, okay?
All right, Natasha's in the big blind.
What'd you bag? Right? What'd you bag? Is that a needle? What? 0. I don't understand. I thought that's what you were saying earlier when I said.
Oh, Jessica looks down at
You didn't say like you busted out.
Ace King offsuit.
Jamie was like, oh, like.
Opens with a raise.
Yeah, I don't.
It looks like Natasha's going to call her from the big blind with 8-9 offsuit.
I waded through like 50 tweets. I'm like, not poker,
read
not
through-
poker,
she's like,
not
they're all
poker.
political. She's like, they're all political. I was like,
All right,
and she likes it.
this hand should go quick.
I just figure nobody cares if I thought since day one of attorney. It's like, we care.
Check, bet, fold, standard action.
It's massive, really, if you think about it. No, the reason I was trying to find out is because if you weren't playing on here, I was going to tell Anna that like she wasn't going to play the tournament. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Okay. Or if you were playing, yeah, that's why I asked. Is she not bad?
So we have no straddles yet today. A little bit different than yesterday when we occasionally had 4 straddles, Frank. What'd you think about that? Did you watch any of the 4 straddle action?
I did not. I was, busy playing my day one, trying to stay focused.
I
but
think
then-
all these things just take a little time to warm up.
Yeah,
Once people kind of get in the rhythm, get in the flow, the game has a little character.
yeah,
People start firing things up.
exactly. And looks like we have Lexi opening under the gun with King Queen. Sam calls with Ace 3 of diamonds. Jamie in the 7 seat. I think Jamie used to be an attorney, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she went to Michigan Law. Do you think she followed the football game today?
Me? No.
No.
Oh,
Jamie,
I-
Michigan, Ohio State, double overtime.
Really?
The number 2 team and number 3 team in the country.
I don't follow football at all.
They ended just in time for me to walk down here. I had the internal debate. Do I show up late so I can watch triple overtime? Or do I go straight down?
I can't imagine. I mean, I did follow football a lot. I was a big Tennessee Titans fans
Should do it right.
Yeah.
back in the day. Oh, I like this.
You'd be in the second best poker
The
player.
second
from
best
Tennessee.
poker player from Tennessee behind Kathy Liebert.
C-Max asked what Berkey ended up winning last night. I think his number was like 270, 275, somewhere there. I saw it this morning.
He would take all the trash, talk all the trash in the world.
All right, Jessica looks down at pocket 7s.
Worst or best? Depends on how you look at it. Sick. Look at these folks. So aggro.
What did you have? 7?
Quick raise takes it down.
Excited about your $75 win. What are you gonna buy?
No big action yet. We will be doing a championship feature table stream tomorrow at starting at 2:45.
Yeah, they're going to pick some people who look like characters and put them on the telly for
Right.
you all to watch.
That's good. Hopefully they'll write, good material. Because unless you're just funny looking like we are, it's hard to be funny. C-Menx is asking online, what did everybody buy in for? There's just different buy-in amounts. It looks like from 5K to 15K, I think, is the big stack at the table right now.
Yeah, when each person, it looks like Kelly bought
Yeah.
in for 10,000. Looks like Jamie bought in for 5,000. When we scroll around, it shows what their stack sizes are. And since there hasn't been any big action, whatever round
Here we
number they're
have-
closest to is the likely favorite.
Jamie's got pocket aces, it looks like.
There was a guy who was backing a bunch of players, and my friend sent the group message that he sent
Kelly
them, and he
folds,
was talking about how
so
they need to see bet more and installed an
no action
SC
on the aces.
He was backing like 10 people. I was like,
Oh, man.
oh my god.
Sounds like a great backer. I bet he's getting a really fair deal.
It's like 50-50, no makeup.
No, it's worse. It's like
Make sure your
yeah.
C-bet
It's like
percentage.
80, it's like 80, 20 plus expenses.
We have white wine on ice.
White wine on ice.
We have white wine on ice. Will's telling us we have to drink, which I don't.
We probably do.
Why are we listening to what Will's saying?
Thank you.
Because
That's pretty good.
Kelly has pocket sevens again.
These are blinds.
She makes it 175.
So we're teaching after this.
Folding around.
Came into 11. She bluffed me right out of it.
And looks like Jessica looks down at pocket deuces, so I think we're going to see a flop this time.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Waiting on me.
And we're off.
Woke up with
I was
it.
actually gonna play, but Natasha's not in.
All hearts. I think we had an ace and a 4 on the last flop, so.
No, told you I woke up with it.
God, let me get a pair one time.
Rad Poker asks, is Jamie a lawyer? And I believe she still practices, yes. I also believe she went to Michigan Law School and is from the Pennsylvania area, if I'm correct. But I'm not an expert in all these things.
To the left a little bit? Sure.
And yes, it is good to be in Florida. It's sunny and 75 here, and it's rainy and 40 in Seattle. It was nice to get away from a couple days from the bad weather.
Yeah, I took my first trip up to Seattle a few months ago. Very first time ever. I went on a cruise, a card player cruise actually, that left from there.
Oh, no.
Did some online, or some onboard poker playing.
Because they had a litter.
It's a good excuse to take a cruise.
Go home and then they don't have.
So it looks like Jamie limps in with Jack Queen.
How much did they scam you for?
They're not expensive.
Jessica's got ace deuce of spades in the small blind.
Yeah.
So you're not like financing the bunny?
She's
like,
just
monthly?
gonna call.
No.
No, looks like she raised.
Jamie Ray's coming into 150.
Oh, Jamie did raise. I'm
Just
sorry. I
just
thought-
called.
I just thought it was a funny cage. I wanted to hop around.
Gotcha.
Are you gonna make it a service bunny?
I've seen
Rabble 303 says, I thought Kelly was the lawyer. I actually believe 3 of these girls have law degrees.
Really?
You can make any.
I think Cate Hall has a law degree also. Cate is also a former lawyer. Yep.
Yeah, it is kind of funny how many former lawyers are, involved in the poker world. And, then politics in general. It's kind of funny when you think about it.
Well, I think, being a lawyer teaches you how to think, and being a good thinker is a very valuable skill in poker.
Yep, it's all about making decisions.
Yep.
It's the only thing you have control over at the poker table, really. Making a good decision.
I had kings. That was my only pair.
I was like, wait.
So you have like a place with a house and a garden, or did you just need an apartment on 30th?
The guy in the monkey suit is emceeing. Yes, that's right.
I looked at all the housing stuff, but I just don't want to have all that,
That's what
It's a lot of responsibility.
Jean Paul the Great said.
What, the round?
And where
I don't see a guy in the monkey suit.
What animal?
He's just wearing a regular suit.
Yeah, you're all raining on her parade. I, for one, am happy you're getting a bunny.
Thank you. I felt like you would be.
Natasha gets married a week and going all of a sudden.
All right, Sam raises to 150 in the cutoff with 6-9 of diamonds.
That's like a terrible idea.
I feel like parents are smelly.
They are. They are. But I think bunnies are smelly too.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to have a,
Of
believe that's our
course,
first
we're
3-bet
talking about
pre-flop.
bunnies At a girls only poker table.
There was one earlier, 3-bet with aces, took it down on
Oh,
contested.
yeah.
Sam
gotta
doesn't like
cover
to
that all
fold though,
first.
so we're gonna see this flop.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice connected hand, makes big hands with the 6-9 in position. So see what happens.
Looks like that flop hit them both. This will be whoever wants this pot, I think. Kelly wanted it. She gets it.
It's good to have the tempo. Oh, Kelly was the button that hand. I thought Kelly was a small blind. Oh, there we go. She was small blind. They just put the button in the wrong spot for a second.
And then like you see it later on, you're like,
Yeah.
what?
Do you remember when Darvin Moon?
Has a queen?
No,
Buttons right,
I'm the
buttons
small
right.
blind this time.
Yes,
Yeah.
said he had queen.
Yeah, he like lied to his wife, and I'm like, they're gonna see your whole cards. I was like, you should probably not do that.
That was also
Yeah.
Wait, when was this?
The final main event final table. He goes up to her, like he like
amazing.
blew all his chips. He goes up to her and goes, I had queens, like what am I gonna do? And I'm like, you had king 3 off, like she's gonna see them.
Oh no.
Sam has 2 red jacks. Gonna raise it up to 150. Kelly on the button has pocket 8s.
You wouldn't have said anything, I would have.
She just calls behind.
I forgot what I
And Natasha calls. We're gonna have a 3-way flop.
Oh, we got a new picture for Natasha.
All right.
Can't help it.
Sam flops top set. This is where you start thinking, how do I get the money into the middle? Oh, this is always a nice spot, isn't it? When you flop top set and they're calling behind.
How that good luck get you. Yeah.
Ooh. Well, that's going to put Kelly in a position where she'll end up probably putting more money into the pot. That is always a tricky spot. Just a smooth call, right?
Yep. Check call from Sam. Samantha's got some game. She can trick you into doing things that you look back on and go, why
She
did
has
I
to
do
like
that?
that river. She has to think that's good for her action, possibly, but
Got him.
unfortunately it didn't do her any good.
You're cute.
You or I would have probably bet on the button there, I think, when the king hits.
It's definitely worth. It's a viable bluffing card, but you're really hoping to fold a very small range of things that you have has you beat 9s, 10s, some weak jacks. That's
Yeah.
really all you're hoping to get to fold.
But with the board paired like that, it's hard to think that the 8s might not be a value bet even sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to get called by hands worse than 8s. I think.
You never know.
It's true.
When you play like me, you get all kinds of calls.
It is true. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
All right, Lexy starts out the hand with pocket deuces under the gun, makes it 150.
679.
4-liner,
No, I'm never
4
folding.
clubs.
Compare the board still,
I
people.
don't
Yeah.
care what the board is. They're just straight on the board. I'm not folding.
Sam calls with 8s.
Well, that's why we invited you to play.
No, I know. I get it.
It's good. If
I love
Alex
it.
moves around, you're like,
Yeah. I'm like, I know it's me. I accept it.
if it's anybody, it's me.
Do we have to put them side by side?
He said to do it to read it, yeah.
We got this little pot brewing here.
Oh,
Lexy
wow.
Gavin has flopped a set, and Sam has an overpair.
Yep.
I think the 3 clubs will keep Sam from getting in trouble.
Yeah, that should do it. Pairing the board. Oop, yep. That is a deer in the headlights board for everybody.
Oh, it's hard to think someone actually has a 4,
It is.
but the 4th club is a scary one for sure.
Yeah. She may have to fold a set to a bet here.
Oh, don't be surprised at all if Sam makes a decent-sized bet in
Yeah,
the spot.
I think Sam will. Yep.
A little over the pot.
Terrible run out.
Tough spot. Lexi's kicking herself in the ass for not betting the turn, probably. Not a lot that could come on the river that would not be scary.
Yeah, we need to drink.
Everything else.
I need a shot.
Ah,
Immediately.
terrible.
We can't get one. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm ready for
She's
some.
facing what, $800 bet?
Yep.
She's got to be thinking, why would she not bet a random club on the turn behind me there?
Well,
I don't know. That's what I would be thinking.
people take free draws to their 2 overs in the club in that spot.
Cautious drink.
What?
Shouldn't say it.
And if you put Samantha on an overpair, you know, 3/4 of them have a club in them, so you're not quite getting the right price.
Yep.
Good luck, Sam.
But
Good call. It was a good call. It was a hard call, but I don't think it was a bad call.
very tough spot.
Yeah.
See?
It was hard.
They're good a lot of the time.
I just think in a lot of cases there, when
did almost
when
hold it back.
when the person's checking behind you, when the ace hits the turn, and 3 clubs are out there. I mean,
She's always ready to call.
Yeah.
I don't know, just an easy opportunity for somebody to just,
She's not
you know, bet and take the pot down there. So when they try to bluff on the river, I don't know.
Real crazy. Water intake. She calls it water bomb.
I think,
She goes to like,
yeah, but
she's like,
Can I
you
have
got
more
him.
water, please?
if,
Well,
She's like,
I
got
don't know, I think it was a pretty good bet and a very
like,
tough
can
spot
like
to make the
coffee?
call.
Oh,
I
yeah.
probably would have
Families
folded
and
across the
coffee
felt
rounds,
myself,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not drinking alone.
but
It's way too early for me. Like, if I start drinking now, I'll be
Oh, I'm gonna
Looks
be
like
a
the
mess, but you guys will.
Roll of pocket pairs continues for Sam. I think that's 3 in a row.
if you get wine,
She's had jacks, 8s, and 5s.
we have a bottle of white wine.
Boom, boom, boom.
I think he's ordering it instead. We have one right here. Oh, you know, okay. Okay.
Kelly 3 bets, it looks like.
No,
4 1/4.
everybody's bottle.
wonder if they're going to share their wine with us, Frank. What do you think?
I hope so. That's what you and I need right now, is a little bit of alcohol. We need to liven this place up.
I have a soft spot for good wine.
Yeah. I have a really good wine collection that I started buying about 20 years ago, and then I slowed down on my drinking, and so now the collection's really good. So you need to swing by next time you're in the area. We'll open a couple good bottles.
Definitely.
So Kelly hits her king on the flop. 3 hearts on board. I would imagine Sam's folding here. Maybe not. She does have a heart.
It's getting 3 to 1. Flush draw, 5 draw.
This would be an impressive value bet.
You win.
Okay, I'll take it. I'm like, can I get Sam to fold paper?
You got it.
The Hammer Time thinks you're Dennis Miller.
They do? That's good.
Did we decide?
I think he's
Yes.
talking about you.
We got it.
Yes, I am Dennis Miller, by the way.
Can play even better.
Better looking and make more money.
But you didn't get to do Monday Night Football.
Swagger U24 thinks that she should have made a steal attempt there.
I really do.
I don't know, I guess, once you call on the turn there, might not be a bad idea to try to steal it, but never know. It's always easy after the fact. It's much easier to commentate when you see the whole cards.
Yes. In some ways, it makes it trickier to think about what you actually would have done with that hand in that situation, though.
She's
Yeah.
in there.
So Natasha raises. Kate re-raises and takes it down.
Yours is like 3K.
Oh, really?
I'll catch up though. Wait a second.
Oh, really?
I don't think Kate's done a lot, so that 3-bet indicated like she probably had something really solid. So Natasha said no thanks with the king 10 offsuit.
Not the insults. It's been like 20 minutes.
I know.
I think it's time for a straddle. They need to get the 25, 50, 100 going.
I love colorful. Sick limp.
Do you have diamonds?
Not yet. Working on it though. Yes.
So we have ace-5 against 8-3 suited. 8-3 suited.
Yeah.
It's always a good blackjack hand.
Oh, you know, you can limp along in the small blind with a lot of hands. And unless you have a particularly aggressive player in the big blind, get to see the flop for pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
You're the worst.
I'm at least like
If there is any fault to our color commentating or play analysis, I would say it's because you and I are primarily stud players.
Dead man thing.
I know that.
I know we've played a couple thousand hours of 7-card stud against each other,
I have played a lot of stud in my day.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But makes for very poor TV. A lot of fun to play, but makes for poor television.
A movie?
Stud is an interesting game.
Like real life.
We just made a 7-card stud course for my website. We'll have that up in a couple weeks. That'll be fun.
There you go.
Yeah.
Get those plugs in. I like that.
That error, right?
Don't do it, Sam.
I definitely hope she doesn't. Oh,
It's not me, it's the cards.
So,
Sam has definitely been the most active today.
Yep.
And from what I knew about the players coming in, it does not surprise me.
Yeah.
I would play if I could.
Kelly's been the second most active, but I
actually thought about
can't go
3-bet.
with the 10-2 even
Did you
against
just win like one
Sam.
bunny deposit?
You know, Kelly was she came like the top 30 in the main event a couple years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, she was the last woman standing,
Big
right?
one is a bunny
Yeah, I
deposit.
think so. Pretty
Year
strong.
before last, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Buy or
that's
sell right now.
it's an impossible thing to imagine nowadays with, you know, fields of over 8,000 people and I don't know. What's your deepest finish in the main?
12.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Most likely.
I did it.
The year I won Player of the Year, I cashed. That's the deepest that I've gone. Only even, I believe, one cash in the main event.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's
Reproducing like wow. So
it's one of my favorite poker tournaments.
Oh,
if you
God.
get past day one, it gets to be very, very fun.
There we go. Matching hands here. Ace-9 of spades versus Ace-9 of hearts. Jessica's gonna call on the button with Jack-Queen offsuit. Natasha
So-
folds. We're off to a flop.
Gaucho asked what my new website is, and it's thepokeracademy.com. You can check it out. Send emails on there. I can answer more questions from those emails. Don't want to take up all the time on the stream with that, though.
This is an interesting flop since the open-ended straight draw doesn't realize that 4 of her outs are in their hands.
Right.
You don't see that very often, but she wins it.
Power of aggression in poker.
Yep.
I had the sickest hand. I had Queen Jack. I'm so excited. Okay, who put this partial chip?
So
in
what
mine?
is the
$24.
This is the worst.
what's the debate on whether or not they play this game with an ante?
Wow, I've never seen one like this. Actually,
What's the debate?
Yeah, I mean, like it seems like it would make for a lot more action, right?
Well, I mean, I think
25-50 with the button having to put up a dead 100 or something like that.
you could do a lot of different things if you're trying to create more action. You know, but if you're trying to make a game that is similar to what you're likely to play at home, this is the kind of normal structure people will play.
Yeah.
So, you know, that we'll get to see what that kind of poker looks like when played by certain different groups. Ah, the wine has arrived, Frank.
There we go. And here's our wine. They just brought it in here. This is nice. Here, let's taste it. I just love the way that the ante levels change the game when you're playing it, you know, in tournament structure.
Well, yeah, but I mean, tournaments have that specific goal of busting everybody in a very limited window, right?
is true.
I mean, you got to crown a champion. When you go play for the weekend to have fun with your friends, you
don't want to bust your friends up?
Well,
Exactly. All of your friends listening are thinking, now, wait a minute. I want my money back.
yeah. Riz says, Rep, it's been a minute since seen you on the show. What have you been up to? I have been on the West Coast a lot. I play a lot of poker on the West Coast. I live in Seattle, and a lot of the poker night shows are on the East Coast. So I guess the last one I played on was in San Francisco. I'll be at the San Francisco one again in January. It's just, 8 weeks away or so, 6 weeks maybe.
And where do y'all play that one?
But if it works out, I try to play when I'm around.
It's not that I thought I was good.
Nothing exciting happened on that hand. Looks like it checked all the way down. Sam takes down another pot.
What's the next tournament you're going to? Cherokee next weekend?
Yeah, I sit at home. I have crouton at home now. I don't leave. So I have a puppy. Why would I ever?
Don't
leave
look
it?
like there's been a lot of
Chainsaw
movement
Poker,
on
do
the
you think that's your
Dude,
buddy
yeah.
Alan?
It
first
is
one
my
off the
buddy
iPad.
Alan,
And one
yes.
of them will be named like
I
Pizza.
did beat him heads up for my first World Series bracelet, and he will
My dog's name is Patrol.
not forget that I don't think, anytime soon. At least until he wins his first one. So Sam opens again, King Jack of Hearts.
Except when he like runs
We
away.
have a fold.
Screaming. Actually, in front of him.
Kelly's got pocket eights.
Yeah, but they don't stay little.
They don't. I know. People think that they do, but they
And the lawyer looks down at Queen Ten of Clubs. One of three lawyers.
Next thing you know, I
Nice
got
little three-way pot.
Yep.
paid.
JPG asked if I won the Poker Night in America event last year in Sacktown, and the answer to the question is yes.
Yeah, way to go.
It's true.
I'm sleeping in bed with the 80-pound
All right, so Sam's got 2 over, so
Chainsaw says you have a nice house.
I do. Yes, my house is famous for the 4th of July party that
What a way to go.
about 50% of the poker world seems to be at most years.
So you throw a very nice party. Definitely worth going to.
Yep.
Who wants mine? I don't want this glass that was next to me.
There's plenty of.
The action is that? What is that?
I'm saying there's other glasses. So, or yeah, there are people. Sam definitely wants one.
Sam needs.
Sam needs one for sure. Here you go.
Sam check. Kelly bets.
No, she
Why
doesn't.
were you insisting on this?
Oh, I wasn't. No, they just brought it and they put it.
$1,200 decision over to Sam.
Trying to get you.
I think more people.
I was like, oh, wait a second.
I just want you guys to do.
Jamie's Queen Ten of Clubs seems to have disappeared off of our graphic, but I'm pretty sure she still has it. she's got cards in front of her, and she called 1,200.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, it's raised.
White wine, white wine.
Yeah, not even looking at how much is that.
And she, oh, that's right. She had Queen 10, right?
Yeah, Queen
Yeah,
10 of
she
clubs.
flopped top pair.
Yep, yep.
So now Kelly turns an open-ended straight draw.
River. That was the river card.
Oh,
7.
river?
7 came on the end.
What has happened to our graphic here?
I'm sure it'll come back very shortly. Just a
I'll
little
settle down.
behind.
I'm just going to drink my wine for a little bit.
Supreme Terrific wants to come to your party.
Yeah? Well, maybe they will get invited next year. I don't know. I think,
Kelly makes a very aggressive bet here at the spot. Tough spot for
yeah.
Jamie.
I think she's going to call. It's a big bet, but
I'm blocking like the only bluff I beat. Should I call?
that's what we call a tell in Tunica. we go. Good call.
Thanks. I got less than that, I think.
So it'd be good for us to get an update on the chip stacks to people. Let them know how everybody's doing.
If the run good patch fell off first, that would be an omen, I'd say.
While you're tanking your patch
Yeah.
balls.
And I'm like, oh, my run good fell
I think
off.
Jamie's up about 4,000 now.
Okay.
And I think Kelly's down about 4,000 now. Maybe 5,000. Actually, Kelly won a bunch of chips from Sam earlier, so maybe not.
Yeah. So that ended up being an all-in call for Jamie.
Are we straddling?
I'm just going through it.
Do you guys want to do a round?
Yeah, they're on.
Thank you.
Just gonna get that
I don't
one.
want to do it like all the time just because it makes effective tax.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
We'll
it looks
just do
like
that, it's fine. I don't think I just lost that hand.
buttons over on Kate.
I got you.
Jessica will open the action this hand.
Thanks. You set it up perfectly.
Kelly folds. Jamie's got king deuce of spades.
Plays it on TV.
Folds. Natasha opens the action with a cutoff raise, jack 9.
I get to defend. It's so gross.
Folds around, and we're off. Are there bad beat jackpots in the game?
I think if you take a bad beat, someone might buy you a drink. Does that count?
I feel like it starts out like, I actually am, you're
It
kidding.
looks good though.
But like,
There we go. I think we have our first straddle.
Ah, yes.
Is that right?
That is a straddle out
was
there in
really
front of
nasty.
Kelly.
That's why I went
Kelly did not like that call on the last hand.
Someone, I don't know, one of y'all told me, like,
why I wouldn't
they're like, I have members that can't eat. I'm like, I'm going to the buffet. I'll see y'all there. I'm going to be a little bit late. They're like, sweet.
Yeah.
I love this backpack. This is the coolest thing they got.
So we got this little pot. Lexi raised a button with the ace-3 off. Kelly defended her straddle with the 10-9.
The sneaky call with the inside straight draw.
2 overs and a gutter.
There's one of the overs.
Sometimes you just bink it.
Always a good feeling. Check behind. That will end the action on that hand. Kelly takes down a pot.
Gets a few dollars back from
Few.
that last little hand.
I'm seriously just so fixated on what ball or ass call that was.
Really?
Here we have some chip counts up here.
Thanks.
Pretty sure Kate bought in
So
for
that was the I give up
15,000.
piece
Jamie
chips
bought
the
in
pot.
for
Yeah.
10. Lexi bought in for 10. Natasha bought in for 10. Kelly, I think, bought in for 10. Does that add up right? I think that's just one
Oh,
of
I'm
those
quitting
wrong.
after this hand.
Remember that one time I was going to pick up my husband?
Jamie bought in 5,000. So she is winning all of
I
them.
actually
Yeah.
did that one time. I was playing like 5 times the stakes I should have been playing.
That's good.
I
And they're
doubled
set
up,
for a
I
lot
sat
of
for
a
like
lot
an
of
hour,
action,
and I
right?
texted my boyfriend,
Like
"Can
6,
you
7
please get
hours
me
of
for
play
dinner?"
at least.
And he
So.
shows up, he's like, "Oh, we gotta go to dinner." I'm like,
Slowly grinding it up in a cash game. That's all you want to do.
So awesome.
anyone with a brain knew what was going on. That I was like shaking.
Winchester 185 says blinds. Is this a cash game? And yes, this is a cash game, but at the same time, stack sizes have to be measured in something, and blinds is a very effective tool to transition between limits.
No, it was worse.
Yeah,
Like, Kelly's got
over
that
the
lawyer
last
money, so
5 years, it's definitely gotten to be the lingo for discussing stack sizes.
Well, it makes sense because it's transferable across limits. You know,
Oh,
if
yeah.
If you say the big blind was 100 and I had X amount of dollars, then if you want to compare that to the game you usually play in, you have to do math.
But 10 years ago, if you asked somebody that question, they almost literally wouldn't even know what you're talking about.
Yes.
It's just funny to think about. You looked up at the clock, and all it would have would be average stack size. And
Do you think any of these ladies were playing poker 10 years ago,
I,
Craig?
maybe not. Maybe not. But you never
Just
know.
a question. It's weird how you quickly become the old guard in poker.
I know, right?
I try super hard to like.
When I first started playing regularly in Tunica, I was always the youngest person at the table, and I was 32 years old.
Oh yeah, I would also like everyone to play 7
Yeah.
years for lots of money.
I was the youngest player forever.
Mm-hmm.
No more.
But the
No.
person has to win with that.
Now I rarely play with people who are older than me.
How about
All right, we're going to get to see Lexy play.
stack to me?
She opens with queens.
Now we had to straddle this hand too.
Oh, that's good. So open to 3. Sam quickly calls with ace-queen in position. Looks like the blinds are going to fold.
Kate gives up her straddle.
Lexy bets out. Jack high flop.
You're like the
Sam calls with the 2 overs.
that I should have like to be still doing law, but like do this
Play
pretty
poker
well.
here and
Yeah.
there,
You get to like I don't know. That I
That's
just
the
quit.
best.
I hated my job so much I quit, but I'm like I could have just gone to a different firm.
Right.
And done both.
That turn gives Sam 4 more outs with the 4s. Gives her those wheel draws.
I took a trust in the grades class and I wanted to shoot.
For those of you who are watching the graphics at home and it only shows 3 4s, it's because one of them got folded pre-flop. Sam doesn't know that though. She thinks she got 4 more outs.
30 years of your
Yeah,
life.
yeah,
I Eat Lego asks if this is in Miami. Yes, we are at the Seminole Hard Rock.
Yep, in Hollywood, Florida. Bink.
You do litigation? Or
yeah. I do medical malpractice. I mean, we haven't.
Mhm.
Like, it hasn't gone to trial yet. Because most of our cases settle. So, you know how that goes. Eventually, hopefully.
Tough spot here for Lexy. It's always a frustrating river card to see when you've got the queens or kings in that spot.
Yeah, I feel like she's about to be 1,200 poor. Sam bluffed her with those 8s earlier. Lexi remembers that.
Mm-hmm. She did make that big call earlier, though, right, with the pocket deuces.
Yeah, and she won.
Yeah,
So she got to see Sam bluffing her,
Yeah.
which I think
Yeah, so she,
does not make this fold any easier.
no, that's the thing.
Because hands like 8s and 7s are perfectly reasonable for Sam to have here.
Yeah. For some reason, I feel like she might fold here. It's just my psychic read. It's good to be psychic. Yeah, Matt's wasps. So gross when people float with ace high and hit the ace. That is so true. You got it. Yeah, Lexi's got a good feel for where she's at. It's
Yeah.
2 good decisions she's made on big hands. That's good. Good job.
Show them up. Massive bluff.
Show it. No bluff. No bluff.
I guess in 30 minutes.
No bluff. Oh, that one hurt. Nice hand.
For a girl.
Alan thinks Sam earned that call. And John
Yeah.
Paul the Great thinks you're a prophet.
That's good. Jean Paul the Great. I like that. That's a good handle. Very good fold.
And we get brand new cards with a new dealer. Oh,
New
no,
card?
Same red cards. Maybe
Yeah.
they're not new.
Oh, I don't know.
New
I
dealer,
just
though.
assumed the new dealer brought in a deck with them,
I like the most
but I wasn't
boring
paying that
way
much
to
attention.
order. Just means like with my family 3 times. I was like, good night. That was it.
Late
The
red.
table was really good too. So.
I didn't know if you would leave this thing late red to the.
We can do that.
I don't know if you could. But we could.
Ah, I didn't even think of that.
All
Red
right, so it looks like
318.
they're still straddling. Have they made that a standard now?
Well, it's at the end of the night last night.
25, 50, 100.
Yeah, do you have it?
I don't know if it's ever it's like the official standard,
No,
but
it was the whole night.
Yeah, when the table agrees, you know, one of those kind of
Exactly.
officials.
Anyway.
Folds around there.
Is that what you talk about?
Get them some more wine, and maybe we'll have a double straddle. 25, 50, 100, 200. I've played that game at Aria a few times where we started with something innocent, like a 100, 200 blind, and then it would get to 200, 400, and then Blitz would show up, and it'd be 400, 800, 1600, and it'd get pretty terrifying pretty quick.
yeah, they never invite me to play in that game. I'm not sure if I would if they invited me. I'm sure there'd be a lot of people who would think it'd be a good idea, but
It is a nosebleed game, that is for sure.
yeah, it's-
All right, so Kelly's got the Jack Queen of clubs. Did she call or raise there?
she called Jessica open with the Queen 10 off.
Queen
so
10.
She's going to find herself a little dominated.
There we go.
Sam's coming in with the biggest clubs.
Yep.
Nice and easy.
Top pair, Jessica flops.
Expect Kelly to call here.
Yeah, 2 overs in the straight draw. Almost has to, really.
And position.
Sam's going to fold.
That's backdoor diamonds.
Sick. Glad you folded. Oh man, we're gonna get there. Awesome.
Sam feels like she folded the winner now with ace deuce in the mug.
850.
Well, I have till Jess bets there. Jess bets there. I think Sam's like, maybe I don't have it.
What are you doing over there?
Oh,
True, but who do you think I am?
No, I was hoping like 7 minutes raise.
I was hoping that too.
Where'd you look down at?
I don't remember.
Get a read.
I'm trying. I don't know what you're thinking.
Is this that speech play that everyone talks about?
Yeah.
I learned it from this guy named something. I can't remember his name.
This guy named something.
it's always good to hear them try to get a read out of each other chatting.
I genuinely think that women are better at
Everything?
speech play. At like
Proving
not
back
having
about what you're gonna
big
say.
differences between their behavior when they're value betting.
Oh, we're just in one. We're just in one orbit. I mean, I don't mind. I'll keep going, but
I,
That's interesting.
perhaps because we learn how to fake
Urban-
smile really
yeah.
well early on.
we're manipulating.
But like the way that Kelly acted in that hand, if a dude acted like that, I would have folded. You know.
She did. And I am a dude.
And I am a dude.
Like, I don't know.
You got something you want to tell?
I've tried. No one
It
listens.
started with. It started.
Oh yeah,
with
some stuff. I liked it.
I know, me too. Maybe once an hour we'll do it.
Every half hour.
Well, yeah, once a half hour. Yeah, once a.
Once every day.
Okay. Well, Jess, you'll
A little pot here between the blinds.
Pressure. I like it. Keeps me in shape.
Oh, and Lexi flops the nut flush draw.
So far off. I am. It's really annoying, actually.
short. And
And looking around,
Yeah,
there aren't any.
Sam
here.
doesn't connect at all on that
People are
flop,
like,
so
"Don't drink, you're playing really big."
Meanwhile, it's like,
No, they're
take a
and
shot.
everyone
folds
around
those.
We should drink because we were playing big.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It sounded like they've agreed on another lap
I had
of
Baileys and coffee.
straddles.
I didn't.
I think they said they were going to do it once an hour.
For Natasha.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
how many, was it your first hand? You got caught?
Yeah.
Was it really? Oh, sorry. It's funny. Oh, it's funny. I was going to tip her anyway for it. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, someone let me know.
Yeah,
See?
yeah, save this speech.
Listen, this responsibility thing is really difficult.
So, yep, the straddle is off. It's back to 25-50 action.
I'm sure Kate has 2 aces as she walked away from her cards there in the empty chair.
Oh, we don't even get to see him.
Yeah, but it's always aces.
It is, it's true. Lexi has ace-5 of diamonds and makes it 150 to go. Standard raise on the button.
I have the unlimited chip. I would like to see every turn, every.
I would like to have unlimited chip as well.
Olahado says he really likes the commentary and compliments.
That's good. We
Yes.
like to hear that.
Yes, yes. Hope I said his name right.
Could we
A
just
lot of
see it?
vowels.
Look at this, a 2-pair flop
2 pair against a gut shot.
against a gutter ball.
King would make this hand
King
interesting.
of diamonds standard on the turn. That's almost as much action.
Okay. He was like, sure.
Boy, nothing feels like the nuts more than 2 pair and a nut flush draw. Yum yum.
Because we all like lose touch with how much money actually is worth.
Yeah.
Like my friend asked how much red zone is per month, and I was like, I don't know, like 5, and he goes, 500. That seems
Have
worth
the
it.
ace.
I'm like, $5.
Oh, Jeff. Why you gotta go there?
So it was 500 for that channel. He's like, that seems worth it. I'm like, okay, you pay me, I'll pay the bill.
I mean, listen, I'm betting what I think is the best hand. That's all I can bet.
That's all I'm at liberty to
So you don't have the nuts.
So Jessica's bet out here when she hits the queen. And then Lexi has, you know, she's in that spot where she wants to figure out how to get as much money into the pot at this point. She's just going to smooth
Maybe
call.
reverse psychology.
You're too nice for that.
Kate, is that a word?
So
I
she
just defer to Kate.
Has to feel good about that
reverse
river.
You like that? I
Is
use
that
that one
what
a
you
lot.
said?
I use it all the time.
So funny.
It works.
Jessica checks.
I thought it did.
Anything is a word if you both know what it means.
I'm assuming she's not going to call anything here. She has to know that hand is no good, and it's not.
We'll see later.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot, you know, where Lexi has the 2 pair and the diamond draw behind. It doesn't feel threatened by much. Maybe a gut shot's going to make her not like her hand as much, or the queen pairs or the 10 pairs. And
Right.
she's hoping that Jessica will fire again on the end, and that's the best way to get value for that hand.
Right.
But the downside is, you know, if Jessica has a hand just like she did, a pair and a gut shot, often the player who let out will just get the free gut shot, check, and fold the river.
Yeah.
And it's a tough little spot in poker where you have to decide based on your opponent whether you want to make that pot, charge them now for the draw, possibly winning the draw there with the pot there with no more money going in. A lot of times no more money goes in later anyway. So
Yeah.
What?
Hot in here.
Serious? I'm
Or
freezing.
Yeah, it's the little things like that
aggressively.
that
it was the one.
just make poker, especially cash game poker, the best game in the world to play. I mean, it's just, I don't know. Complexities and the decisions and the emotions, and even in a case like this, a little bit of wine and some table chatter, it's just, I don't know,
yeah, lots of fun things to think about when
Yeah.
playing.
just fun. So looks like we got an update here on the chip counts. Looks like their stack sizes are ranging from 6,500 up to about 15,000.
Smart. That's what I meant to say.
25, $50 blind action. Kate opens, $150 with pocket fours.
A little smaller than the 300 she made it last hand.
Exactly. Boom. Pocket kings are always nice to see when you're facing a raise. Looks like we have a 3-bet, right? 450. Kelly thought about getting frisky, it looks like. And Kate will end up calling here, I'm assuming, and try to spike a set.
Everything's going on.
The old traditional spiking of a set.
Yes, they call it set mining these days.
Set mining, I like that. Oh, That's a hand that's almost as good as hitting the set. It'll just get you in a lot more trouble. But she's clearly not going to go anywhere on that flop. Is that a bet just under half the pot?
Oh, well.
There was 975 out there.
Yep, 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 yep.
Just over half.
You guys should try talking because that's what makes a good show. Not like you guys think.
I haven't heard of a lot of things before Cali Icon. They keep me in the dark.
We're going to have us
A little check raise.
a decent sized pot brewing here.
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
Yum, yum. Lexi's made good decisions up to this point, so it's interesting right now to wonder where she's putting Cate on this hand.
These are two pretty good sized stacks, you know,
Yeah.
even after a bet and a raise pre-flop and a bet and a raise on the flop, they still have, you know, a little
Yeah.
over 2 times the pot in the effective stack.
Yeah. And there wasn't, you know, the easy, you know, flush draw check raise kind of thing. So you're thinking, does my opponent have 7-8 suited? Did they hit a set on the flop? Were they set mining against me? That's what you've always got to worry about here.
Or did they flat with 2 jacks and just want to
Mm-hmm.
try to see where I'm at?
So we have a $2,300 bet from Cate. Lexi's got, looks like about 8,000, a little over 8,000 in her stack right now. So, I would imagine, we'd think she's going to raise here.
It'd be perfectly reasonable to raise, and if you raise, going all in seems like the right amount.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Given.
thinking. Almost an autopilot move here.
Yeah, about 5,800 behind, and there's, once you put 2,300 more, and there's going to be 8,200 in the middle, so
Yeah.
you know, it's about 2/3 to 3/4 of the pot.
Mm-hmm.
A reasonable all-in sizing.
So this is one of those spots where you wonder, is she showboating or is she really thinking?
It appears she was thinking because she just called.
Yeah.
Are you playing it? You playing it?
And that's the bad thing about calling right there.
You can go with me to get the bunny.
Don't know whether or not Cate would have necessarily... Yeah, Cate would have had to fold to an all-in bet. So now Lexi set herself up for a big loss. That's a tough spot.
That bunny better be fluffy.
Yeah, Raven Darkheart says, I like flatting.
Flatting can be good sometimes, but it can also sometimes hurt.
It's like a cab to Petco.
So-
pet bunnies and dogs and shit. Because I was so.
Not only does she genuinely get beat, but she's also facing the 3 spades themselves. So it's like, oh my goodness, I just opened the door for everything to hit on the river.
Yeah, but you can't be too worried about the running flush. You know, the first check raise came right in the flop. If there's a running flush here, it's entirely incidental. It'd have to be something like the 5-4 spades that happen to get lucky. But
Yeah. Well, you know what
Those-
you're
a lot of
thinking, just
those-
emotionally what you think sometimes when you feel like you made a bad move.
Start volunteering at Humane Society, the one that we got crouton at, because like I owe them $1 million. I love him, but Chris is like, you can't bring anything home. It's impossible.
She's been stone cold correct twice before on big hands. Let's see what she does here.
Next time you come over, there's gonna be
yeah,
more.
those were a little bit smaller than this one.
Yeah.
Calling 800 into $800 pot, calling 1,200, or folding for 1,200 into
Top was allergic.
3,000.
Yep. $18,900. That's a big pot. Sometimes in the world of poker, we lose touch with, you know, the value of money when you think about the fact that they're playing with real live cash here, and it's $18,900 pot, and she's got $6,000 almost in front of her.
Yeah.
Could be her rent money. You just never know.
Hopefully people aren't gambling with their rent money. Poker's supposed to be entertainment. Your entertainment dollars are supposed to come after you pay rent, after you buy food.
I remember when the World Poker Tour first got to be really popular, running into a gentleman at the Mirage one year at the WPT event that told me he had got a second mortgage on his house to go hit the WPT circuit. You know, one of those home equity lines of credit that led up into the housing bubble.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're saying the WPT is responsible for the housing bubble, Frank?
Why not? I just thought it was, I don't know, kind of didn't even know what to say to the poor guy. I didn't see him around much, you know, about a year after that. So I'm assuming he either hit something really big I didn't notice or it didn't work out.
Speaking of WPT, Mike Sexton, longtime poker advocate, just took down
He
WPT
did.
Montreal.
Congratulations, Mike. We know you're listening. And it is always nice to see a genuine gentleman and ambassador of the game do well.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I'm not better than you.
So Lexy knows she's going to fold here, but she is not wanting to. Right?
That's true. DB 1122. What world do you guys live in that you don't think people gamble with case money?
I'm not the one that said that. You're the one that said that. So, Rad Poker asked if that was the grinder. I'm assuming they're talking about Michael Mizrachi. No, that was somebody older than me, Rad. I'm 48 now, and he was probably older than me today even, and that was about 10 years ago. So he's probably about 70 now. I really don't know his name, but it is not a made-up story. He actually told me in detail about getting a home equity line of credit out to go play the World Poker Tour. So I don't know. It's a sad story when you hear somebody say something like that. But
Well, you know, I mean, when they lose in that spot, it's a sad story. But I know people who, in that same era when the stock market was going straight up, you know, took money out at 2, 3, 4%, some really good interest rates, and just especially if they had their house paid off and were able to invest it and earn significantly more than that.
true, yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
sometimes just having your money tied up isn't the best thing to do. But some investments are better than others too.
Has anybody called the clock at this point, or what's going on?
This is all your fault.
I haven't really been paying
Anyway, I
attention.
guess I'm the one that threw that prey.
Yeah, so really.
Oh,
Please bleep that out.
Lexy has decided to cuss. They won't let us
I'll give you
cuss.
another
Have all day.
Apparently, they have a different disclaimer they have to sign.
Oh my God, Kate.
Guess I should have bet less. Ooh, you are so trying to get me to call.
I don't know.
Speechless.
All right, I'm actually
I think that comment that Kate just made might get a call.
gonna make a huge choice.
No, maybe not.
Good
Show
fold.
the
Good
bluff.
fold. She's made all the right calls in big spots. So,
Well, the thing about the two is a lot of the hands you had beat got there.
She had
Yep.
kings, maybe the king of spades.
I mean, I know you didn't have a 4.
What's your boyfriend doing?
she didn't have a 4, she had 2 4s.
Put him on the clock.
He would be like, she had a cue, and
Mine is watching football.
that's so cute. That's awesome.
So we're gonna have another hand. It looks like.
learning to play, and he
That's
played
good.
2-4 limit when I went to play, and all the people at the table would make fun of him. They was like, "Oh, is your girlfriend putting you in the 2-4 game?"
No, it's just explaining like
DV 1122 says the stream was going to catch up before she decides.
Uh-oh. That
That'd
could
be a good
bad.
strategy. I'm going to stall for 31 minutes so my friend can text me and tell me what they have.
That's funny.
I think the important thing would be to take like 5 minutes on the turn so that you know it doesn't look like
Yeah.
you waited a whole half hour.
You have
on
to
the
set
river.
that up better, right?
Yeah.
We'll never have like a small platter.
All right, so Kelly. Let's see. Kelly's got 9, 10 of clubs, queen 6 of clubs. Blind folds.
I'm in the middle of texting.
Queen 6 gives up to the 3-bet.
no, I know what I mean.
Using position there, 3-betting.
Yep.
I really had it.
Button moves over to Jamie.
Eight names and cards.
Natasha's in the small blind. Kate's in the big blind.
still losing.
I don't know. I picked the best two, and then just.
Lexi looks down at pocket jacks.
Makes sense.
Works out usually.
Waiting for you to see it.
She's gotten a few good hands recently.
Folds to Kelly with king jack offsuit. Looks like she's going to smooth call.
They're not shit. Yeah, you got them done.
Yeah. The girl that does all that stuff, she's the one that does ours, yeah.
My Mouth Stinks wants to know, Frank, if you have any opinions on the Poker News article calling poker pros lazy, not wanting to look for a real job.
He is the cutest.
Do I have any opinion on that?
I don't think he was talking to me. He knows I'm lazy.
I was like, Teddy?
Well, I have many jobs. You know, I started my first business in 1993, and I have employees in Nevada, Tennessee, and Texas. So I work most of the time. I mean, real work, I mean.
I understand. I think there's a significant amount of poker players who are always doing something on the side, working hard. And, you know, just getting good at poker is a lot of work.
Yeah,
Lots of work.
that is a lot of work.
All right, thanks.
But my only opinion is someone who makes a living commentating or writing about poker probably shouldn't try to piss off the masses all at once.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you better be careful.
I'm definitely a fan. I feel like you name your pet like a name that you would like
I love
for yourself.
marshmallows.
Yeah.
You know why I named
I'm
my
sure she
cat
loves
Rocky?
pizzas.
Because it was really still when I was trying to think of a name.
Wait.
Like a rock.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very creative. I think I was like
But doesn't
five.
Rocky is like a good pet name?
Yeah, the cultural significance of it was lost to me as a 6-year-old. It was just, hey, that cat looks like a rock.
So, looks like pocket jacks will hang on and win that one.
Jay Cutler points out that Lexy Gavin went to Coastal Carolina. They put up some pretty good basketball results from time to time.
I follow that exactly as much as I do college football.
I know far too much about.
Do you?
Like from Lamb.
Yeah, I know a lot of my friends
That
that
movie's awesome.
love sports, love sports gambling. It's a big thing out in
Yeah,
Vegas,
don't make
big
fun
thing
of it.
around the world.
All kitten movies are kind of sad. There's always really
Remember All Dogs Go to Heaven?
I think people enjoy competing.
Saddest movie ever.
Poker players enjoy competing, and then they
So upset.
enjoy watching other people compete as a result of that.
Yeah.
Airbud.
They appreciate the
Remember when you took him to the woods?
competition part of the games.
And a lot of people came out of the online poker world into the daily fantasy sport world also. That kind of, in a lot of ways that's the same crowd. Looks like we're going to have a hand here. We have Ace Queen against King Jack.
Yes, Kate picked up a few extra chips, and she said, "Well, if I'd had the 5-4 the other hand, I would have won it." So
I'm going to fire
fours are
away.
lucky.
Exactly. So she 3-bets to 550, which personally I like the play. It's just looking like it might not work out for her here. That is strong.
Kelly's a very capable poker player.
Yeah, so that is a very creative play right there.
So sad. I do not believe you, but I am powerless to do anything
Did
about it.
exactly what you wanted. That was good. Look at that.
I do not believe you, but you're not deep enough for me to try to bluff up a hand in case you don't have it.
I think they both thought Jamie was weak when she flattered her. Kate looks at it like I can squeeze here,
It's like
put
when you know someone's bluffing,
Kelly in
you
a
wanna-
tough
you wanna
spot,
call
and
them.
Jamie just
But
flattered it, so she probably
They
doesn't
have
have it.
nothing behind you, you can't
Yep.
raise them up.
The reality
So you
was
call
Jamie
like,
had it,
I have a
and
deuce, and you're like,
Kelly was a little more aggressive than
She has to post a small.
Kate gave her credit for.
Everybody always hates getting involved in big. Well, most people hate getting involved in really big pots with Ace Queen. I mean,
Jess, you're not big blind.
how many stories about some of the biggest hands in poker people play start with, I had Ace Queen.
Yes.
And then it went to shit. Oop.
Such a bad word, Frank.
Yeah, sure.
Natasha's going to raise with
Give me 5 if you want.
Jack 8 suited to 150. And Kate
Yeah.
looks like she is
Raise 475.
making it 475. I don't know. Did we see her? King 9 offsuit. They're definitely getting out of their box a little bit, it looks like.
That tends to happen with poker games.
Yeah, it does. They're getting a little bit friskier. They're bringing out a little bit more wine.
Thanks, Francis.
I think we have a similar philosophy to being good at that, which is
You brown bottle in it?
Yeah.
So back to the daily fantasy sports. I mean, we have a question here. What is this?
Reckoning is asking us a question.
When did Mercier get married? I believe it was 3 days ago, right?
I thought it was last weekend, so today is
Was it really that long ago
Saturday,
already?
I think like a whole week ago.
And today is Saturday. So yeah, that is yeah.
You old unemployed guys lose track of time, huh, Frank?
Well, I do have a hard time keeping up with what day of the week it is, and that's not really as much poker as it is working 7 days a week. I just generally work every day. So
That was a good recovery. I'll give you credit there.
Oh, those are interesting hands. Ace Jack offsuit against the matching Ace Jack offsuit and pocket nines. Looks like somebody is making the claim they got married Sunday, so congratulations again. And I believe the Shih Tzu was the best man.
Marshmallow?
If you trust me, I can do yours.
Marshmallow's great.
I'll show you the pictures of one I did mine.
Well, this one, he doesn't, like, to do this, like, it's relatively inexpensive. Maybe it's in here now. And he, like, just shows
So
you,
we
like,
have a full house
and
against
add on
ace
to it
high.
sides. So, but yeah, thanks. Also, have my sister touch him up. Touch their foot, whatever.
Interesting.
She'll call here unless she thinks the 10 beater, I would think, right? I wouldn't.
Well,
I
in a
didn't
three-way
catch the
pot, it's
action.
perfectly reasonable for someone to have a 10 in this spot.
Yeah. Well, here's an interesting online question from T-Dub. When someone plays with high variance, what does that mean? We were playing in a no-limit tournament, and some guy said he plays with high variance. Well,
So before we answer that question,
go ahead.
Kelly folded there. Sam won that pot.
I know.
Yeah. Good for Sam.
That
Nice,
was,
nice
yeah.
bet.
That was a good bet.
So, high variance. Like when people say they play with high variance, I don't
Yeah, I
think
think
it
that's
means
awesome.
much.
I've only done
But
two.
a higher variance style would be more aggressive, playing more hands, three betting more often.
I
getting
think
yourself
my
in.
play basically defines high variance, and then it's just degrees down from there.
You have, like, 2 minutes where it fades out to the color, like, and it
That's
still
how
looks good
mine
the
was
whole
too.
time.
Like, I sent Sam the picture the day I did it, and it was like,
But some people who play high
and it
variance,
was like very dark. And
Boston
then,
Poker's
yeah, it
using
was, like, really good, but it was
fancy
like, I liked it
French
for
words
dying,
like
and
knee.
knee.
Knee barbour.
What's that mean?
You would have to
Born.
Like the joint in the middle of your leg?
No, it means like you were born with this last name.
The little like beads. Send those off like they don't fade. And just get them tightened. Like
So, what do we have here? Blind versus blind, is that what's happened? Jessica has raised with the 10 jack.
I think it was a 7.
Kelly folds the 3 high, and we're off to another hand.
What the Haps points out that Tom Dwan plays with high variance.
Yeah, I've played with Tom on a number of occasions.
Every new dealer.
The Reckoning says he thinks all these women are scared of Sam's image because she hangs with all the ballers. But I don't think that, I mean, Sam does hang around with a lot of the people who play high stakes, but I don't know that that makes any of these other girls scared. I think they all have lots of self-confidence and are quite competent poker players.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're, clearly all solid players, and we've seen some really good decision making and really creative play. So I don't think any of the players at the table are afraid of anyone else.
Natasha hasn't said anything hardly.
Who is Tom Dwan? Is that what someone's asking?
Talking. Natasha
I'm
usually
talking a billion times more than
Do they really change the dealer that often normally? They change dealers every 30 minutes, standard poker games. Except on the busy days at the World Series, where they change every 4 hours. All right, Cate has queens, it looks like, on a straddle hand, so she's going to make it 300 to go.
engage. I mean, it's so, yeah.
And
Natasha, 2 9s in the straddle, or 2 6s in the straddle.
Flip them over there. We've got a call, and we're off to a flop, pair versus pair. It's going to be hard to keep going here with Natasha's hand, but well, we have a check behind.
We can do it on break. When we go to dinner breaks, we can take
Tricky
dinner
spot. She's got to think she's got the best hand there, betting out.
Since I just wonder if his photo from his camera is better.
Probably. Is the whole thing live stream?
Yeah.
Till 11:30.
He said they can go. It's 11, but you can go.
Checking that flop induces that action for her there, so that's good.
Depends how stuck I am, or if I'm moving.
Yeah, or if I have any money left. Then we'll decide then. Play it by
I
ear.
would think she'll get paid off with a little value bet here.
That is the Twitch game where like everyone is so much better
If she
than me. It
bets,
was, like,
Natasha's folding.
You
I was,
think?
like Summer
Yeah,
Zone and
I think she will
Prodigy,
bet.
like, Fun
Let's
Yard.
see.
I played the one that was like
Coin.
Twitch game, yeah, and I got smoked. And I was like, I couldn't wait to leave, and they're like, "Oh, do you want to rebuy?"
certainly
like, I
Kate's
can't
gonna
wait
bet
to leave
something.
So hard, I'm like literally, I lose, and I'm like, whoosh,
I
and
think
I go under it
475.
out.
No,
That's how I was
1,000.
the first time I
Well,
played this show. That's
Yeah.
exactly how it was.
It was the least comfortable I've ever been playing
I lost
poker.
like the last bit of money I had
well,
with to Sean Deep all in pre-flop. I had ace 4 versus his queen 8, and
Sounds about right.
the flop is like ace queen deuce, and you can hear like my ex in the background be like, "Oh, that's a lock."
what do you think about that? Do you think that's better that she bet bigger,
Someone
or
that dumb doesn't get capped.
makes it look a little bluffier? So
I'm like, "Good night, see y'all later."
Yeah.
maybe she's thinking she helped herself get paid off there. I thought she would get a little value bet
Yeah,
paid
I,
off. I wasn't thinking
I bluffed into a
$1,000 would
royal
get
in
paid
that
off.
game. And I was like, oh, you have the literal best
I'm
pair.
surprised Natasha
Yeah.
called.
How do you even
If
like
I
when you get
was in
gold?
Kate's spot as played, I would have bet some number in the 600-700 range on the end.
It seems
I'm like,
it was also such a good spot though for somebody to just kind of float with ace king or ace queen. So I think that's why the check kind of the check behind on the flop set up an okay spot for her to get a bet call on the turn.
Well, people, if they manage
You
to
guys
get
didn't like
to
my
the
suggestion
turn
that I
there,
also put 10K in and flip for a high roller seat
I liked
yesterday?
it.
we'll
I was like,
float
that would be the
with
most
ace
DJing
king,
thing
ace queen,
ever,
but
but
more
okay.
often, the player behind who has the tempo will c-bet with that hand on that flop just to see where the world's at.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
So, that kind of hand often doesn't get played that way on the flop, so it's a little inconsistent with all the streets. It's consistent with the turn play, but it's inconsistent with the flop play.
Did you watch that last night? Or no? It was really good.
Well, either way, at this point, it looks like Kate played that one perfect. Now we have a queen high flop here with ace 8, pocket 7s, and 7-8 suited.
James lost like 240, 30, something like that. And then the double guys lost 50, 100, and Moose stopped.
Sam has the best hand, and she's going to bet with it.
A little bit, 100, a little bit.
$500.
She like doesn't hurt, just a little bit. It's going like one house.
There was 2 clubs up there.
Which was just more than my rent money, I believe, at my first apartment in Dallas. I think it was $465 a month.
I mean, it actually wasn't that bad.
Getting back to the rent money discussion.
My first rent money was, what did we pay? We paid $495 for a 2-bedroom place.
Yeah? Nice.
It wasn't bad. Wasn't in Dallas, though. Good old Auburn, Washington.
You hear
Yeah.
people are literally like betting houses.
Beautiful state of Washington. All right, where are we at? We still have a straddle going? 25, 50, 100.
And the ace.
Sam's going to open the action.
And I was really
King
fun.
6.
Can we all
So
retweet
it
her?
was like, it was fireworks, I kind of had the nuts.
Horrible.
Actually,
Yeah.
no,
No, she's fun.
Is Sean D playing later? Great question, Tonk.
And I didn't realize.
Tonka AAAP. Do you know why he's asking that question?
If Sean's playing lately? No,
Didn't Sean play the ladies event at the World Series one year?
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yes, that's a good one to dig up. That was amusing. I
Yeah,
like that.
that is a needle from way back, though. That's been a long time ago now. Sean's settled way down since then. Wow. That's a pretty flop with the 8, 10 of hearts. I guess the 9 of hearts is in the muck.
nothing.
effectively,
And
you
I
should
had it
fold.
open, so it wasn't that bad.
No.
So
Like, you should have folded. Like,
Gavin's the underdog, even though she has the best hand. That's why we see her outs across the screen. The 10-8 of hearts is small favorite in the spot.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
It's like effectively like.
And then now Gavin is the favorite.
Exact
Yep.
same, like the exact
And
same
there
thing.
won't be a fold here, I'm assuming. Oh, we have a check.
He raised a shove. Way too much.
That was an unfortunate missed
A
opportunity
little
with the
value bet and a
nuts.
call here, I think.
Yeah, standard.
$8.75.
Lexi bets $875. And we expect Jamie will call here.
Yeah, that's about half the pot. Jamie's getting 3 to 1. Top pair, tough fold.
She's really only thinking, I'm assuming, that a 5 is somehow what might be tripping her up. Probably not putting her on 9-10.
I'm gonna hate you. Oh, nice hand.
Did she say, I'm going to hate you?
Yes.
Man.
I didn't even flop one spade.
You're on the steam, you're trying to get.
Exactly.
Nice hand.
Thank you. God, you saved so much money.
Check back turn.
I would have lost so much money with your oh my God. I would have broken that.
We got a little recap on the screen now. Kate's winning all the money. Jamie winning a little bit. But all Kate's winnings came from that one big pot with the 2 4s.
I started it. No, she started it.
Maybe not all, but big part of it. It's not too surprising when the one person who wins the biggest pot of the day is the biggest winner at the table.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it would be that.
That's frequently how it turns out.
It was like blonde and purple and you know what I mean. It's a little better without the color.
So we have Kelly raising and then a 3-bet coming from Jamie. Is that right? 875. Looks like Kelly's going to call. Ace high flop. Looks like Jamie's thinking about a continuation bet here. All right. Jamie will win that pot.
I don't know, they all quit.
They're getting racked. They're done. They've had enough.
I felt bad for the guys last night. They got stuck like 200. So I'm like, what do they go do now? Like, all right, well, I'm gonna go grind some 510, get it back.
Yeah. You can play until somebody else gets back.
Oh,
I'll start.
So
a little impromptu break.
Yeah.
Kelly's going to fire a straddle in there.
and they're playing what 5-handed right now. It looks like.
That can make for very interesting poker. 3 blinds and 5-handed.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. They pulled Sam in off the rail to play this hand. She opens with the ace-9 and is running it into the ace-10. This could be unfortunate. Let's see.
Hi, Sam. How does insurance feel on it?
A lot of people, when they call strong there from the smaller blind like that, will, 3-bet. But Sam just goes ahead and calls the raise from Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
And we get a little bit of an action flop here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Mid-pair against an open-ended straight draw.
And blind versus straddle, so not always giving your opponent a lot of credit in these spots.
Kelly is going to continue to be pretty aggressive. Bet here. And take it down. There's not a lot that seems to slow her betting down, so.
No,
It's reminded me of
But
like trying to use a phone in school.
in
like,
the
I'd be
long
like,
run-
well,
Oh, yeah,
I'd pull
yeah,
my phone out and be like,
I did the same. Yeah.
yeah. and you're
aggression
like,
wins
You
at
forget
poker.
'cause
Yep,
you have it.
that is
Yep.
true.
Yeah.
It is. If you had to pick
You guys are
the
amateurs.
single
I always set my
biggest
phone
trait
on my
among
computer.
consistent among the best poker players, I think they
yeah,
are
in law school I
aggressive.
used to take the back row.
I
so,
like
if
to
I sit and
to
go as
call
well,
it
watch
never
what's going
call.
on.
Oh, you just. Oh,
Find
you
yourself
just
calling a
leave it
lot,
to
you
the-
generally will
Yeah,
find
that's
yourself
pretty good
losing a
rule.
lot.
Yeah, allowing
You
your
should be betting or raising.
allowing your opponents to decide when the money goes in is never good.
Yeah, that's anytime somebody asks me, you know, what's one piece of advice you'd give to a new poker player? Well, there's two pieces I usually give. Patience is, I think, right up there with it, and then just always be betting or raising. Don't be calling. If you find yourself calling, you're not doing well. All right, what do we have here? Pocket queens against ace, queen, and king 10 on a 9-6-6 board.
Lexi's had a lot of big pairs today.
They like it. Or they like,
She's had a lot of big pairs, she's had a lot of big hands, and she's made a lot of good decisions.
I have a 75% chance of winning.
Looks
And
like
she's kind of unlucky with a few of her big hands too.
Yeah, she's sitting with $13,000 in front of her, and it looks like Kate's got just under 20,000.
that was gonna be
So
the problem, 'cause, like, I went wrestling for 15 years, and he asked me
Big
about the other day, I'm
stacks
like,
there.
"Yeah, I've been playing poker," and he goes, he's like asking, he's like telling me hand histories and stuff.
wow,
I kind of put you on the
Or they hate it. It's like one or the
See, I
other.
didn't really come
I've
across
had
it.
that.
My mom was kind of like that, but no
My
one
mom
in
is
the
too.
profession.
Sam
Like to my
made an unusual. There's the Shih Tzu. Sam made an unusual overcall. It looks like they're on the flop, but it paid off.
That's a different dog. Think Marshmallow's whiter than that.
That's their dog.
No,
Is it?
it's way too dark in the face.
I'm pretty sure that's their dog, isn't it? I don't know. No, maybe you're right. I don't know.
I think Marshmallow is white.
You sound like you're much more sure than I am. So
I don't know. I've carried him around before.
I have a pair of Shih Tzus, and I love them. Shih Tzus are the best dogs ever. Pedro is claiming that is Marshmallow, for those of you that care. Somebody's calling him Filthy Marshmallow. Marshmallow got burnt. The feed's way funnier than us. Thank goodness somebody's finally writing funny material for us.
I thought it was so cute.
This is an interesting pot here.
It is.
Sam overcalls with the king 10 of hearts, which, you know, is fine. But then she checks, and Kate fires out with the ace queen high.
Worst hand.
1450 into a pot that was, I don't know, under 3,000, 2,700 or so.
Yeah.
And Lexi has the two queens and is forced to call.
Right.
It comes back to Sam, who
Shouldn't have even been in there
turned
at
the
this
top,
point.
turned the top pair.
And did she
has
just
to
smooth call?
Yeah, she has to overcall in this spot.
Wow. Well,
It's not a raise, it's less than half of it.
I didn't need to raise any. Yeah.
be interesting to see who wins this hand. Let's see. Should be Sam, but she's gotta kind of wonder where she's at. She checks again. I don't know. Will Kate fire again? She's thinking about it. She knows that's the only chance she's got to win the pot at this point. Two people calling behind her.
it ends up checking around, and Sam's going to take it down.
That was an unusual hand.
I think Cate might have bet if there was only one opponent. It's a lot harder to try to get that through 2 people.
No, yeah, for sure. That's what I meant. Like, once she's got 2 people calling behind, she can't really win it.
Oh.
But there are people in the feed cheering for a 3-barrel, so sometimes a 3-barrel is the only way to win, especially when you have no pair.
Oh.
352 big blinds Cate's up to. $17,000. Do we know where she started? Was she
She had 15,000 when she started.
Oh, shoot, okay.
My sister's dog.
It's Marshall. It's just really dirty.
Natasha confirms that it's her sister's dog.
Oh, okay. Sometimes you just need a dog.
So jealous.
Sometimes you have to borrow a dog.
He eats his poop.
Oh, gross. Gross.
My sister would love
I feel
to
like
go
all
around.
dogs do that.
My
Not
dog
Marsh.
didn't.
Not Marsh.
Yeah, Marsh didn't.
Green Mountain 37 gives us a shout out. Says, "What's up, Poker Night TV? Just playing a little poker
They
with the
all have a
ladies
cat,
tonight."
and he goes in the cat's litter and eats the cat's poop.
That's what we're doing.
It's been really hard for them to handle him. You're so gross.
Ace, deuce, 9 flop. The best hand between the 2 players right now is 7 high. So
Are you a Star Wars
I thought
fan?
you looked like a koala.
this is one of those hands that'll go to whoever decides they want it.
Are you a koala?
And Lexy wanted it
has
more.
a Shih Tzu, and it had puppies, and they kept one.
Just goes to
One
show
of
you
them
the power
named
position.
Chewbacca.
That's really
Yeah.
cute.
Or Chewie.
Chewie.
After Chewbacca.
That's cute.
Do any of you out there in the chat have any interesting topics you want to banter about during the slow times? Feel free to fire some questions in. We like talking about poker tournaments. We don't like talking about people's personal lives. You can ask me questions about myself, or Frank might answer questions about himself, but no gossipy type questions.
Agreed. We do like to talk about ourselves.
And I like to talk about college football too.
So it looks like Sam bets from the hijack with Queen 10, and we've got pocket 5s and Jack 9 of diamonds calling. Wow, that's a nice flop for the Jack 9 of diamonds. I mean, to not flop a pair even.
Right. All of a sudden going to be the favorite in the hand.
Boom, boom, boom. Tasha's definitely going to bet here. It looks like $250.
So Frank, they're asking who's commentating.
Frank
Frank
Kasella
Kasella.
is my name, and I believe your name is Rep Porter.
It's true. It's
Yeah.
true.
That is true.
Then we get a few other questions here. Things like thoughts on an anxiety dog.
Well, I'm a dog guy. I have 2 dogs, and I love them.
I like this one. Toughest high stakes mixed grinder. Who do you think?
Where's the jack one?
Say it again.
Toughest high stakes mixed grinder.
Toughest to play against?
I would assume, yeah.
Oh, wow. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, I think I got the first one. Yeah.
Lots of good players in
got
there.
There are. Yeah, there are a lot of good players out there.
It's interesting when people say mixed or high stakes, you know, like there's nosebleed games, which are the games that you find in Bobby's room.
1,500, 3,000.
1,000, 2,000
Yeah,
sometimes.
those are the frequent games they're playing lately.
And then other things that are high stakes, anywhere from 100, 200 to 600, 1,200 limit games. They are, you know, often thought of by a lot of people as nosebleed, but among the professional poker players, they're thought of as like middle high stakes games.
Right, yeah.
There's a few guys around who are really, really good who stick to those ranges and don't play. Hey, Jimmy Bluffett says hi. Nice to see you, Jimmy.
He's watching the stream, just
Bluffett.
pissed.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yeah,
I
and the
know him
mixed
from
games
Twitter.
themselves have gotten to be
This is what I want.
so many different games. I mean, in some cases, I think we'll play up to 16 different games at Aria or Bellagio.
Yeah, they have a standard game that has about 15 games in it that goes during the daytime at the Commerce a lot.
Yeah.
Where's that?
At the Commerce.
And you can also
But there's a couple guys who play in that game. One who nobody probably knows, Matt S., who's an outstanding poker player, plays all the games well.
I want to be able to
It's probably the least known.
see your
Press
rabbit.
it.
best mixed,
Crazy Marco plays
mixed
out there a lot, doesn't he?
mid-limit game. Yeah, Marco plays good. Marco's solid poker player. He's a little
Marco's
more
very
well-known, double bracelet winner.
Yep.
So, you know,
Oh, really?
it's there are the people who are in the public lexicon. They've been out there, played tournaments, been in won bracelets, things
Right.
like that. People know them.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't get to the hand.
That's a more interesting question. Like, who would be the big mix grinder that nobody really knows?
Yeah, I think Matt Smaznik.
It wasn't
Matt S. plays at the Commerce all the time.
myself.
Awesome poker player.
This is why I like it.
I think he's probably the least known of the best players.
Oh, he was whining the whole time.
Aha, can straddling long-term be plus EV, or is it just a gamble and loosen up the table? It's an interesting question. So, you know, the only reason like you have action in poker games is because the blinds put money in. So straddling is just an extension of the blinds. I think
Yeah.
that it would follow that
Forced
it has
action.
to be negative EV.
Have you ever tried to bring two-tone somewhere?
I don't think
I mean, he's too. I love how you say it too. You
I
and
don't think
Nats,
anyone
like,
can
I was
make a
trying to get
really
Nats Riley to
articulate
say
argument
Crouton
for
over,
that
she goes,
particular
"Crouton,
hand to be
Crouton."
plus EV.
That is
It
so
can
much
be
cooler than how
plus
I
EV
say
for a
it.
player to straddle in
But,
a game if it
he's, like,
has
so high energy.
influences
He's
on
the
the
sweetest
action
dog
you're
you
looking
never,
for,
like,
or
fight
if
anyone.
everyone
But
straddles,
he
you
would
can
be,
just make
like,
the game
he
bigger,
would want to play with
and
Teddy
you
the
can be
whole
happy
time.
with
He'd be, like,
that.
sprinting across, knocking over chips.
Here's
There's
an
no-
interesting question. How much
55 pounds,
time
so-
did you two invest in
he's
learning the
half
game
pit bull
before
and
starting to
then
play for
lab
real
and
money?
other
Well, I'm still working at that personally.
He's so nice. But
I started
not-
playing poker
not
when I was
easily
about
contained.
8. My family played, and my aunts and uncles and my grandma always played dealer's choice games, and so I played with my brothers and my cousins from the time I was a little kid, and we played all kinds of games. And I didn't actually do any kind of studying before I showed up and started playing real low stakes when I was in college. But when I was carpooling to college with my brother and my cousin, we found an ad in the paper for a local card room. Just started going down there and playing. Then once I started playing, I started studying a lot and reading everything I could read about poker and really wanted to understand more about how the game worked.
Brought the dog and we were singing.
It looks like Jamie's flopped a middle pair and a flush draw here against Sam's pocket fives.
We have Kersey Poker asked do we play with Ray D at all. And I played a little bit with Ray, not a huge amount of my hours. He won the 10K Raz bracelet at the World Series this summer.
I'm missing the dog home.
Very,
Just, like,
very
fail,
solid poker
you know,
player.
it's just brutal.
Ray bubbled me out of the 50K one year. It was one of the years that they taped it. It was maybe like the first year that we had a lot of the TV cameras out there, and I was in the lead in a Raz hand, and and he sweated it for almost 60 seconds with the TV cameras there. So yeah, I've played with Ray a little. It was one of the most painful tournament hands I think I ever remember being a part of.
Yes, Ray is not known for his speedy play.
Or his courtesy.
Yeah, I understand.
So it looks like we've turned a flush and an open-ended straight flush draw here.
Rad poker. When you ask me, that's not an open-end straight flush draw. That's a dead draw.
Well, yeah, because of the 5 of hearts, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean the. Yes. Jamie just turned the winner. She was 100% to win. Rad poker. You asked me if I had a childhood illness. What kind of thing are you thinking about? I mean, like I didn't have polio or anything like that.
Here's Mama. Go see Mama.
Well, when I started to play, I started playing in 2000 a lot, in the year 2000 in Tunica, and we played 10, 20, and 2040 limit Holdem. There was no limit games at all, really, back then. And the big action game there was the 5-10 and sometimes 5-10 and a quarter pot limit Omaha game. So I would grind and win money playing 10, 20, and 2040 and then turn around and give it to the pot limit Omaha players because I wanted to learn how to play that game. So, and that took a while, but you know, poker's all about game selection and bankroll management, you know, when it comes down to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Did she ever use them? Or is it Charlotte? No.
No, like New
So
Zealand.
Kothrax Poker asked if no money was awarded, just prestige and bracelet, 50K championship or main
I
event.
think that's pretty results oriented. Just calling with all my sets and folding everything.
No money, just prestige in the bracelet.
The
I don't know,
tournament
it's hard to
I would
say.
rather win is the 50K
For sure.
championship.
Yeah.
It's hard to separate the money from that, though. A
Yeah.
main event champion has this residual income for the rest of his life if he does things well. So, like,
He or she, I would point out on ladies' night.
It is ladies' night, yes. Once upon a time,
I don't actually have that many bluffs.
the male pronoun used to be inclusive, but we no longer can use it inclusively in today's age.
But the 50K for sure, though. I mean, it's just there is something about, I don't know. There's something about that tournament in particular. I think we enjoy the mix. We like playing the different games at the high stakes level, and then just among the very best of the best poker players every year. It's a lot of fun to play, and that's the one we all really want to win inside the world of poker. So we have $1,500 coming out from Kelly. I don't know if we're even sure what their cards are. We were running our mouth too much, answering questions. We're having fun just chatting.
We get a call. And we have the King Jack against the King 8, turned to pair of 8s.
Sometimes when people say very nice hand at the end, they don't really mean
Somebody
that.
was going to tell me what the action was in that hand because I wasn't paying attention, and I don't want to get it recounted to me.
I opened, she flatted the big blind. I bet 200 on the flop, she called. I bet 500 on the turn, she called. I bet 50 on the turn.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, straddle.
Straddle time?
Should we? Okay.
There we go.
We have our cumulative winnings. Sam Abernathy is working her way onto the plus side again. Jamie's the biggest winner.
4,100 up, 4,075 big losers. So
Yeah, Lexi's gotten a little unlucky today.
Yeah.
Queens beat, kings beat, queens beat. It's hard to win at poker when your big
Hey, Lex, did you
pairs
find out
do
if she
not
had that
win.
hand?
I did.
Did she bluff you?
I bluffed her on 2 Street.
One of the boys from Scotland gave us a
I
little
was just
shout
saying.
out. I got
was like,
distracted. I
haven't
don't
touched
see
it.
his
I
name
love
there anymore.
Scotland.
Damn, I thought it was close.
Ah, Jimmy Bluffett. I did bag chips. I will be playing again on Sunday at noon. I
Yep.
will
Straddle.
relentlessly tweet my
I had
chip counts every break so my aunts and uncles and cousins can see how I'm doing.
I'm like amazed. I'm
And my wife and my mom, too.
I don't tweet chip counts anymore. I don't know why.
$6 needle.
I guess it's more laziness than anything.
Where's the pot?
My mom loves to follow it, and some of my aunts. And
Yeah.
So I do it for them. Seems like a reasonable thing.
What will we not do for our moms?
Well,
Shout out to the moms.
Here's the best question. John Paul the Great wants to know who's better looking.
Oh, that's
Me-
easy.
Me or Frank?
Rep is an outstanding
That's a big
poker
deal to
player.
reach
He's
point in
definitely a
poker.
better
That would
poker
be like,
player
I'm
than
only
me.
down 4K.
Better looking, Frank.
Better
Better
looking.
looking.
Be down like $50. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess it comes down to whose wife you ask.
So it looks like we're back to the straddle.
I'm not a
25,
this
50,
isn't real.
100.
This doesn't feel real.
Yeah.
Poker money isn't real money. It's just
Monopoly.
yeah.
And
It's a betting unit.
Natasha
You
folds.
guys, you
Kate
can cash
opens
these
with
in
the
for goods and
good
services
old
in the real
ace
world.
king of
You
hearts.
guys know that?
They're
Or-
playing
Yes.
like 1 house, 2 house. That's what they're playing.
Fold, fold. Down to the straddle. And Jamie throws her hand in the muck.
Last night was like that. There's like one vote.
Yeah.
Commentators, who's winning? They just had the graphic up a
They
second
did.
ago.
Yes. I
Kate
think
Hall's
Kate was a
winning
leader,
4,000.
4,100.
Jamie's winning 2,000. Sam's winning 1,500.
Family all week, so we
Everyone else is not winning.
tour things.
Mhm.
And it was Steven's
Rad
sister,
Poker's pointing
so it
out
was
that
like
I'm
that,
hot,
and it was
so I'm just going to say that.
I think he's coming to your 4th of July party this year.
How big is it?
Could be the
My
4th of
garage
July.
was bigger than my apartment.
Yeah.
All right, so where are we at? Still straddling. Kate's
To park
folding.
his smaller $1 million boats in.
Yeah, they have little jet skis
That's so
and
cute.
actual boats in that park.
Doesn't seem like we've had a really involved pot for a while now.
Well, the thing about no limit is, especially when the table gets a little shorter, is you get a lot of hands that just go away very uneventful, uneventful, uneventful. You might play an 8-hour day and play 6 really big, interesting pots in 8 hours as an individual at the table.
Yep.
So maybe if each person gets involved in one big pot an hour, you get 4 real big, interesting pots in an hour, and then a lot of dry stuff in between.
Neither did Sam.
Ah, the herb life is asking, appreciates a shout out, and Frankie wants you to tell a joke.
A poker-related joke? I'm trying to think if I even know a poker-related joke.
Before the
I
ceremony.
can't even think of one.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-oh. Looks like Jamie's got the ace king of hearts. I guess that hand just got passed over.
Like his special. And it's really fruity, not too sweet, but like fruit.
Kate had it the last time.
And I went back to him like, I don't know, so many times ordering for other people too, and for me though. He probably thought I was drinking all of them. I probably was like.
You probably were. Yeah.
So Lexy opened here and she's in position. So she hasn't made a lot of sketchy decisions today. It looks like she avoided one there also. Throwing those in the mug.
Yeah.
If you'd like to mute the commentary, you can go to the Poker Night TV 2 channel for whoever that was that asked. Spaderman.
I don't think he likes listening to you, Frank.
I don't understand why.
Oh, here it's a joke coming across the chat. It's going to be interesting to see what the answer is. Difference between a pro poker player and a large pizza. What do you think that's going to be?
Was the no food
I
thing
don't
an
know.
extra
Pepperoni, extra cheese.
Whatever.
baby food gate?
No, it was more for because people were like, eating like chips, like.
Oh, and just like ruining the cards. Yeah, I heard the RFID cards are like really
I'm
expensive.
sure it has more to do with that than the other.
Did you get the tip?
Oh no, what was the pot? Oh yeah, my bet was 500. Oh okay.
Yeah, it's a flop.
It wasn't 500 even though
Hold on, there was no flop.
So we have somebody in the feed asking who's playing. We've got Natasha Mercier in the 1 seat. Cate Hall's in the 2. Lexy Gavin's in the 3 seat. Sam Abernathy in the 4. Jessica Dawley in the 5 seat. Kelly Minkin in seat 6. And Jamie Kerstetter in 7 seat.
Yes, in Kansas City Poker, it says a large pizza can feed a family of 4.
That's the answer. I like
That's the
that.
answer to the joke. I now know a poker joke.
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking.
I will not go as far as to say I was amused.
Oh, that was definitely funnier than the joke. All right, so Kate has, did she 3-bet or did she call? She 3-bet to 1,050. Sounds like somebody's buying more chips.
That does sound like a money counter.
Whatever dust you have is good.
Yay.
Everybody in the world of poker knows
Kate
what that is.
3-bet and wins this pot.
I thought you needed 11, no?
1050. And I was like, this feels too big, and I look scared. But then you picked it, so I think it's okay
I'm
now.
not sure. Wow. I was trying to go like just a little bit smaller than whatever yours was to make a point.
That is how it works. Like anytime I play with like good players in tournaments, it's like that. Like whoever can make the smallest 3-bet or the smallest 4-bet is like the bossiest at the table.
Like that.
And like being stressed out, just like the little thing.
All right, Natasha's got King Queen, so we'll see her open the action. $300. Looks like they're still straddling. Kate calls on the button with pocket
2
6s.
6s. Yeah, I think if she hadn't 3-bet the hand before, she might have 3-bet there. But
Yeah.
too many 3-bets in a row get you 4-bet.
We'll get a 3-bet, it looks like, out of the pocket jacks that Lexy's holding.
A lot of big pairs for Lexi today. A
Yeah.
lot of big pairs.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll win this one and get some of her money back.
I do.
Wow.
Wait, one time
I'll just feel one time.
Well, with those stack sizes, I don't know why Kate didn't take a chance. Maybe I didn't see the size of the 3-bet there. Normally, I would take a chance to hit spike a set there. Set
In
mining,
tournaments
I think we
like
call
that,
it.
I'm like, I've been raising too much. They
Yeah,
have to be
but
like.
last
it has to
time,
be like
she
this.
made the straight with her little 4s, and she didn't get all the money.
So
So
hard.
if you're not gonna, if your opponent is going to be able to not put all the money in when you make your hand, then
snacks in my bag. It's from something else. I
you
forget.
don't quite have as much value as you would get from some other people. Makes it harder, harder. One more joke rolled across here a second ago.
Really?
Yeah, I saw it. I lost it.
Aw.
But
Somebody
Kothrak's
said these
poker
guys are
says-
hilarious, so there's clearly a camera on us that we're not aware of. We are funny looking.
Kothrak said, Frank is surprisingly hilarious. Sounds like having a blast commentating.
We are having fun. Rep and I have always enjoyed each other's company.
Oh, here's the joke. Difference between a horse and buggy driver and a poker dealer.
What's the punchline?
I don't know.
Somebody said, what's a buggy driver?
Oh. It's not a joke that
No.
we're allowed to say out
Yeah,
loud.
not safe for work.
Yes.
So looks like Sam's going to open the button here with a little $1.50 raise.
Oh, we're going to have us a pot here.
Jessica comes back to the table with a lollipop and pocket nines. And then Kelly, ace jack of clubs in the big blind.
It looks like Kelly reloaded. She's got a few more chips there.
Don't get out of line.
That was the money counting machine we heard a minute ago.
All the time. Just
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
Oh my gosh.
I have it. Don't do it.
No, I really do need that.
I made,
All the time.
remember I made you the Bambi bracelet, Wimpy Deer, whatever? I'll make you one that says don't punt.
Don't get
And
out
every
of
time
line.
you're about to do it, you can be like,
So it looks like Kelly made it 5:25 to go.
I
would've told you if I
And I'm like,
crashed.
feel like I'm going strong.
mm-hmm.
And then there's just this
And-
moment, I don't know what happens. It just takes over.
Jessica's going to call here. We're going to see a flop.
It's never worked.
It's like in Billy Madison when he gives the perfect speech and he's like, what happened?
Wow. That is an action flop. That is the definition of an action flop.
This is gonna
Top
be a
pair
big,
against
big
a
pot
set
here.
and the nut flush draw. So
5K and
all the money will be going in here.
They're going to put 5,500 in, and Jessica's going to
see
be
who wins.
75% to win. It's just a question of how the money gets in.
Yep.
Overbet, jump the river.
Assuming there'll be a little check raise here. What are they chatting about?
Thinking about calling pretty much.
They're suggesting that the a-hole word's okay to say out loud.
Oh, okay. It's
Like, thinking can't have it. I am definitely about to punch.
Yeah, if you want to know the punchline to that joke, feel free to log into www.twitch.tv/.
I checked that.
Oh,
Poker
we
night.
got the just call from Jessica on this flop,
Really?
and then
Time in my
now,
She's going to get punished for it.
well, I'm not going to get punished for the just call part.
About that feeling, like when he showed
The money was going to go in.
it doesn't feel as good as when you're right about like.
We'll
hitting
see.
high call.
She could have ended up saving herself some money here.
Oh, she can't fold here. If another club comes, she might be able to get away on the end.
Right.
No, hero folds make you more money, but hero calls just feel so good. You're like,
That's a
This
good-
is a third of her stack right here just to make the call, so I'm pretty sure there's no way she calls here.
yeah, you're
She's just going
learning
to
impulse
shove.
control age
right?
32,
We'll see.
33. Good. Better late than never.
I would have raised on the flop.
I for
myself,
sure would
but
have. I agree with you there. I'm just saying in this position, I don't know that
It's gonna be a thing that I'm always.
to just flat here and give somebody an opportunity. Yeah,
All
she's
in
going
and
to get it all
call.
in. As we expected.
You want to run twice?
There was no way to change that action, really. I don't think, you know.
If you win,
She gave herself the best opportunity of not going broke.
they're just going to run it once here, and
Boom! And that's what we call
Jessica is going to win.
a suck out. Not a bad one, of course. Flopping a set. She deserves to win there.
Oh, that was as soon as the board came out, you knew all the money was going.
Oh, yeah.
Like a different.
Just a matter of time.
You know, it goes from 75% to 80% for the flush to win to, oops, 100% for the set. Back and forth, back and forth.
Can either, we have a question here coming in from the Herb Life. The Herb Life? Can either or both of you remember your best hand played during your career? Thanks. That is an interesting question. I'm trying to think of what I would consider my very best hand in tournament versus my very best hand
Asher just showed up.
in live
I think
play.
he's
I
a
think,
good
I mean,
player.
I don't know about you personally, but
He
I
might
think
be
like
a
in
lucky
tournament
player.
play,
I
my
think
best
he's a good
hand,
player.
although I can only vaguely remember it since we played, I think, for 28 hours at that point, was winning my first World Series bracelet, just that final hand, and feeling like, yay, I finally won one.
Yeah, I remember there's a few hands that I'll never forget the hands themselves. And one of them was the first World Series bracelet I won. I had played at, I'd been heads up at 2 major poker tournaments. a 10K World Series circuit event that came in second after playing heads up for 5 hours, and a 2,500 limit Holdem tournament at the Commerce. I came in heads up after playing heads up for 3 hours, and then I get heads up for my first chance to win a World Series bracelet, and got them all in on the 4th hand, and I had the King Queen against the King 9.
Boom.
And it held with the King High. I'll always remember that one. There are a few other hands that kind of just stuck with me, like the year I came in 12th in the main event. There were about 23 people left, and I got them all in with 2 9s against the ace deuce. And as the dealer was bringing the flop, one of the other players at the table, who I know pretty well, was telling me that he folded an ace. And then the door card's an ace anyway. And the board spreads out ace high, and then brick. And then as I'm standing up with all my stuff, the 9 on the river.
Whoever won the flip gets
Love the
up
way
if they
that
win the
goes.
money. But maybe later, or even just people who are winning can do it or something. So people who are losing don't have to
something
do it.
that like Kelly should do it, or
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're losing, you should be exempt. You can do it or you cannot do it. But
You know, it's easier sometimes, I think, to remember your bad hands. And my worst hand in the
that's
cash
totally fine.
game, and
That's why I
this
said
is
if you wanna shoot
probably a
down,
pretty
I don't mind at
well-known
all.
story, I think, inside the world of poker. We were playing in a pretty big no-limit game. I don't remember. I think the blinds were probably 200, 400
like for one of us to sit
in
down.
the Ivy room at Aria. And wow, we've got a lot going on this hand. We'll come back to the story. It looks like we've got possibly 4-way action to the flop.
good
Is that
then.
right?
I
We have a
thought
free
there
bet
was
from
one to play.
Cate opened under the gun with the ace queen. Sam called her with the king queen 2
Kelly
seats
might
over.
get out of here.
Kelly called the button as the 4th one in, or 3rd one in. And in the big blind, Natasha woke up with the ace king of clubs. Raised it up a bit.
Yeah, people don't want to do it. I don't care either way.
Kate calls.
I just didn't want someone stuck
Sam
after me, 'cause that
wisely
last time-
folds, and I'm assuming Kelly will get out of the way. Yep. So it looks like we're going to be heads up. So, anyway, we were playing in the game at Aria, and Rick Solomon was in the game, me, JRB, Broke Bobby, as some people know him. Bobby Baldwin was in the game. Can't remember whether or not Blitz was in the game that night. One or two other people. We had a full game going, and I had grinded up about just under $100,000 up session. And one of the situations, you know, where you've racked the chips, you're ready to go. And I'm literally leaving on my big blind. And Rick Solomon is to my left, and he wants me to straddle my last hand. And I said, no, the blinds were 200, 400. I said, no, I'm not going to do it. He said, well, I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to make it 800, your straddle. And then I'm going to blind raise it to, I don't even remember the number he put on it. It was like $2,000 or $3,000. JRB remembers the hand by heart, so if you ever want to know the exact numbers, he can tell you.
No, I didn't mean that.
The hand folds around, and I look down at ace king. And, you know, I'm sitting there with whatever it was. I was up 97,000-ish in the session, so you can imagine I've got quite a few chips in front of me at this point, and I'm just thinking to myself, as nutty as Rick is, I'm just going to shove here and see what happens. And of course, he snap calls me with pocket aces, and they hold, and it's a funny thing because, you know, the handful of people that were there in the game that night, it's one of those things where if I wasn't at the table, I wouldn't believe it, and then other people would think if you weren't in a casino game, you would just assume that was a fixed deck. Because the way the action rolled out was just crazy. But it's always funny, I think, when you talk to poker people, it's always easier to remember, I think, your worst hands sometimes than it is your best hands.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Sometimes it turns off, so just press that button. Thanks, Tom.
Good stories are always better, though.
Yeah, good. Well, for Rick, that was a great story.
I put in Frank's 800 for him, and I beat him out of 97,000.
Yeah. Well, whenever you play that game with Rick or with Blitz is worse about it than Rick is, but they generally have so much more money on the table than is necessary. I remember one time in particular, I think the average stack among the other people at the table was probably under $100,000, and Blitz had 10 million.
Wow.
And I'm just talking about like the rack of $100,000 chips that he had. you know, a rack of $100,000 chips is $10 million, and he just had those sitting there to the side, and then he had his regular stack.
Just in case somebody decided they wanted to gamble or something.
Yeah, so the rest of us were trying to figure out a way to grind our way into that rack.
Really did wonders for you all hear us talking.
Well, legalization of medical cannabis. Well, you guys can, I guess, chat about yourselves. I don't
like
think
totally
we're really supposed to talk about politics.
Certainly not my area of
I
expertise.
just brought like
by
3
any
bananas
means.
that I'm gonna like.
I'll just let it
We
be.
can eat. They didn't say anything about suckers. I'll show them.
Exactly.
I have a cold drink. My brother made it.
When you say blitz, you're talking about Dan Blazarian, right?
Well, yeah.
Company or something?
Yeah, Dan Blazarian.
Yeah, it's
Cotrax
He
Poker
is-
asking.
supermarkets.
I thought everybody on the planet knew who Blitz was. He's the most famous.
I don't know that the rest of the world knows his nickname is Blitz.
Oh,
I think.
really? What do they call him on? What is that? Instagram, right? He's the most famous Instagrammer out there. Is that what I've heard before, or something like that?
I don't have an Instagram account myself,
Exactly.
so
I have one, but I use it, you know, so.
my wife has
I
one.
think I
She
only did
follows
it,
what my
like, once,
13-year-old
and I
puts on
probably, like, super
Instagram
had
just
it
to make
for
sure it's appropriate.
That's a good idea. Kids in the internet, it's terrifying. I can't even imagine.
Yes, it is. Yes.
My
it-
youngest is 9 years old, and he.
Oh, look! They said we could get fired.
What happened?
Does that mean?
It'd probably be good for you
Well,
because it's
Supreme Terrific says don't get fired. We like you around
Oh,
here.
okay.
I'm
Well,
just-
we'll do our best not to get fired. We want both those dollars they're going to pay us.
They're paying you.
warm, so it's not.
I got to renegotiate.
Well, you get to plug some sort of a booker thing, right?
Well, I do get to talk about my poker site
Oh,
once,
see,
once
there
or
you
twice,
go.
friendly. Yes, yes. For those of you who don't know, thepokeracademy.com. It's my educational site.
PokerAcademy.com.
When can it? You can register, like,
When did you start that?
We launched our first course just before the World Series last year, a no limit tournament course.
That's not bad if that's the case.
Comprehensive look at no limit tournaments, how to play. Then we've added a couple things since then, a limit hold'em course.
Either
and
way, that's like well worth it.
Stud
I
will
was
be
thinking buying
launched
a couple
sometime in the
lessons
next
and
3 or 4
like, I
weeks.
could just save that money and
It's
play.
filmed and
something
just
better.
logistics holding it up now.
So action on the hand here. We have a top 2 pair flop against an open-ended straight draw that went check for some reason on the flop, I guess. Kate decided she'd rather try to trap with a straight, and it looks like it's worked out kind of. There's 3 diamonds out there, right? That makes it a little trickier, but I don't really think she's probably worried about a flush draw.
My next pack is going to be the water company.
He was trying to get me to wear a patch
That would be good for the game.
I was like, I'll drink it.
So there is one political thing that popped up here that I think we're allowed to talk about. Online poker not being legal everywhere in the U.S. I think things that people do in the privacy of their own home or as consenting adults should be allowed. And if you are not a member of the Poker Players Alliance, it's a great organization that does their very best to legalize poker everywhere. And I think that that's a great cause. I support them myself.
Yeah, I think, you know, it seems to be almost ridiculous that fantasy sports, daily fantasy sports somehow ended up becoming legal after online poker got outlawed, or you know, however you want to, look at that situation. I don't understand how one is legal and not the other.
Well, DFS isn't gambling because it's a skill game, right?
I mean, yeah, exactly. It is. I mean, it's so ridiculous. I think it's hardly even worth discussing. It just feels so stupid. So it looks like we have a Sam check.
Sam check, Kate bet, Sam called,
Top
Kate
2.
won.
Boom, boom, boom.
Very, very semi-standard stuff there on the end.
We're having so much fun with our commentating. We really weren't even paying attention to that.
We'll all go after there. Have drinks and everything.
For the hardcore fans that were really into watching it.
It closed at midnight. It closed for, no, it's a weekend.
Did you plug that live feed again for tomorrow that
I think
Let's go.
our boss wanted us to mention?
Oh yes, they're the
Funny thing is
feature table.
For some
of
reason,
the
my
tournament
wife's
will
saying
be
Frank
streaming.
Kasella. I don't know what that
Go
means.
to the center bar and get the stuff.
Maybe she wanted me to mention my own name.
From the gas station. But it has like a lot of sugar in it.
Yeah.
Let's see, where are we at here?
Like,
Yeah.
2:45
I like the
tomorrow,
sweet
Eastern
stuff
time.
here. I have
Yep.
no, like,
Feature
nothing that,
table
like,
live stream will
defines
start.
it, so.
They're like, we have
Oh,
whatever.
we
I'm
were
like,
corrected. It went bet raise call on the end. Sam led out with her 2-pair bet raising call.
Oh, okay. See, that's what happens when you're
When they pay more attention than we do.
exactly. That's good.
Here we have chips again.
Kate's
And in a minute, that'll translate to
winnings and losing.
profit or loss.
I was thinking doing that after, but I'm saying dinner break we could go there and eat.
Kate's
but I'm
still
at- after the
a big
show.
winner, $4,300. Minkin down over 10,000.
For 3 bites.
Yeah. Well, she did lose the big pot to Jessica just a minute ago with the
So good, though.
It is
Yeah,
the
top
the
pair
river
nut
full
flush. That was a
Bankrupt before I was talking to you.
And she
pretty
had already
pretty
rebought before
standard
that
hand.
hand.
She had just bought
Yeah.
the chips before that hand, yeah. But that's a pretty standard hand. I mean, those two hands get that out in poker, and blind versus blind, and
Yep.
the chips are going to end up in the middle one way or another.
I'm gonna play more than 2 hours.
Yep, that is always sick when that happens.
We could also
Kate has ace king of diamonds here.
I'm like, listen, Finn, some of us gotta eat.
Saying the opposite?
Yeah.
Saying the opposite.
Oh, make it longer.
No, not longer.
No,
just
not
like
longer.
she
I'm
wants a
saying
break
Yeah.
in less than 3 hours.
Saying that playing longer periods of time. Even in tournaments, we only play 2 hours
Yeah,
max.
I wouldn't mind a break at some point.
How long is the dinner break supposed to be?
30.
So, looks like they're chatting about their dinner break, so
Doing 30 minutes.
Go to
Hold
Peloton.
on.
they may be getting ready to go eat some food.
For where?
Well, wherever, right?
Curl, let's go. Okay.
It's like enough time to drink but not eat. I know what's happening here. I'm down.
Looks like Sam's going to open here with queen 10 of hearts.
And then end a little earlier.
Kelly.
We could do plum in 30.
What does Kelly have here, Jack 9?
Yeah, we should just order here.
I always feel like those hands go together well. The 9, 10, Jack, Queen when you run all 4 of them.
It is
I
good.
love it.
We have Jack 8 ending in there. Ending up in the hand. What's left to hit?
If we can all get in. I don't have a card.
Yeah, we can all get in. Each person can, yeah, for sure. I can get in for 3. Yeah. Plus, like, today they would let us in as exception.
We have a king high flop. Has checked to Sam, and she's going to bet, looks like 275.
I'm gonna try, obviously.
And takes it down.
Yeah, if they can deliver it.
Yeah,
That's in their budget.
and
Yeah, they should. At least they can.
Good wine, Lexi. Good choice.
yeah, that is finished.
Yeah, I really liked that. I want to take a picture of the label. Yeah. It was really good.
All-time favorite meal? Well, that's a good question.
All-time favorite what?
Meal.
Like food?
Yeah.
Well, I think, like my overall favorite restaurant in the world is Bar Masa. It's a sushi place at the Aria.
As opposed to the original restaurant
Yeah,
in New York.
it's in New York, yeah. And that one's good too.
I've
Enjoy
never
that
eaten
one
at the
as
one
well.
in New York.
Then Columbus Circle, that little shopping center there.
So dinner break in.
But I think as far as an overall meal experience, the Joel Rubichon place at MGM Grand. Have you ever been there?
I have not eaten there, but I know I have heard amazing things about
Yeah.
it. Yes.
Yeah, it's for an experience. I mean, you got to set aside like 4 hours to do it, but I mean, it is for foodies out there when you're in. Of course, living in Las Vegas, it's hard to beat it for a foodie. But if you really enjoy a meal as an overall experience, you can't beat that. I don't think. How about you?
There was a restaurant in New York that I went to, 15 years ago with my wife one day that we just had an amazing meal, and we drank a nice older bottle of wine. We were celebrating our first anniversary, I think. I think it was called Tabla. It was like on 26th. Is that the restaurant seemed familiar? Yeah, we had an amazing meal there. Everything just the wine clicked. You know, so often it's just a matter of how good your different foods go together and how well they match your wine and how the conversation is for the evening. But that meal sticks out to me as like one of the best ones I've had. And I've been back to that restaurant like 5 times. It's nowhere close.
Well, that's the one nice thing about Bar Masa. Food there is always good. I mean, it is.
Oh, I'm not saying the food wasn't good when I went back. I don't mean that. I just mean
That's your
like
disclaimer.
it's all so much part of the experience. It's such a big part of what makes
They're thinking
a
about
meal.
forgetting all the time.
The vibe of the tournament again.
Yeah, I hear they're opening. Well, you don't ever do East Coast poker. I don't really do a lot either, but I know they're opening a big new MGM property in Washington D.C. It's supposed to have a lot of
and Selps, I was waiting for
really
Selps
good
to
restaurants.
three-bet.
Yeah, I
but
heard
she
this
three-bet
week
any
that that was
dust,
going
she
to happen
jack
like
six
15
off,
minutes
she
below,
three-bet.
or
I
south
four-bet
of
to like 17, 15,
Washington,
with
D.C.
5K
Yeah,
total,
just below,
being,
just
like,
south of
falling off against
Washington.
her and
So
folding
I'm
in, like,
looking
literally
forward to
shot,
going
like,
and playing
full.
there.
I snapped both,
Right?
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
And it's
So,
the
like, I'm hopefully
7
myself,
wealthiest
really
zip
not
codes
now,
in the
but
world.
We all went
It should be,
Surrounding a
So I
new
did it once,
casino.
so
it should be
it's on
interesting.
record.
Should be good poker.
I heard that Maryland Live might be shutting down their poker room. So if that happens, then the new MGM property will pick up all that business. Yeah,
Yeah, the National Harbor Casino.
the National Harbor.
It should, yeah, it's going to be epic. I think we agree. Can't wait to see it.
Yes, I never made it to Maryland Live, so it'll be sad if it goes away before I get there.
Yeah. Kelly's got ace 10 of spades on the button. Oh, no,
She flatted
never mind.
jacks in the big blind when she
Hijack,
stacked
looks like.
Billings set over
Yeah,
set.
Kelly's
so
in the
I was like,
hijack.
for
Natasha
three-betting
called on
room,
the
it's
button
gotta
with the
be,
king queen.
Literally, like aces, kings are absolute garbage.
So we have a
Self.
top
In the
bottom
big blind, she
pair
flatted
flop.
jacks a different hand. Where like, it was
Queen
like,
with an inside
yeah.
straight.
But I'm sure she's balanced, so it doesn't really matter what she did that one.
Natasha's been playing really tight today.
It
was a
seems
fun
like it.
lineup.
She started off, it seemed like semi-aggressive and
Self, so it was like,
I
oh,
don't
you're
know.
savage.
Got the puppy and slowed
Yeah,
down.
and Phelps
Well, it's
was,
not
like,
like we've, I guess
there was
tight
a
maybe
really
isn't the
lot
right
of
word.
games
She
that,
just
like,
hasn't
there
gotten a
was
lot of
some,
hands.
Way better players
True,
than I played.
yeah.
Even the mixed ones, I didn't have better competition than that.
Yeah.
Mixed games finally semi-regular at Maryland Live now.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
Danielle
That
is
would
That's
be
what
fun.
I'm reading here.
Yeah, I thought she was on the original lineup, so.
Yeah.
That would be
She's
a
too busy,
lot of
like,
fun.
squatting 500 pounds and like crossfitting
God,
every day.
I hate watching her
like,
stuff. Makes me feel like horrible human.
Looks like we have a bet and a call
like,
on the
well, 81
turn
glass of
to the
yoga.
river.
I promised her
Or
I'd go
another
in
red
summer
card
with
in the
her,
deck.
and
No,
I'm
but
gonna
there is the
regret it.
inside
She's
straight
so
draw
beastly,
spike.
And I'm like wimpy right.
So we have two
Really?
pair
To
against
one
the
prospect, it's not what you think.
gutter.
I was really intimidated.
Assuming Natasha will get a call,
Everyone
right?
there was like
Maybe.
super cross.
Nope.
There's like plenty of people of like all
Boom, boom.
levels that.
I guess she bet a
yeah,
lot. I
there's,
don't.
like,
I wasn't even paying that
it's
much
easier
attention.
than
Did you see
going
what she
to
bet
the
on the river?
No, I just saw she bet and it looked like it went bet fold over.
Boom, boom. Not a lot.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Totally, you might be the first person ever who like didn't bring it up in the first 3 hours. Like you did CrossFit and didn't say anything. You're like a unicorn.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, reading in the chat here that Maryland Live is not shutting down. I didn't mean the whole casino. I've just heard that they are closing the poker room,
Are they?
not the whole casino.
I would imagine it's
I don't really like lifting, so it's like all the.
A little request for a mixed
tough.
poke
Not
game
really.
Yeah.
on Poker Night in America.
Okay.
The,
I'd be
downs-
for that.
I told Danielle
That'd be
she'd
fun.
ask me like 45 times.
I'd
I'm like,
definitely
"Alright,
play.
let's go."
The downside is it's hard to follow if you end
She
up with
looks
too
amazing.
esoteric
She's
of a
always been
mix.
thin,
You know,
but
if you
she's,
play
like,
just the
got
regular horse
really,
games,
Danielle
the people at home
Mars
can
is
understand them well
fascinating.
enough. But when you start adding a lot of the fun made-up games that
Yeah. And you make sure you got people in there that like to chat with each other.
oh,
Keep the game fun.
No, I really can't.
These ladies are certainly chatting a lot tonight.
I was trying to see if I had to gutter, but I didn't.
So they're having a good time, it seems like, playing with each other.
I've completely lost track of straddles. Are we straddling right now or not?
rumors of straddles.
Looks like Jason has come to
I think so.
sweat his wife a little, and I'm only guessing from about midsection down. Those just
Yeah.
look like Jason's shorts.
I'm in it.
It's entirely possible
can't.
they just went on
Unless
dinner
my
break in the
feet drop
tournament.
around.
It does appear as if that, yes, Jason is. Oh, that's definitely Jason. I can hear his voice.
Yeah,
In the room.
In the room.
I recognize his legs.
You didn't know he
I
was
don't
in
want to
there.
know, Frank. I don't want to know.
One time I was walking down the hall.
Standing there talking to Tim. I think Tim just got married too, didn't he? You know Tim Bird?
Was in the room barking.
That's who Jason's
Barking.
standing next to.
They weren't even there.
370.
Look at this. We got some more chip counts coming up here.
Party just died. You can just,
And, of course, the P&Ls.
not too many.
How long have they been playing? About 2 hours?
And,
Congrats, Tim.
No, I'm okay.
yeah, a little over.
That's a good hourly.
We're trying to go there too. We'll see. All right.
Zeth
2,000
is
of that.
asking if they're disallowing males to play at this table.
No, yeah, he did. I gotta ask.
And since it is the ladies' night, I'm going to go with yes.
Yeah, seems like it'd be weird. It would change the field completely.
So Josh, well, hold on a second.
So
because
Jessica's going to call on the button. King Jack of
Yeah.
spades.
I'll let you know.
After Natasha opened.
We're gonna text you and let you know. Yeah.
Do you just pick up food for us?
You're
Jason to get orders is like
impossible.
impossible.
I would call them and then have them bring it over to his table and drop it off.
Yeah, that's the only way he would do it.
You know, I can hear you.
They definitely have a generally friendly feel about the game. A lot of friendly hands.
There, yes.
Whoever bets here might take it down. Maybe not. Check,
Oh,
check.
good. Thank God.
Ace high will get it.
I was gonna raise the turn
It's
bet.
just gonna be Twitch people.
You don't get what?
I said whoever bets will take it down, and then I said it went check, check. And I said ace high will get it.
Oh, I didn't hear you, Craig.
Yep.
Is this Ike Haxon? Do you think Frank or me is Ike Haxon? I'm curious.
Ike hacks in the poker player?
Yeah, someone
There's
thinks
one of them thinks
someone,
that you were.
No, that's not the first person who's put that in the chat. Someone thinks one of us sounds.
that was the first thing
It's,
we
Oh, I
scrolled
think
through
it's
the
me.
chat like
Yeah.
5 times.
I've heard that before. Yeah.
I've
people,
never
People have said that I sound like Ike and also like that I sound like Phil Hill. Got both of those.
Yeah, just let
So-
me know when to fill in. Okay, thanks.
I don't know why. Apparently, there's something similar about our voice or our accent.
That you sound like Phil, or that you play like Phil.
Exact. Well, I've never been accused of that. That's for sure. No. I might behave like Phil.
I think on the list of things that end like Phil, that one might be on the bottom of the ones you're rooting for.
So Lexi opens here with 9-10 o'clock.
So we have a few interesting things rolling in the chat, a couple questions. Joe Boy said they change the dealers at like every hour. In this game, they change the dealer every half hour.
They do that.
Most casinos are every half hour.
Yeah.
The Commerce is one of the unusual ones. They do every 40 minutes. But half hour is pretty standard for how long a dealer stays at a poker table.
Is that how often they ring that bell at Commerce?
No, they charge time every 30 minutes, but they change the dealer every 40 minutes.
That's weird.
Interesting.
Lexi flops top 2 pair. She's going to bet. I'm assuming that'll end the action. Boom.
Yeah? What's a good feeling?
Ah, CW Siggy says Natasha had a 6-digit score at the World Series this summer. She did. She came in second in a no-limit event and was immediately proposed to by her husband.
That's a good move on Jason's part.
It was a good day for her, for
It
sure.
is always a good idea to marry the lady right after her net worth goes up.
How you doing over there?
Did you guys know?
Super fun.
I'm not even sure if I understand.
Oh, he's just giving a little
the-
trivia
yeah.
about where the name poker came from. I'd always heard from the
French
there was a French
Louisiana,
game, yeah.
yeah.
Pokey or poke or
Yeah.
however you say that. Was
And
what
got,
I'd always heard the origin of the word was.
Became really popular on the Mississippi River, I think. That's where it really.
I'm not actually sure whether Natasha came in second or third in that. People are.
I
both
don't
things
even
are
know.
scrolling up. I know she was at the final
$100,000
table, and I
score doesn't
know-
seem like it could be second place in a no-limit event at the series just because those events are so big. You would think second place would be more than 100,000, but I don't know.
Yes, we're gonna ask the Google because the Google's good at this.
The Google.
The Google.
We'll give the Google a plug because if anybody needs a plug, it's the Google. If I'm going to plug anything, it should be my Scrubtastic stores.
Yes, because all of
We sell
these
medical
poker players
Yeah.
need medical scrubs.
Well, they all know nurses and doctors.
She came in
Yeah.
third, and her
Scrubtastic.com
6-digit score
is the
actually
place to go.
started with a 3.
She did what? Say
Third
that again?
place for 348,000.
Yeah, there you go. That makes more sense. Yeah, 348,000 for third place. Those no limit events are so juicy at the World Series. Everybody should come play in them.
Yeah, the World Series is a lot of fun. Ryan Feldman's asking, Rep, why didn't Turbo Run Good win the 25K Fantasy League this year? Whose fault was it? Well, I told them they spent too much on me, and I didn't quite produce the return I was supposed to. But, you know, our redheaded friend, he was going to win us 400 points, and he only got like 270 points or something. So I like to blame Adam Freeman for us not winning.
Me and Todd did well until I think we ended up in 4.
You guys were, I thought you guys did better than that. You guys didn't get any money back?
I don't think I did.
There were some big swings. A lot of people who were drafted made the top 50 at the
Yeah, it
at
seems
the
like
end.
right at the end, me and Doyle and Todd have split a team every year except for the first year.
I decided to.
You guys came in
She's good
5th.
for it.
Did we end up in? Yeah, we were like coasting. It seems like for a long time this summer.
Yeah,
and
right, okay.
that was a little frustrating.
It's my money. Kind of.
Yes.
But we will. We'll be at it again this year. Nothing like World Series time. It's one of the funniest things about being a poker player. At the end of the World Series, you're just so glad it's over, and when it gets to be about, you know, early May, you just can't wait for it to start again.
Yes.
I think that's how everybody feels, except for the 9 people that get
Who
to
get to
bag
come
up.
back in 3 months?
Yeah, they get-
Maybe one day I'll get to be one of the 9.
yeah, that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. So I'm not sure what the hole cards are here. Did we ever see them?
Probably. I was reading the chat instead of looking over there.
Yeah, they said that we can, they said they'll do Kuro for us.
They will?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
We just gotta order it in here.
I'm straddling, yeah.
You mean
I'm
we
in.
gotta
Of course
I'm gonna call it in, yeah.
I have it on my phone when I want.
Okay, just text it to me. Okay. Yep, if everyone has their phone, just text it.
So Hero Value
Oh,
says their team
okay.
came in 3rd in the 25K fantasy.
It's the
Who's that?
That was Team Calvin, which
really,
was
really good chicken. They're taking care of it, so.
How do we get
Calvin
the menu?
and Bryce.
But we're gonna eat it in here.
Gotcha.
I think it was just the 2 of them. There might have been a couple other partners in that team.
Then holla.
I always enjoy the fantasy draft. It's always fun. Takes a little long, but we always have a good time.
I did, right?
Yeah, I've never been to it. I ended up with 10% of the team I was on this year. I gave them some opinions before going into it, who I liked and didn't like.
So it looks like we have King Deuce suited against Ace Deuce suited.
Maybe we'll get the deuce flop.
That would be fun.
They're just numbers. I feel like I should move.
Close. King Eye flush draw versus the Ace High.
I texted it to you. Thanks.
I like Lexi's chances of winning the spot.
Yeah, I
Are
do
you
too.
getting a roll?
400?
No.
Pretty sure Jessica's gonna check out.
I ordered 0 rolls. It's like appetizers.
There they go.
Yeah, 'cause I
Second
remember
up
when
my
we went, we ordered like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that's why.
So you
Had
just ordered a bunch
diamonds.
of stuff for yourself.
Really good fluff. I had diamonds.
Who is Hero
What it
Value?
was.
I don't know, but he was one of the silent partners on,
Hero, if you
on
want
Calvin and Bryce's team.
a real shout out.
I know some other people who were on that team. Who else was on that
Like I
team?
get,
I don't know.
You want to share it at the moment?
yeah,
It's hard to follow that. You know, there's so many people. I
Yeah.
think, and there are other
Calvin
people that take
Anderson,
multiple pieces of other
Bryce.
teams. So.
there's like,
What used to be funny was the immediate cross gambling after the fact. I mean, before anybody would even leave the room. You
Oh
know?
yeah, you look at your team, and everyone likes their team
Negreanu
because they
and
drafted them,
Lindgren,
and then
I mean, they just start firing cross bets at one another. And
yeah.
I think I like you
A
guys.
lot of fun.
it's really mild.
Ah,
Super
So
mild.
just
fish.
do my order, add a sea bass roll.
We'll share it.
Okay. See best roll.
It's actual sea bass. It's really good. You'll love
Okay.
Whoa.
I was on my own team also, so Hero Value's giving us hints.
Oh, I like that.
I'll type it.
Rep's gonna figure that out, and in the meantime,
Get an avocado.
Kelly's gonna 3-bet and take a pot down with pocket kings.
Wait, we're doing this now? I'm gonna call.
So like it.
Blinds are still 25.50. We have a straddle coming from Natasha in the 1 seat.
Sea bass and
There's a few people that could be. It could be Marco. It could be Connor. It could be Benny.
Christopher is spicy
Like,
too.
I
George
tried
Dancer.
everything. I'm not like
Mochi
disgusted by it.
jalapeno, which is a good thin
Still
slices.
like it.
And then
And a few of the Russians who,
sea bass.
I don't know if they watch this chat.
This is the entree.
Yeah.
I'll take the under on Marco.
I do like sea bass.
So who do you think it is?
I would guess Dancer if I had to pick out of that.
You think Danzer's watching this? This in the comment? I don't think this is what he does at home.
Kelly did not give the pocket kings back, so she has them again. It's always funny when that happens on back-to-back hands. It's like you didn't turn your cards in.
And then have Bill there who lost.
She is
Actually, we were playing blackjack with this girl.
gonna trap
she texted me
this
she was
time
playing
She was
by
looking for
herself.
you.
Yeah.
instead of 3-bet. Looks like that is going to induce a 3-bet.
Yeah, I've been in the night till like
Now to
the last
Jamie.
level and busted.
It's gonna cost her a little more to play this hand. That ought to clear the decks to heads up, I would think. Maybe not.
So, Hero says he's not a Russian. I think it's probably Connor. Questions about the structure. This is just a cash game. The blinds are 25-50. Occasionally they throw a round of $100 straddles in.
Which is where they're at on this hand. 25, 50, 100.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I didn't even watch that.
All right, so has everyone texted me? No, not everybody.
Is everyone done with their wine?
So Kelly 3-bet all of her action away on the last hand with pocket kings. Let's see if she does that again on this hand. She won't get any more action if she chooses to 4-bet here.
We can get some more.
I should have.
Sometimes winning the pot's a fine thing.
I bet the first time we cheered.
Just
Nobody can argue with it.
win the pot now and move on.
Whatever.
But back to back, wouldn't you want to? I don't
That's
know.
gonna be a lot of food.
Yeah, I don't need a lot of food.
Sort of
No, out there.
frustrating to just back to back hand, get pocket kings, and get
Everybody's
minimal for it. Yeah,
Speared
she's
salmon
gonna
is that
slow
one?
play it.
That thing?
Yeah.
Slow it down a little, I guess, technically.
Well, you know, she's got 2 times the pot left, so it's a spot where Jamie could try to lean on her after the flop.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. That's not what you want to see.
Take them a while to get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna call. What
You
is I
could
think they're breaking in with food from?
That's what you call a tell. I mean, those, for those of y'all watching, that reaction on her face was a dead giveaway.
No, just there. I know it.
Good check behind by Jamie here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised you're in charge of this.
I'm really good with food.
No, I just feel like they would have someone that would like have already done.
We'll maximize your chances.
Oh, we're definitely not gonna get them going. Good. It's gonna be like. Yeah. Actually, no.
Not sure why Jamie slowed down here. I don't know. Do you think she feels that Kelly might have a better ace?
Well, certainly Kelly's range includes a lot of aces here.
It does, true, but I'm just saying, once you decide to, I don't know. I feel like at this point in the hand, with her stack size, it's sort of autopilot for me if I've decided to 3-bet with that ace-5 to $1,100, and she's got 25.50 behind the 1700 she's firing. I'm just going to have to stick it in there.
Oh, you know, you squeeze to 1175 3 ways, trying to pick up the money in the middle,
Oh,
and
yeah,
all
I
of a sudden you
understand.
get called, and the pot is, you know, 2,700, and you got effective stacks of 4,200. It's
Oh,
easy
yeah.
to, if you put money in once, you got to put in 4,200.
Yep.
Which is not an easy spot to be.
Definitely not easy, but she'll be mad later if she folds. Because one of the kings is dead, so Kelly only has one out, actually.
I feel like you had a really good hand pre.
She did, you're
Still
right.
3-bet like a fish.
Oh,
I said,
A win for Kelly. The Herb Life's going to bed. It was a pleasure chatting with you too. Someday I'll make it over to Scotland and play some golf. It's on my list. Scotland, Ireland golf trip.
really? That would be awesome. I've been to Scotland, though. I didn't play golf while I was there, but went up to Edinburgh with my wife and one of my sons, Chris. We actually did like a day trip where we got on a fast train in London and rolled up the coast. It was beautiful.
Yes. That was yet again another example of the power of betting
Yeah.
in poker.
Yeah,
You can't ever win that pot with your 2 kings if you don't bet.
No, that's true. And then the, I don't know. Really, I don't know.
You don't know what
It's easy to second guess now. I'm just thinking the check behind with the ace on that flop is a little, just seems a little bit odd at that point. But like I said, it's easy sitting here to say that kind of stuff because we're seeing the whole card.
Yeah.
So we have a, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of times, the only way to win the hand is to bet it. Calling is bad.
They do. And I like having options once it comes out.
Yeah.
Like I'm not like committed to one thing.
Same.
I think that's a personality thing.
The chat has lots of opinions about how they would
No,
play
I
the
know
hand in that
that's
spot.
one thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like if I have like yogurt, I need to put stuff
But
in it,
Yeah.
you know.
that's what makes poker fun. It's a game of incomplete information.
Yep.
And on some spots, you know, you bet some of the time, check some of the time, and
Yeah, and I try to like put
in other
both of
spots
my
you always bet, other
hands
spots you check.
together till it's till the last light.
Just
You know what I mean? It didn't work out on Thanksgiving. I was like had more meat and bread than I had.
Once you
on
open up
Saturday.
your range to 3-bet with ace-5 there, though, I do think that you have to, you know, be prepared to take the rest of the stack out or put it in there. That's the tough thing, though. These ladies are playing with real money, and you know, it's a lot of real money. Sam opens for 150 with ace-5. Kelly with the ace-4. Jamie calls. Looks like we have 4-way action, and almost all the aces are called for. Spoken for. Ace-deuce jumps into the lead. Okay.
That's 350.
I'll just stand with you and I'll tell you. Just give me hamachi and this Gutierrez is spicy tuna and make it one more thing. And then another roll. What you're getting. No, the on top of it. I know it.
Sam makes a c-bet here, and Jamie raises it up.
With the gutter.
Two overs in the gut shot.
Yep.
It's a very interesting spot. Kate's going to have a hard time calling. And then all of a sudden, Sam's the favorite because she has ace high. On a draw heavy board.
And then get the YZ top.
On the flop, Sam's helped out by having the nut flush draw, but
Not anymore.
now Jamie gets her what looks like the I'm a little bit steamed and flatted on the button with 10-8 off and raised the flop and fired the turn through. And
Wins with the 4th best hand.
yes,
The power of betting.
but I do know that all those spots that are really close like that, like it's okay to call on the button with the 10-8. It's fine, you know, but it's definitely a little bit on the looser side. You're far more prone to make those looser plays right after you lose a big pot.
100%, yeah.
I can't breathe.
And then if things go well, you win the hand. And if things go poorly and you lose that pot, sometimes the wheels come off.
That is the
Yeah. Well, we used to play like 8 hours too.
the 3-dimensional, 4th dimension of poker.
4 to 11. Oh yeah.
Above the rim. Uh-oh. She is still steaming, it looks like.
At midnight. Oh, we're going to midnight. Okay.
Okay. Then
Maybe she just decided it's time to be a little more aggressive.
I mean, you can take a break anytime you want.
I think at this point, that's probably not a bad call here.
I mean, I took a break.
Might not work out.
Just don't like to like play so long.
When you're at a table that's really friendly like this, it's easy to kind of fall into those patterns where you're just kind of calling and taking flops and hitting, missing, blah, 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 you know.
Yes.
So changing your speed of the game, it's changing the speed of your game compared to your opponents. Did somebody just flop quads?
Yes, the young lady who keeps getting big pairs and losing with them. It's made quads.
It's going to be hard to lose this hand.
Yes. Green Mountain says hi. And there's a lot of love for Viffer in the chat all of a sudden.
Viffer?
Viffer.
Viffer?
Oh.
They must not have met him.
Someone said if one of the women gets stacked and you guys just randomly said Viffer in this game just to see what happens.
That's hysterical.
Yes.
So, here's the toughest spot in poker is flopping quads and trying to make sure that you don't lose your opponent. I busted somebody in the main event quad over quad one time.
Wow.
Yep. I flopped quad sixes and he flopped fours full and turned a 4. I felt bad for him.
Yeah, that's a little rough. Tasha has no reason to think she's not winning here.
Yeah.
Bad things are going to happen.
Yeah. That's a tough spot. Now, if you were going to write this as a poker story to be in a James Bond movie, you would have her smooth call here, her go ahead and smooth call really loosely behind, and then have Natasha river a full house with the 10 and get everybody's money. You've seen Casino Royale, right?
Yes, I have. And the fun little slow roll at the end.
Yeah.
They all take their time.
Oh, there goes the script. So yes, a 3 on the river would chop the pot. I wonder if that would have saved her any money. Let's see. Say both are still pretty deep. 6,100 is what Natasha's got.
Yeah, I think Natasha's going to check this hand behind if Lexy doesn't bet.
Lexy can't not bet a king on the river, though. She has to bet here. Not that it makes that much of a difference. I don't know that she would necessarily think that Natasha's got a king in her hand, but just in case.
It's supposed to be comped, already talked about. Already had approved here. Listen, I'm gonna call them in order. I just need someone.
Quads.
Ugh.
Nice one.
Lexy went all in and Natasha folded.
How much was in the pot? I don't know that there's probably.
There was a little over 9,000 in the pot, or right around 9,000 when she went.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Very unfortunate river card for her.
Yeah, I saw that. Ridiculous session for me.
Yeah, when Natasha gets called on the turn there, she can't like her hand.
I was sure. Yeah.
No, but still.
I thought it was the unspoke too. I was like, oh, quads.
I thought you had 9.
She did. It was a good hold.
There's a bevy jackpot.
Who gets quads?
You get what?
Who gets quads?
Raise 150.
Nobody gets quads. Flop quads. Insane.
Raise for her.
Oh, we got a little action this pot.
Yep.
Things are starting to heat up.
They
a few
are.
hands out here.
We have a raise, and then a 3-bet from Kelly. Jamie smooth calls with pocket sixes, and
I saw that crazy look.
Kate.
That was the look of somebody who wanted to call.
Kate just
Raise.
threw ace queen in the muck from the button. I don't know. I maybe would have played it.
Heads up.
Maybe, I don't know.
Sometimes
What's
the
her stack
graphics
size
don't
there?
work perfectly right.
Yeah, she's only got.
The RFD cards sometimes give you like the wrong little card pops up or static to the previous card.
I think I'm the 2 points.
And the worst hand won.
But you know, we were going to the river.
You gotta love it.
I feel like after we eat, we'll be like rejuvenated and ready to talk again.
Give them some coffee.
I go into like a food coma. Also.
More coffee, less wine.
I don't think you can really hear the players on the stream.
So the graphics are a little
Wait,
bit
I couldn't hear them say anything.
stale. There we go. Cleared them off.
Then that's
Yeah,
all
you
you
did.
know.
That's
And we're
way
ready for
worse.
Kelly to open the
Like
action.
when I was watching
didn't
streams,
know
there's
talking
like,
was
oh,
fine.
yeah.
I don't know.
So getting back to our story from earlier, what's your least favorite
You got there's
hand
like
that
three
you
in
can
rotation,
recall?
right?
My least
I talked about mine, at least my cash game. I got a different one for tournament.
Easier if the dealer will just
My least favorite hand I can recall.
But they can't.
It's
I don't know. I try to block that stuff out, frankly. I try not to remember. Maybe when I came at 12th in the main event, I went bust with the King Jack against the 2 9s.
Yeah.
I moved all in, and Ryan Reese took a good 3 minutes to call with the 2 9s. He almost threw it away.
Mm.
And then we were 50-50, and I still didn't win.
Yeah.
So that one made me pretty sad. Because I felt pretty good about my chances of getting through,
You river me.
being one of the lucky 9.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
I can't. You have to call. They won't let me do that.
Who are the announcers?
Okay, Gold wants to know. Frank Kasella and Rep Porter, of course.
1,600 with a 500 bounty, I think. Like
How do they
1100,
not just
500? I
recognize our
think.
voice?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna play that. Sounds really fun. You playing that? The 500 bounty thing, 16.
Well, it looks like a couple of them left early for
You
dinner.
bagged. Whatever.
I
never
think
mind. I gave her a chance to
that's
brag. She didn't even
Jessica
take it.
standing in the background there. She'll show up in time
No.
to play her hand.
I had a really bad day.
My two swaps.
Sorry.
Ted Clubber Lang, yes,
You're
I am
carrying the
Rep
team.
Porter.
The real one.
Yeah,
He
was
is. I
second
can.
best hand like
I
3
can
times.
vouch.
I was like happily getting chips in, and they're just like, no, those are ours now.
We get a little blind versus blind action. $100 pot.
Keep like catching a glimpse of it.
Staring at my hair?
Nothing like the blind versus blind to get all the chips in the middle. I bubbled a tournament in Tunica one time against, what is that guy's name from Houston? I can't believe him. John Benetti.
Ah, yes.
Yep. I had pocket queens against, he had pocket kings. It was a $2,000 no limit event. Like, I don't even remember, 2001, 2000. It was a big event at the
Yeah.
time for me, and we were literally on the bubble.
He was still a very good poker player, even when he was older.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yep.
Very good.
And once you got inside of his hard shell, he was a nice guy.
Yeah,
But
that is true rabbit.
he
Yeah.
was tough to get to know.
Yeah. They want to know which of us is better at no limit.
I would never make that claim against anybody at no limit.
What are you gonna name
Jay Carver's good at no limit. Yes, Jason Somerville's a very good poker player.
You can kennel
Yeah,
it or
care.com. They have, and you can. They're like
Jason Somerville was at the final table where I think I took the beat that bugs me the most in tournament poker,
I hope Bink
which
doesn't eat 'em.
was the summer I won the Player of the Year at the World
Same.
Series. I
I need to
was
supervise.
three-handed
But he doesn't
for the $25,000 six-handed event for my third bracelet.
Yeah.
And got it all in on the turn with 2
If
pair.
Binks is smart. He's gonna
Against
be
Sean
quite cool.
Buchanan,
Like, I
he
love
shoved
a
with
rabbit.
an
Rabbit's
open-ended
fine.
straight
You're gonna
draw
go on
and
a
hit
trip,
an
you
ace
do
on the
that.
river. That's just how poker goes, though.
Yes. There's good days and bad days.
Sometimes they're funny stories, sometimes they're not. We have 2 pocket pairs, 4s and deuces. Seeing a 10 high flop.
Whoever
His family
bets is going to win this pot.
Yep.
And I still think it's
You say so
Mercier.
nicely. Yeah.
I like Mercier so much.
Forgot this is a straddle pot.
But I gotta be Mercier.
That's not an angle.
No.
It's always interesting when people make bet sizing errors because they forget how big the pot is, like Lexi's talking about there. Sitting next to a guy in the tournament yesterday who kept putting in his $5,000 chips instead of $1,000 chips. I mean, he ended with 300,000, so he did fine, but he would like try to make it 1,300 and make it 5,300. He said the colors to him looked like really, really close together, and he'd look down and he'd think they were, he thought he was throwing in orange chips.
That is frustrating, though. I mean, it's you know, I've said this before to some of the people that go to the TDA every year. This is the What does TD stand for? Tournament Dealers.
Tournament Directors Association.
Tournament Directors Association. I was like, that. If one thing they could kind of get through there, it'd be for all the tournaments to use the same color chips. That would be helpful.
Karen won my day.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Huh?
That's never going to
No,
happen.
it's never going to happen. But I mean, you can't even get the World Series to use all the same color chips. They've got the 2 different sets that they use.
Yeah. I think it's fine if the chips are different colors. People just
Does this come from a protruding opinion, or is it like a...
Or like a.
Yeah, no,
have
it's
to
just,
adjust.
yeah, you definitely have to. But for some reason, they do seem like that here. Though. I don't know why it did that to me a couple times yesterday too.
I didn't know if it
Yes.
like, turned into that. You know what I mean? If it's like
If
protruding.
it goes from little to like.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll give Kelly some props there for
That's right.
check raising that hand and firing the turn, taking it down. That was some good poker.
And then talking a little smack there at the end. You'll find out later.
First hand.
When Lexi asked her what she had, you'll find out
I'm
later.
like, why are you telling me?
I didn't know if I was in the
Yeah, no, remind us because we're
I know, I
like,
told them, I said, just let me know.
So it looks like we got the straddle going again, 25, 50, 100.
Yeah. And Miss Hall has rejoined the table, so we got 7 of us.
Mm-hmm. Pocket sixes.
Chino, lots of side stories. Chino is very entertaining. I think.
We're not telling enough stories.
Well, no, I just find Chino entertaining.
He is entertaining.
Waiting for him to call.
He is easy to like. It's always fun to play with Chino.
Yeah.
Queen Jack against pocket sixes on a 7-7 deuce board.
250.
We're starting.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do shout out. You did shout out to Goose today. It's her birthday. ET's daughter.
dude, she's awesome.
Hi, Goose. Happy
I watch
birthday.
the Snapchats all the time.
It's double if it comes all
Goosey.
A lot of birthdays today.
Of course it is.
Of course it's double.
Escalade.
Yeah, that's why ET couldn't be here. That's why she couldn't be here.
Announcers, what's your worst DGen story?
Do that, Mom.
Oh, I've never done anything bad in my whole life. Frank might have had a couple DGen stories from when he was younger, but I'm in denial
Read 25.
about all bad things. Focus on the good.
D-Gen, like gambling stories?
I assume gambling. I'm certainly not going to tell him about that 4-night bender with the cocaine and hookers. I mean, that one's in the vault.
Again?
It's never coming out.
We ready, red and black?
I didn't mean to do that.
That's what they're doing.
I really didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I was never a. I don't have tons. I think like in just general gambling.
Other than that, hit and run.
Wow.
I don't know.
Steam.
Oh.
Standard going to Vegas stuff. Just playing blackjack and when you play pit games and stuff like that.
Ah.
But I never, I had my first kid when I was 19, so I didn't leave myself a lot of adult time to get into D-Gen situations.
Yes. Perry 14 says hi. Give him a little shout out.
That's me. Thanks for the shout out. Here we go.
Frank sounds like Phil Hellmouth.
I get that one too. Isaac and Phil. I don't know why.
Oh, Bob's Market.
So if anybody out there wants to have somebody who sounds like Phil and they need a Phil Hellmuth impersonator,
That could be you.
they could pay me.
So all you
for
gotta do
that.
is learn how to throw chairs in the background so everyone can hear the noise as well.
Throw chairs.
Such a slow.
Yes.
Are they doing it? Yeah, Tony's going down there and having them call.
The ladies want their food, by golly.
Any fist fights ever break out in Bobby's room? You ever see any fights in there?
In Bobby's room, no. I
Sean
don't
Shakan
think
got in a fight with Viffer at the Commerce one day.
You did?
Sean Shiki. Sean
Oh
Shakan.
yeah. Shiki and Viffer, yeah, they frequently.
Speaking of Viffer.
Yeah, they frequently kind of go at each other.
Yeah.
Sean, Shiki gets in fights probably more than just about anybody in poker. I don't know why. Here we have aces. I don't know if we've seen aces a lot, have we?
There have been a few.
Have they?
Oh, there could be some bad turn cards here.
Yep, there could. She luckily flopped top set.
I like her chances in this hand.
Yeah, Kelly hasn't given up on a lot of hands, so we don't expect her here. So that's not going to help her get away from the hand, but let's see. Yep, that's a good check behind there, I think.
Yeah, might get a little call in the end now.
And a little bit of value might get paid off. 2,200, let's say. That's my guess, 2,200.
Oh, she's not going to bet that much.
She
She bet them all.
all in. Okay, well, if she gets paid off here, she's way better.
Well,
I wish you understood the irony of this.
You wish what?
You'll see the irony of this hand and well, if I call.
Well, either way, she'll see it.
Or 30.
This commentary duo is the nuts. We're doing good.
oh, it's good that somebody likes us.
Viffer is a pool guy. I don't know if they meant to type cool guy or if they meant pool guy.
I think they mean like 9-ball pool.
I remember one day when I think it was Bobby Baldwin saved Viffer's life.
I knew it was 9-10, except
Because speaking of degen prop bets, I don't even know if it was a prop bet as much as just a dare, but Blitz had dared Viffer to go out on a boat in the middle of Lake Mead and swim to the shore was the challenge. And and Viffer was on his way out the door to do it.
I'm the last straddler.
And I think it was Bobby Baldwin that said, no, you're not going to do that. You'll just die. So,
Wow.
yeah. Yeah, that was a funny day. No, he meant pull. So, yeah, he did mean that. He did mean Viffer was a pool guy.
I did. Yeah, I think he meant pool. I thought he meant like billiards pool, like he made his money hustling billiards.
Oh, okay. I thought he meant like somebody who cleans a pool.
No.
That's a funnier story.
We got 67 Declan here, or Declan, whichever way you pronounce this. Joining us in the stream. We never found out whether that was Benny Glazer or
Oh, I forgot
Connor.
about that. Well, I left you in charge of that, so sometimes I delegate, and the people I delegate to let me down.
apparently I dropped the ball.
So on this hand, I don't know if they're still straddling. Yep, looks like they are. 25, 50, 100. Lexy has the ace-4 of hearts, and she's going to open it up on the button and get
Just win
an easy
$175
$175
and move in.
just like that.
Dust.
That
I hope we're
is-
not Dust.
That is Jason's wife.
Yes.
Somebody's asking if that's Jason's wife, or does she still, or does have his name?
Cucumber avocado roll. Me. Sounds good.
Isabella Mercier has the same name. I don't know if you remember her.
I do remember her.
I haven't seen her around lately.
I don't know the last time I saw her. A few years.
I think they called her No Mercy Mercier.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
It might have been her online name.
Could have been.
Yeah.
For those of you that
Not
never heard of the internet.
Connor. So, we're down to Marco and Benny Glazer.
So you're still grinding away at that problem.
We
I'm
narrowed
glad
it
we're going to
down.
get a solution to that.
Not Russian, not Bryce, not Connor, not.
There's only 8 people. Shit.
We're down to 2.
Oh, okay. What are the 2 that are left?
Benny-
Danzer's one of them, right?
No, Danzer had his own team.
Oh, shit.
The hero pointed out that he had his own team. So it's either Marco or Benny Glazer.
Well, then, I don't know. I took the under on Marco, so I'm going to stick with my answer.
You're going to go with Benny?
I'm going to.
I don't think Benny was here yet when they did the draft, was he? Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, I would have the bump.
I see them. They're here.
Do you want my jacket?
I feel like we're going to get a cooler here shortly.
You think?
I was
Beauty
actually
is pain. right?
Coolers
Earlier
make
I
better
was really
TV.
concentrating on
It
something else.
is. And the, you know, the thing
The
is,
line helped.
when you are only
You know what
watching
else
and
helps a lot?
commenting
If you, like,
on,
bluff
you know,
in
a
a
couple
huge pot, you
of
get really
hours of
warm.
TV like they do
It
on
also
WPT or whatever,
Okay, next time I can see you,
Yeah.
I'll try it out.
probably, you know, easier to
Even just
find a
watch you
couple
for
coolers to
goosebumps.
stick into a couple hours for those people that have been following along for however long we are. We haven't only had one really good cooler. We're definitely due for another one.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Like that would have been a perfect hand for a 7-5 flop.
Yes.
We're just sick. Sick bastards.
Where's D Moon Girl?
What?
Someone's asking where D Moon Girl is.
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
Danielle?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't
I think
haven't
she's in
seen her
Vegas,
here,
if
have
that's
you?
where she lives.
Yeah, I haven't seen her here. So.
Oh, I haven't been playing our game.
Oh, Jimmy, people like blood.
I have a better game.
When you're watching poker, you watch it for the blood.
That's exactly. It's like when you watch NASCAR, right? I mean,
Yeah, you're looking for
want
the
to
wreck.
watch for NASCAR, not see a wreck. I've only gone to one race. It was out in Las Vegas. Did the whole thing. They didn't have one single yellow flag. I don't even know how often that happens. I felt like that had to be almost something that never happens. But they did a whole however many miles, 400-mile race, and nobody wrecked.
Wow. The 6-5 just beat the 10-8 with the open and the raise.
And there were two other people that were playing this game with me, but
Blind versus blind.
where
We're still playing with a straddle.
chose a card, like queen of clubs or whatever. But you have to
I think there are people who actually enjoy hockey, so I won't say that you only go to hockey games for the fights. But I knew my fair share of people who used to say that about hockey.
Oh, yeah, for
Maybe a
sure.
lot, just not
I
as
went to a hockey game and a fight broke out. I played hockey when I was a kid.
I mean, that was good yesterday.
I lived in Chicago till I was 12, and hockey was just one of the things we did in Chicago.
Yes, yes. I lived in the part of the country where
Here's a
that,
cooler hand
that didn't
setting
happen.
itself up.
Oh, you think we're going to come spade, spade, spade?
I think so. Or at least two spades.
from both of them.
I mean, because that's what we predicted, right?
Yeah.
But you never see your card.
We psychically predicted well, that might not do it. There's one spade, though. You never know.
I guess
What are you guys doing over here?
We're playing black and red.
Oh, okay.
I always take black. I don't know, I feel like it's a little here for it.
you hate black.
I always take it.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I've never done it before. Nothing wrong with that.
The birthday boy, Matt Glantz, has walked into the room. Matt, did you know that someone said Goose's birthday's today? I didn't know you guys shared. Yeah, I knew that. I knew it was Melissa Burr's birthday as well.
How old are you?
35,
45.
35 to 45 minutes.
Which is actually
Happy
really cool.
birthday.
That's gotta be, like,
Matt's younger than both of us.
Yeah.
Especially with that.
I am 48.
well, that's what they're like, it's gonna take a while.
Natasha is going to raise with ace-8 of diamonds, 2 black kings.
You get here.
Lexy again. She's the one with all the big pairs, it seems like. Today, most of them, anyway.
She's had a few, for sure. For sure, for sure.
She's like, yeah. I know my two cards
You
are.
just
We're
tell me
definitely
when
on.
we're not on.
I'm always on.
Okay.
Unless you weren't. But we gotta remember, like, we gotta remember. Oh yeah, I just forgot.
But you gotta remember.
But you gotta remember. We gotta really gotta remember. Yeah. Everyone, remember.
So we had a check bet fold. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
She has a feeling about this next one.
2 kings beat the ace-8.
Yeah, she could have floated on that flop. 5-5-7, but
You're out of position. It's a tough spot to be.
yeah, she
And
just decided to surrender. That's what I mean. They're playing real friendly.
on the later, well, I don't know about friendly, but on the later streets, it's been really hard to get value out of Lexi. She's done
They need to
really,
put the gloves
played
on,
really
duke
good
it out
on the
a
later
little.
streets today.
Yeah.
That a bunch of old ladies paint pictures. That's what.
The ace-5 fold. Which hand was that, Matt?
You guys.
Oh, the 2 kings against ace 5. I thought that was
They have
a
a printer that prints
an
it.
interesting pot. I think it's really, really easy for
It's either hand painted
Kelly to have a big ace there.
Yeah.
I mean, like when Kelly leads there, Jamie's.
or middle like this. Looks like it's here.
Yeah, that was the thing. That's
Well, you there's what's like
So
2,500 in the
whatever
middle, and you got 4,200 each. So you're not even getting 3
Matt
to 2.
Glantz
We're right
came
at 3
in, and
to
we're
2.
having a side debate about the ace 5 pocket king's hand.
That inherently is the problem with 3-bet squeezing with ace 5. Is
Yeah.
when you get called, you have no idea where you're at.
That is true.
And given the way that pot's stacked up size-wise, you couldn't even make a C-bet and see if you get raised and get away from it. If you
Nope.
C-bet and you got raised, you had to put him in.
Yep.
You just get yourself in a really bad spot.
Yep.
If the stacks are a lot deeper, that squeeze is a lot more effective because then when you can C-bet and not have to lose the effective stack every time the other person has an ace.
Bada bing, bada boom. Sam will take it down with pocket 7s. How are you doing in the tournament today? Good. Matt Glantz has 85,000 in today's tournament.
Bazam says Kate's face says she is thinking about Trump between every hand she's not in.
You're not allowed to talk about politics.
Well, that was too good. I had to,
Oh,
I had to give a little shout out for that one. That was strong.
No, I'm kind of
Hey, what do you want to do before day
When someone
2
says
tomorrow?
something funny, you just got to give them credit.
I promise you.
So Kate raises
Hey, let's
with
swap a
ace
hundred and
4
You could totally get me.
spades.
You could totally get me. Because I'll be like, wow, I didn't even see you there. All right. Here's
Sam
the
calls with queen jack.
accidentally needled me. Like,
But no, because I saw Kate.
See, here's where it's friendly to me. If I'm in her position with the queen jack,
I didn't want to say
I'm going to
anything.
go ahead and 3-bet if I'm going to play it. Maybe that's just my style.
I knew how you were feeling.
You know, I think Sam feels really comfortable playing post-flop against in a lot of these hands.
Right.
And so she can just take the flop down, see what happens, and try to get value after.
Yeah.
And I think she's played her hands well after the flop.
Oh, yeah, I'm not criticizing. I'm just
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about the friendliness of the
But
game. I
the-
didn't mean that
yeah,
in
the
any
lack of-
critical
the
way.
lack
I just
of-
mean that in a cash game like this, when I sense the level of
The overall aggression level, less
yeah, the
3-betting
overall
than
aggression
your-
level being as low as it seems to be right now, that's where I would turn it up with hands like that.
Right. This
It
is-
would
this
have really
been
got
a-
her in trouble here, though. You notice that
Well,
it would have
a
been
big-
top set
it
against
would've
an
been a
open-ended
big
straight
pot.
draw. Yeah.
I don't know about got in trouble, but big pot.
Yeah, this is one of those where I'd like to see the old rabbit hunt hand. Where's the rabbit hunt cam when you need it?
We have Ed Peoples asking if there will be another stream tomorrow, and the answer to that question is yes. There will be streaming a feature table from the Rock and Roll Poker Open tournament starting at 2:45 Eastern, and I'm sure it'll have lots of cool kids on it, people who are entertaining to watch. I think they get to hand pick their feature table. Either that, or it'll be the only table that has more than one Hard Rock Pro. If there's two Hard Rock Pros, they might be up there representing. It's a fair point.
That's the way to do it.
It's all the same suit.
Is this the episode where Cate Hall stacks off to Todd Brunson? I don't think so. It'd be weird to see Todd show up at this event.
Do you think he'd wear a muumuu or a skirt?
I don't know. I'll ask.
That happened in Choctaw?
yeah, you did.
Todd didn't tell me about that. So it looks like they are currently back down to the 25-50 level.
The round of straddles appears to be over.
Yep.
Just waiting.
Oh, still? I mean, she's here. She
I
might.
didn't win.
Oh, yeah. She's like, yeah, she's over there.
Smart, yeah, we used that. 1,000 points.
These aren't too close.
Todd in a tutu. I didn't say tutu. I said muumuu.
So fast. And
Mr. Glantz, the people, the lovely people in the chat are saying happy birthday, Jimmy Bluffett.
Jimmy Bluffett.
look in your
Frank's
eyes.
going to stay away for a minute. Apparently he had too much coffee.
There's
So.
lots of different kinds of dumb things you can do, you know?
Who, me?
Oh, I've done
Or
them all.
didn't you say you were going to walk away for a second?
Cassie,
Oh, he's gonna stay.
You can play around button.
It's got really cold in here all of a sudden.
I also noticed that he quit playing which I haven't had.
What's
in
like
place.
the hit? I'm like,
But he'll put it
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's like ice
I
cold.
had it
Rep is still rooting hard for the cooler.
at 800.
Everyone likes blood, Frank. I keep telling you. They come for the pain.
But he quits whenever it gets like.
That's why we need those loose 3 bets.
And I
Come
will,
on,
I will
Sam.
tell you something else. If
Fire it
there's-
up.
Blood leads to more blood. Once someone gets stuck or a
That's
couple
the
people
thing.
get stuck,
We need somebody to open their nose.
I know. Kelly's stuck and she's playing good. It's not fair. The stuck person's supposed to play loose and fast and entertain us.
Yep. She's jacking up our whole game plan. So here we have second pair. Yes, sir.
Offering me a piece to play against Jason. I was like,
Offering me really just anything
it's out there.
So, yeah, so half the table were at the wedding last week. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. That's where you get the friendliness.
See, those are definitely paint.
They don't want to inflict real pain on a newlywed.
Yeah.
Well, I think they all know Jason won 100,000 yesterday, so I don't think they will feel bad if Natasha lost 4,000 today.
They figure she can afford it.
Just guessing.
Just don't think it's something. No, not hand painted.
no, they are hand painted.
They are.
KT Mike says he's bored.
Aw.
Mike, ask us some questions. We'll tell you fun stories. I like the ask questions and we tell stories too. It's fun.
Yeah.
We could talk about college football.
Rep and I both
I don't know,
I
like,
like
to
combines
just
are
run our
so
mouth
hard,
randomly
like,
for no
those are
reason,
really
so feel
intricate,
free.
really
Yeah.
Especially face
I like seeing Jim Harbaugh in lots and lots of pain.
Especially face card. I agree. It's like a
The
whole
guy that
day.
used to be a quarterback?
The guy who's Michigan's coach. Ohio State beat him today. Urban Meyer beat him. But he was Stanford's coach, which is the University of Washington.
But he was a
big
Bears
rival.
quarterback like 88 years ago, right?
Yeah. He quarterbacked at Michigan, quarterbacked in the NFL. He also was the head coach of Stanford, the University of Washington grad, my alma mater, so he was my rival there. Went to San Francisco. I'm a Seahawks fan. He was my rival there. So I just have this long-term root for him to have pain thing going on.
9 of spades maybe will give us a little pain here. Oh, and we missed it.
Hey, Dennis Miller, they want the weekend update on Castrodine. The weekend update is he's dead. His brother confirmed it. It's over.
Did the brother confirm it?
Yeah, Raul posted
Raul.
in the Cuban media yesterday.
Yeah, it was kind of surreal, you know, in the middle of the night last night when I woke up and seen the news. And I mean, there were people in the middle of the streets in Miami celebrating and just thinking, I'm in Miami. I mean, you and I both are West
Yeah,
Coast
it's
guys,
gotta
so
be
even
like
being
way,
here was kinda
way
like
different here, a lot closer. I mean, it's like 60 miles from here, 80
Right.
miles from here, right? So it's
Yeah.
a lot different.
living in
environment here
Washington
from-
or living in Nevada.
I'm about as far away as you can get in the continental U.S. in Washington,
So I should
Seattle.
probably put
Yeah.
anything
Physically
I did there
and
was so bad, and
culturally.
I'd put chips
And
in
KT Mike, I think he got there. It was awfully close, but I thought the ball got to the line. It was close. I give you that.
Mine is here.
Funniest poker moment with Blitz. Well, that's going to have to be you. Well, I'll tell you my.
remember you
I've
guys
only
used
played
that.
with Blazarian one time, and it went kind of like this. We were sitting at the Bellagio playing a 25-50 no limit game, and there's a seat open, and Dan walks through the poker room, and he sits down at the table and says he's going to take this seat, and he drops a $100,000 chip on the table while we're playing 25-50 and says, "Deal me in." We proceed to play
From your one good spot.
like around the table once, and he gets to his blind again, and he has numbers with 4 people. He owes 4 people money, not a big amount, like he's down $800 or
Right,
something,
yeah.
and he won't change his chip. People are getting frustrated, and he just won't change his chip. And then in his next big blind, he wins like $1,100, pays off his debts, stands up and walks away with a $300 winner.
Hits and runs the game
I did look at it and
for his dinner money.
It was crazy. I mean, like, talk about trying to big time people. Yes, I have money on the table, but no, I'm not going to pay you when I lose this hand.
Well, that story I told earlier was the funniest one. And what was also an interesting thing about that story, like I was saying earlier, when he had that rack of $10 million worth of chips, it's just, I know the Nevada law has something to do with the casino having to keep as much cash in the cage as they have in chips that are out, Or not
Cage
in
or
the
safe.
cage, but like on the premises.
On the
or
property.
whatever.
I think they can keep it in the like
And you
safe
just have
that's
to
way
assume that
underground.
they don't want somebody wandering around with $10 million in chips. I mean, you know, they don't mind if you're going to be out there playing with them, but I assume he keeps them or kept them locked up.
Yeah, or he just has it on account and asks for the chips when he shows up.
Yeah, could be. I don't even know. It was just. I know he was carting them around. I think that was also the first, if I'm not mistaken, it was the first summer that we did the $1 million one-drop buy-in. So that was probably why he had that many of those big chips out, because there were people that came in from Asia and New York business people came in and were playing a really big cash game. Something like, I think it was 4,000, 8,000 blind.
Yikes.
Yeah. 4,000, 8,000 no limit with $1 million buy-in.
We got this little pot going on here.
Yep. That might slow it down.
Top pair against the open ender on the 4 flush board.
Yep. Sam has been playing well after the flop, like you said. So interesting.
That's
to
a
see
tough
what she
spot
does.
to make a call. You could stick
She
a little
can,
raise
right?
in,
Maybe a little raise. I agree with you there.
but it's
Call
a
that
tough
and see
spot to
what
make
they're
a
gonna
call. It's almost like I had a little signal from her that was going to happen.
Yeah, right?
I did tell Jessica when I saw her yesterday, I'm like, we got to work out some kind of sign so I know whether you're going to call or fold.
So that you look like you
Yeah,
really,
so
that's
it
a
looks
good
like
idea.
I just know what's going on.
Damn, I should have done that. You're always out thinking me.
Sometimes I do my homework. You know?
Nice hand, nice hand. She did not bluff. That was the best hand.
Sorry. Nothing.
What did you say?
So I feel like you're bluffing, but I have nothing.
That is the interesting thing.
What's
Jessica says, I feel like you're bluffing, but I had nothing. I mean, how many times, you have to wonder, how many times you think you bluff a pot, and the reality was you had the best hand anyway.
Right.
So you would have won. In a case like this, where you're facing a bet, you wouldn't have won, so you have to actually pull the trigger on the bluff to win the pot. But sometimes you get to the river and you have position, you go, all right, I'm going to turn this hand into a bluff because I don't think I'm winning, and you would have won anyway. So like you feel like your bluff worked,
Yeah.
you feel smart, but you got the same result you
And
would have
that's
if
what
you
I'm talking
checked.
about earlier, as far as the the 4-dimension, the above the rim stuff that makes poker such a cool game.
Yeah. Mr. Mask TV says he loves you, Frank.
He did what?
He says he loves you, Mr.
Oh, that's
Mask
good.
TV.
It's good to be loved.
Yeah.
So what do we got happening here? Ace-9 raises to 150. Jessica call.
Yeah.
Flops an open-ended straight
Pairing an
draw.
open ender against the ace
Pair.
high. Goes check on the flop. Kate's going to put some chips in. Jessica's going to call. We'll see what happens on the end. 2 1/4, I think. That's my
You
call.
think?
Yeah. Ooh. 400. the
She
big
tried to
bet.
even talk herself out of betting there.
Hmm.
Whoa, and she wins.
Wow.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Seat open.
We're only for the baby though.
Who's looking for a seat?
Oh, there's a little dog over there. I see.
Another dog?
That does look. Oh, it's a baby, that dog.
Oh.
Look like might be marshmallow. You see the little white above there, above the hall on the top
You
right
and
there?
your marshmallow.
Like this
I should put her in my lap and like act like she's I think I'm making a wreck of that.
Yeah, but I did know that that wasn't marshmallow came on the screen.
You did. I'll give you that. You won that bet.
Ah,
It's like no one's.
yes, yes, yes.
It is okay to wear white pants after Labor Day. We did check on that earlier.
It's okay to wear whatever you want, whenever you want.
You don't know that fashion rule?
Oh,
You're not supposed to wear white after Labor Day?
I'm from
or-
Seattle, not
Oh,
New
are
York.
you?
We wear jeans and flannel and T-shirts.
There is no
all-
accounting for the way you folks in Seattle dress,
Every
that's
day.
for sure.
Yeah, because it
The funniest thing I thought I noticed about the way people in Seattle dress was you can't tell a billionaire from a homeless guy in Seattle.
Maybe.
They all look pretty
Just
comfortable.
try not to smell them.
No sniffing allowed. I think she just flopped the nuts,
The break's gonna be at 8.
right?
I think.
The nuts against nothing.
The nuts against nothing is a problem.
I got so far.
Over before the chips hit the felt.
Yep, that's frustrating. I hate flopping the nuts against nothing.
Baby's really cute.
My wife corrected me to say it's white shoes.
Oh,
You're
white
not supposed
shoes.
to wear white shoes after Labor.
Yes,
Labor
because
Day, so.
you're being called out in the chat by the hero. He said, "What fashion authority did
I
you check
didn't.
with?"
I
And
didn't.
apparently, the answer to that question is Piper.
Yeah, Piper.
Piper is the fashion expert. He just asked his wife.
She is now.
That's
I didn't
what-
ask her. She just piped up.
She
Piped
just
up. Piper
she
piped
just
up.
volunteered. Rep, what years were you at UW? All right, well, I graduated from high school in 1989, so I started at UW in the fall of '89. And then there were about 3/4 I was not enrolled in school over the next 9 years. My last, my last quarter, fall quarter in 1998, my 10th fall quarter, I graduated.
They're watching the stream.
Wow. So by that point, you were a semi-professional student.
Well, I was a semi-professional poker player and semi-professional student. I spent far too many days playing anywhere from 10-20 to 30-60 limit Holdem, and
so many interests in
I was earning
January
more
1st
money
-ish.
than I would as an entry-level electrical engineer.
Right.
And then the next one was chemistry, and then
Where were
chemical
you playing
engineering,
30-60
and
limit?
then
Yep.
math.
She's still
The
like
Bay
looking and
101.
stuff.
Oh,
I know.
okay.
I used to go to the
She
Barrage
posted
sometimes to
afterwards,
play
like,
40-80
yeah,
there
she's, like,
too.
the better shape
But
you're
more
in,
often I
easier
went
work
to
will
the
be.
Bay when I
She's
traveled.
in really good shape.
We used to play a lot of
You can still
10-20 in
see, like,
Seattle.
her quad muscles and stuff, even
Is
though
that
she's got, like,
Porter that is
she's definitely-
commentating from the
Like you see the baby,
Lutz?
but like the rest of her is just ripped. I'm like,
think.
you're in better shape than
I
me.
don't really
and
know how to
you're
pronounce
The
all those
Lutz?
WTF.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. But yes, this is Rep Porter commentating.
Like January 1st.
And yeah, so I graduated. I was there from '89 to '98, basically.
Who's Lyman?
When did the straddle start? Just now?
Who's Lyman?
I really need to start painting.
Frank sounds like a mix of Lyman and Ike. We've got the Ike reference again. I don't know who Lyman is.
Wow, you are digging.
Pocket
More
tens
revive.
is what Sam's got
You guys
this
have like
time.
the memory of a goldfish. You go like 6 hands go by, they're like, oh, was it on those 6? You owe me 600.
And Kelly, I don't know what's happened to the graphics.
Yeah.
I thought Sam opened here with tens. I could be wrong. It looks like her tens went away. No, she still has her 10. Okay.
She just straddled, you know.
Raise
Oh, so she didn't open. I got you. She had straddled. So she had straddled 100.
Jamie,
And Kelly raised.
Kelly opened with it.
I assume Natasha. Maybe you'll go. See here. Assuming she'll go.
Good luck, Sam.
Abe
Yep.
Lyman. I don't know who that is. Abe Lyman.
That's it.
I'm not even looking anymore.
Just stare at face.
Did I lose 100? It's on the board.
Are you black or red?
Yes, you did.
Act first.
Did I play much at the Hustler Hollywood Park in the 90s? No, I never made it to either venue in the 90s. I still don't think I've ever played poker at either one of those casinos.
I've not.
And I also got the rep. I met you at Run It Up Reno.
Did we? I think we just had a $50 bet and a call there on the flop. By the way, it was a $50 bet into a bigger pot.
Checking with chips.
It's gonna be one of those Natasha Rillers.
And Bree on the river.
10.
That is some friendly poker playing.
Yeah.
You go with that.
Huh? Oh. Is it 50?
Whatever, you can check whatever. On the straddle.
I think she was contemplating a fold on the flop.
She gave you 50. You're like, she gave you 50 dealers. Don't
No, I
short
have
yourself.
no idea.
Don't give it back to her.
But
She's rich
apparently
now.
that guy thinks
She's
you've
in
been
her
drinking
50s.
wine all day.
I'm still trying to
Why
get
would he ever
stuff
get
for
that idea?
What was yesterday?
What was yesterday?
Playing this seven.
Oh, the tournament. Oh, yeah, great. Remind me that stuff.
Sold them.
Dang it.
You only fire only one bullet?
Yeah.
That's nothing. 2 bullets.
Straddle?
One's like free.
Yeah, but
Are you only in for one?
Straddle is back in play.
Like making
Raise,
back your
Pocket kings. That's much better than sixes.
Yes, it is. And we're going to get a little call here, I think.
Why not? Straight against a set. Oh, nope, not quite.
We even got the chat where we're rooting for the cooler.
I know, see, they're rooting for coolers. You gotta have some coolers.
Red. Send.
only during tournaments.
I need one more.
The next stream tomorrow at 2:45 Eastern time.
you're not.
Somebody asked him there.
Yeah.
There's been so many black balls.
Ewok Cuddles.
Ewok cuddle.
He's even got an emoji for a cooler. I like that.
Ewok cuddles.
Sam has all the chips now, winning $7,000 after getting stuck early.
Minkin's down 12. Ouch.
Yes, yes, she's running into a couple bad spots,
Yeah.
and Natasha's been sliding.
Yeah.
She's gonna get no sympathy.
It'll be interesting to see
I mean,
how
I
the
would
game
look
changes
like-
after dinner, I think.
I assume tomorrow. That's what
Yeah.
I'm gonna do. Not by the pool.
How is it with your family?
They'll
It was
go
good.
get a little bit more wine in them, a little
To
food.
Everglades.
Maybe come back fired up.
No, 4. Alligators. In the Everglades store. Have you done that?
Oh yeah,
With
I
airboats?
about it. I haven't.
I haven't done it. I've always wanted to.
I've
It's
always
fun.
wanted to
Done
do
what?
it too. The airboats.
The airboats. It's in the swamp, and they
You like
take
the
you-
airboats through the Everglades?
Oh, the Everglades? Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing that's a shade.
That's all I was like.
I didn't
Throw
know.
shade on each other or something.
And tanks.
It could be
I learned that word recently.
Did
Yeah,
you?
it's colder.
Yeah,
Actually, yeah. Now
like
is the right
to
time to do that.
Yeah.
kind of subtly diss someone, throw shade,
Oh,
cast
okay.
shade on them, or
And the alligators.
I don't really
See,
quite
I was supposed to
understand.
take,
Yeah, you and I are too
alligator
old for
tour
that.
in NOLA,
Yeah.
And we all had it set up, and we go to the place, and they're like, "Oh, your boat broke down on the way here," and I was like, "That's such bad luck." And I'm like, "Oh my
Hopefully-
god, that's good luck." Imagine being in the middle, like, "Hey, there's alligators."
The
You
hero
are
wants
now
to know
just
if we're here all
floating.
night.
Yeah.
Being asked, are you going to be here all night?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, until the end.
Thing that sucks.
Seems
Wait,
likely.
in NOLA,
Yeah,
what
why
would-
not?
What would you
We're
say
having a
is
good
alligator?
time.
Unless there's an
Hours,
earthquake
yeah.
or a fire drill or
We could have a tidal wave or a tsunami.
Ocean.
We are in Miami. I think we're about 2 feet above
That's
sea
like
level.
Remember Katrina? That
Wait,
hit
was
there
that
super hard.
during, the London stuff?
We
No,
might
I
not
went
even
for
be
a
that high
second.
above sea
I didn't go
I missed the
through.
run good one
Me
there.
too.
Yeah.
We are right on the ocean at the beautiful Seminole Hard Rock.
I saw there's a
Hollywood,
WSOP circuit at Tulsa Hard Rock now.
That place is fun. I thought
love
it
it.
was going to be
That's- I
boring. I'm
miss
like, oh,
7, 8
no,
of
that's
diamonds.
never
Who's not
TV.
playing that?
That's so much fun. There.
Bing! 300
It
a
could be
call.
between,
Sam
like, the
quickly
people that
comes
we
in
bring, but
behind her. King,
It has
queen.
to be. It's always just a big.
Yeah.
Kelly will play,
Everyone
I'm
wants to go
assuming,
out.
with 7, 10 of clubs.
Even the cash games are fun. Everyone is just drinking. And, like, nobody's
Was
like
that the look?
grinding.
Faded it.
Missed it.
That was the almost made it 1400 look.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the,
Next time we'll go have
like,
these. Just let me know.
So, where are we at on this flop?
400.
oh, the hero says he was there for the draft.
There's
We
actually
gave up
not
on that
oranges.
already. But that gives it away for sure. Marco.
I just started.
Marco wasn't there, so it's Benny.
Pick it
Start
out.
thinking
He
that
never.
every time you win, that's
He
when
doesn't
you
Frank
have a
was at the
dress up
draft. I
one.
wasn't, so Frank should have known this.
We're
Marco
like,
was
"Just her
not there.
uniforms." Like, she looks great today. Can you just put on some
Maybe he was. No, he wouldn't. No way.
Dude, it's a subtle shade. Samantha Abernathy.
I don't know.
Lampernathy.
Is that what that means? I still don't
I
understand
assume.
the
I
word
think.
shade.
I think this is a
If anybody in the feed can explain the word shade to us, we're not sure what it means.
we can play that.
I mean, I think we understand what a shade on a lamp is
300.
in reference to here. I hope it's not too
I really do want to see this tomorrow.
NSFW.
I'm not trying to bag or anything.
That means not safe for work.
I knew what that meant. I mean, it took me a while to figure it out.
I said it real slow.
I clicked on the first video someone sent me that had that next to it. I'm like, oh.
Shit. All right, so what do we got here? We got the queen hitting top pair against two pocket pairs.
Yes.
450.
There's Will. Will the Thrill in the front row. Shout out for him.
They are on dinner break in the main event in there, so they probably have a big audience right this minute.
Yeah. Full room, cheering sections and banners and T-shirts, hats.
Yeah.
Make poker great again.
They can do the wave.
That'd be awesome. We really got to work that out next time. Love a poker crowd.
Yes. We got Norman Chad in the chat here.
That is not really Norman.
Oh, come on. He says, hey, guys, it's me, Norman Chad. Why would he lie to us? He's got to be telling us the truth.
That is true. That would be a weird thing to claim, wouldn't it? I mean, you'd claim to be Lon if you had to claim to be one or the other, right?
I think I'd rather be Norm. I think Norm has more fun.
That's true. But Norm always gives me shit on TV, so I have no
Shade is disguised disrespect.
Gotcha.
A very articulate answer from Project 127.
Thank you, Project 127. We appreciate that. Right after my wife texted me the Urban Dictionary definition of shade. Thank you, Piper. Just in case I didn't know.
Do you worry that she's just trying to keep tabs on you?
I don't think so. No, we were just tied. I think she's actually in the office cutting checks or dealing with invoices or something.
And she finds you talking about poker entertaining?
I don't think so. I just think she's bored. I think she's just bored and working.
Hey, Jimmy Bluffett says he's Frank Kasella. Why would he lie about that?
Exactly. Definitely not.
I think he's Joey Crockett, actually.
Where are we at? We're on the turn.
On the
Somebody
turn.
bet $1,500.
Checked.
Where'd the king queen go?
The king queen went in the muck.
I hate it when the best handful. Why did the king queen go in the muck? What did we miss?
I don't know, but I'm guessing Kate looks like she's going to kill somebody, so I think she folded.
I don't even understand that.
Why the
I
king
would
queen
love
would
to.
fold there?
This is one of those moments where you really hate that you don't have your DVR going.
To rewind and watch
Because I
how
would
it
really
happened.
like to see what the hell just happened. If we'd pay a little bit more attention, this wouldn't have happened.
It's interesting.
Somehow king queen ended up getting folded.
So, but
Go ahead.
Kelly bet the button and Jessica check raised all in and won the pot. Did you see that?
No, I mean the whole thing threw me off. I don't know where I went wrong. I didn't.
That was a really strong
That
play
was
by
so
Jessica. I mean, really strong.
I was thought about like lying this is the joke as we talked about earlier. Like, you
I don't know what was going on.
Then they're not gonna like.
Really strong play.
That's what I'm saying. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say on that
Well,
one.
that's the thing.
Let's just move into the next hand.
Raise 150.
As poker sometimes has to do. Somebody's got fives again. Is that Jessica? Jessica had fives?
Just got eights last
Oh,
time.
okay.
So she check raised bluffed with the best hand
Oh, I love it.
last
makes
time
it way
with
better.
the eights against the fives. But
See, now that was furthering my confusion. She had five.
yeah,
That's why I thought that hand was particularly funny. I was thinking the third place hand won, which it frequently does. I hear the money machine counting again in the background too. Did you hear that?
yeah.
Somebody's reloading.
I'm guessing it's Kelly.
At least there's one.
Since the people in the chat claim that they
Yesterday
saw
everyone had like.
Chance walk up and give her money.
Oh,
That was fun to watch.
And then look,
Yeah, we
she's
watched
got
that on
chips.
YouTube.
Cha-ching.
It is nice that they have
Money.
the cage right here.
Oh.
We're going to have some results up here on the screen here.
How's he doing in the tournament, Jess?
We are building up some
Just bought it?
stacks
Oh,
now.
okay. Or rebought. Okay.
Raise 150.
So not great.
Not you. That's okay.
Sam opened without showing us her cards.
Once you get to 300 big blind average stack, I think they just need to make that straddle mandatory.
Oh, I have diamonds too.
I'm just going to vote for that. I don't know that I have the authority to make that decision, but I'm going to vote for it.
You just like blood. Blood.
That means the flop definitely would have been black.
I am not touching that. Go ahead.
No, we're just gonna let that go. The first time I played in the Poker Night show here in the Hard Rock.
Here in Florida, Hard Rock?
Yeah, this venue. We didn't play in this little room over here that they're in. That's by the casino, by the cage. We were out in some back room by some theater out in the entertainment space out there.
Okay.
And so like there wasn't a cashier right there. There was some guy who had
shit,
some
so you
chips
had-
to help you.
oh,
You had to bring chips in your pocket. You had to. It was work to if you ran out of chips, it was work to get more.
That's not good. Well, why wouldn't you have just came with some in your pocket, like a couple of big chips, right?
Well, then you got. I mean, you got to like
back
go
to the
if you're not from here, you got to go to the cage to start with. And
Yeah.
do I want to bring 30,000 in the game? Do I want to bring 10,000 in the game? Do I want to be, it's.
Oh, I understand. So we have a absolute minimum win with pocket aces?
It
And we're all a
happens
little
sometimes. Happens sometimes. No blood. It didn't come 7-7-4 with an ace on the turn.
Almost louder than you.
That's really cute.
Yeah.
How you doing?
It's forever. This dinner break.
Oh, I didn't know it was dinner break. I mean, how's your dinner break going? Did you eat well?
25.50?
The girls must be getting hungry. They're talking about dinner break.
Yeah, I think they were a while ago.
Wonder where they're going to go eat at.
175.
I've heard that the Japanese restaurant here is amazing.
Really?
Kuro, is that the Japanese restaurant?
I don't know.
I just saw that. Yeah, my friend told me when I was leaving to come here that it's amazing that I should eat there one night.
This is a nice property altogether. I like it.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it every time.
Sprawls out. The
Every time
restaurants
I've been
are
here, I've
good.
enjoyed
The
it.
hotel staff is really good.
You wouldn't have to, like,
I mean, really
We
good.
can bet again later.
When you're a poker person, you know,
We're gonna remember.
That's awesome.
especially like in my case, sometimes stuck working and stuff like that. It's
We
nice
get-
to
we
have
get it at our-
We get a
reliable
drinking game.
room service and stuff like that. And everybody working here is really good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm June. Set it up.
It's hard not to like South Florida.
Put it on these two.
That's what we should have been doing when we were watching like final table coverage and stuff.
So we have ace queen raising, bringing it in against pocket sixes, 3-5-9 flop. Bada bing, bada boom. Jamie can't resist. Kelly and Jamie have played a lot of hands together today, it seems. And it feels like Kelly's been getting the best of her.
Yeah, they have played a lot of hands. And it's hard to say that sentence out loud when Kelly's losing 14,000,
I know.
isn't it?
It is. It definitely is, but I'm just saying.
It doesn't mean you're wrong.
Yeah, in this spot.
Oh no, it's only 10 more minutes. 7:50.
So all the draws got there on the river.
Big check.
The river was a 7 of clubs, by the way.
Really wanted to get
I
out
don't
of
know why
line
they
with
didn't turn it over.
9-5.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
All the draws got.
It's okay, because
But nobody had a drawing.
I'm going to get a lot, but
Well, technically,
hurting on that
she had
flop.
the overpair
more
draw.
hands and like,
Yeah. Who doesn't draw to a pair sometimes?
tell them to set them up in the back.
Pairs are hard to get.
I've had lots of hands where I just try to make a pair.
Cool. Let's see some
I don't
flops.
care what
Katie.
anybody says. Pairs are
That's
hard
why
to
I
get.
wish we had unlimited chips. You can see so many turns, so many rivers.
I like flops as well.
I wish I was a billionaire so I'd never have to fold ever.
I like turns. I like to see the turns.
Dude, we were just talking about the other day how like I would never ever ever in my life hold a flush draw. If I
Ooh,
was a
they're
billionaire.
shading.
I would just, I did limp.
It does sound like
that?
they're throwing some shade.
shade.
I don't know if you
I
can use
just said I
say
wanna see
shading. You
flops.
have to throw
I
shade.
thought she was like, forgot to
Why
use the
can't
big
I
one.
do that?
No.
I was like,
I just
okay.
don't think it's the proper.
I like to make up my
proper
own
vernacular.
phraseology.
Everybody would
from
love
time
playing
to
with me
time.
if
I
I
don't
was
know
a
if I'm gonna let
billionaire.
you
I would
just
just be like, I have a gut shot.
make
Like,
me
let's
like
see what
that.
happens.
Ace 3, ace 5, pocket deuces.
Yeah, I've been that person.
Confused
When
between
I was a
these
lawyer,
days.
I felt like a billionaire. I'm like, calm.
Now, if a wheel hits the board, we might have blood. Ooh, nut flush against a set. So we are going to
We
get a little bit
got
of blood.
we got a cooler.
Yep, we will get a little bit of blood on this hand and maybe go right to dinner. It might be the time.
There will be some straight shots.
The way it stands right now, Cate is an underdog.
Lawyer
She's
on
number
lawyer
2 to
violence
1.
here.
Jamie flopped the nuts.
Oh, that was a
Turn is
good card.
Good for.
If that was a spade, it would have killed the action.
It would have, yeah. That leaves the blood open, and we can see that Kate's got 16,000 and Jamie's got 9,300. So this should end up being a $20,000 pot, or certainly could be, unless she's.
I think we're gonna get a bet and a raise on this street
for sure.
And we have various opinions in the chat on who we want to win.
They're placing bets. They do realize there's a delay, right? I don't want to kill any bet action going on in the feed, but I hope they understand that.
What do you think? The $2,000 wager into the 1550 pot.
It seems a little strong, but I mean, it's got to feel nice when you're sitting there with the nuts.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that Cate feels like she doesn't want to see another spade on the river. She feels like she has the best hand right now, so she's making a spade pay. She doesn't realize she's running into 2. I think.
Yeah.
All in?
She might realize it now. That might be a dead giveaway.
Have a count, please.
So she bet 2.
Here comes the bad news. It's going to be
7,300 more.
Yeah, enough that it's tough to call.
It is.
You're not
That's
getting
what
the
I'm
right
thinking.
price.
Yeah, they're definitely not getting the right price, so that's why.
I mean, even if she's up against the 8-9 or the set of 10s.
A smooth call behind would have looked a little fishy.
Hey, we got Sea Chickens 32. You think he's from Seattle?
Could be. Sea chickens, yeah. That's what those things on the helmet are, right? Sea chickens?
Hawks, sea
Oh,
hawks.
sea hawk. They look like they could be chickens.
9-3.
She looks upset. Yep. In the muck they go. So, I mean, in that particular case, like over-betting the pot accomplished, I guess, exactly what she wanted it to. It gave her the information that she was looking for,
Cate?
or it was going to force somebody with something like a spades random.
Not too long ago, and I was like, Natasha, Cinderella. Now
We
Jess
knew
is
that
doing
they
it.
would.
Sam found herself a sweatshirt. It must have been cold out there. And we've got a raise and a re-raise to open this pop.
Raise, re-raise. The other diamond draw went away.
500, yeah, 500. Oh, yeah, good pop.
Frozen Rude. How are you?
Was it 500
See you saying hi in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, hers was.
Okay. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It is Eastern Standard Time here, so it's 9:07.
Yep.
You're torturing her by letting her know what she's folding. It's gonna be like ace, 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 ace.
That'll be fun.
The player who's not at the table is Jessica Dawley. She will be back shortly.
She ordered the large pizza. Feed the family of 4.
No. A little shout out to Deece Cox 95, I guess. XXDECCOX.
I think that might be a porn star. So
You think we're not allowed to
there's
talk
a lot
about
of
him?
X's in there. That's a good question. Why is he dealing to an empty seat in the cash game?
Yeah, Sarasota.
Usually, if
Quiet.
well, you know the
Okay,
answer.
who'd you vote for?
In most cash games, if
That's right.
in the higher
Gary
stakes
Johnson.
limits, they don't have any jackpots. They don't have any reasons to deal that player out. And so since they paid their blinds, they generally deal them in so that if they show up, they can come back to their hand. And since they paid for that hand, it's just trying to be equitable. In a lot of the lower stakes games where they have jackpots and other things, and they take a rake, they treat that situation very differently. They don't like to deal the extra cards out. They don't like to create opportunities for people to do things inappropriately with the cards and such.
The Jack 3 of diamonds is still in the lead.
Red flag still on.
Bet call there on the turn after the ace hits.
Well, it feels like Natasha's going to bet her whole range there.
Yeah.
So you still have so many 2 high card hands beat that she's going to fire out with as a bluff. The ace on the turn creates a really interesting dynamic in these spots.
Plus 100.
Pappy Van Winkle, thank you very much for the compliment. Say, Rep Porter, really like your game. You play all disciplines well. Appreciate it. Someday I'll make enough money to drink a little Pappy Van Winkle.
It's like a straight.
So Sam has the best hand here, but
Okay, so you don't have straight.
Natasha
Just you didn't see it.
has bluffed 1,700 in position on the river.
Going Papers asking, how is Undergun in the hand? Are they straddling? And yes, they seem to be having a round of straddles right now. So Samantha was in the straddle that hand and chose to defend against the button raise.
And I think with that stack size, they're going to keep it up, right?
It sounded like they were saying they were going to play 1 round of straddles at the start of each dealer. So probably half the hands will be straddled now.
Yeah, she did. But I can still straddle, right?
Yeah, whatever. There are no rules.
We make up the rules.
Yeah.
Chaos reigns.
Jamie's got ace king.
300.
Raise 300.
Oh, 2 ace kings. Well, I heard from one of my kids that he's listening. So, David, if you're out there listening, Dad says hi. Ace king against 7-10, and there's a king on the flop along with a 10.
This, as you were listening,
Both of
then
them.
I realized that your whistle was for that. And I was already like glaring at you.
Kelly bets her 7-10 after it checked around on the flop. Nobody knows what Cate has at the table.
E. Gonzalez is hoping that Frank will take him as his new child.
I have 5 kids. I don't need any extras. But David's a big fan of poker, so.
Chop it up.
2 Broadway winners.
Is there a method to
Dave's my youngest kid, and he's good friends with Penn and Emily's kids, you know, Penn Gillette the magician. So every summer when we end up at the Rio at some point, he always wonders why Penn's picture on the outside of the building is so much bigger than my poster in the tournament room for Player of the Year.
She did a good job.
He doesn't think that that's fair.
And you have to tell him that Penn does it every year and you only did it 1 year.
She was so nice too.
Penn does it every night.
Yeah.
That is a good show. Best show in Vegas.
I've never seen it.
Penn and Teller is the best show in Vegas. You need to get in there and see it.
I walk by the Penn and Teller Theater, you know, 100 times every
Oh my
summer.
goodness, yeah.
At least.
Well, think about it. We started playing the series there in 2005, and we do it for basically 6 weeks a year. So since then, it's been, what, 12 years we've done that. So that's 72 weeks of our life we've spent in the Rio. That's, what, a year and 20 weeks? It's almost a year and a half of our life we've spent at the Rio.
Can we, you know, pretend like that's not true?
That's a little depressing. But Penn has better parking. All right, so ace jack on the flop. We got top pair, top kicker against a bottom side gutter ball and top side gutter ball. And a backdoor flush draw. Everybody but the king five has a little bit of something happening.
It's nice to get a 5-way pot. Get a little gamble going.
Yeah, I know, right? And the herd has thinned. Any club would be good. 10. That was close. 10 of diamonds, really close.
I get 3,000 in
Heads up, Julie.
Actually, 1,000 in green and 2 in black. Thank you.
875.
Perfect. Thank you.
Looked like Kate was considering a little raise there.
Mm-hmm.
I just flattered because it went so many ways. I thought about 3 things. It's tough stuff.
Kelly, apparently someone on the stream commented.
Anytime you're thinking about
right
raising,
after
do it.
Labor Day.
Oh my.
Only in
God.
Florida. In Florida, it's
In
okay.
Florida, it's okay.
It's okay anyway if you know the rules.
Yeah. And isn't that just like a pants thing?
I don't know.
I don't know. I got a kick out of that.
Isn't that doesn't even exist? That was like back in
Yeah.
like the when women had to wear pantyhose.
Oh, I'm wearing mine too. So it's like okay that I said it.
Yeah, of course.
Like I'm also. I just thought that was so funny.
So do you think someone wearing white
sure
telling
that was
someone
the
else
most
that they're not
critical
supposed to
comment
wear
of all
white counts as
today.
throwing shade?
That's the only one. The only thing that was said.
I mean, to try to bring this whole conversation full circle.
I don't know. It's funny to think about, though.
There's a lot of variance with Twitch chats though. Like
I think Piper cleared that up earlier.
there have been times we've like done
We're all squared away.
commentary at
It's the white
Borgata where I'm
shoe
like
situation.
expecting someone to just make me cry and it'll be like super nice all day and then I
Can't
get
even see
comfortable and I
their
check it
shoes.
the next day and I'm like,
Somebody in the feed asked earlier if they all had a dog in their lap. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, only one dog today so far. And it was a rented dog. It wasn't even someone's permanent dog.
Yeah, I feel like people on Twitch are, well, think of a better way to say this. No, I think
Yeah.
they're nicer than YouTube people. I think YouTube comments are
I've
like,
never even read a YouTube comment.
you never read YouTube comments?
No.
I think those people are brutal. Yeah, YouTube comments are like, they're the most entertaining I've watched.
I've never even read a YouTube comment.
I don't think Twitch compares.
I got the eat and shook now.
Fold, fold, fold.
I got rid of that.
the one that said he just
354 bits.
Oh, the
Here's the tote board. I feel like we're on an episode of Deadliest Catch.
Ah, yes, and we have the scoreboard up.
That's what I mean. This is the part. Who
This
caught the
doesn't
most
quite
crab?
add up. Something's amiss. Looked like 20,000 more got lost and got one there.
Rake.
It's gonna
We
cause
call
an
that rake
Omaha
in the
hand.
poker world.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. They're not raking in this. So Frozen Roots asked me if there's any chance I'd be in Toronto area next year, and I've never been to the Toronto area. I keep thinking I might go out to the Niagara Falls tournament or the Montreal WPT. I don't know how close any of those things are to each other, but there's actually a shot that I make it out there
I love that sound.
next year.
I want to do it. Just so I can get
One of
some.
those cities is right across from Detroit, right? Toronto? Maybe?
I think Toronto is
Can't seem to find it. In this
farther.
really organized
Which one's right across from Detroit?
Such a disaster.
I know,
East.
that's not like the
I don't know. I don't know my Canadian
Yeah,
geography.
amazing. It's a disaster.
They didn't make us learn the Canadian cities when I was in 5th grade.
Windsor? No. What am I thinking of? Yeah, right? Windsor, Ontario. Now I'm going to have to get out a map. Let me look at the Google.
Heads up.
I think it's Windsor. That was the first place up around there they built those casinos and stuff. Yeah. Windsor, Ontario. Just a big old unprotected border. It's the longest unprotected border in the world.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Detroit to Windsor?
No, between the United States and Canada.
Can we build a wall?
Not there. Well, what we really need to do, obviously, would be to just build a wall across the Panama Isthmus. I don't know if I said that correctly, and then just annex Mexico and Central America and make it a lot easier. Much cheaper to do that, probably,
Security
in
on
the
hard
long
drive
run.
was kicking me out because I had a big bag. I was like, my husband's over there. But yeah, that was the only time.
Are we starting?
Back in action. 25,
ready
50,
or not?
no more straddle, it looks like.
I think everyone did it once already.
I think Jess is one, and that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm owed one.
I can't remember if I done.
You did last time. Okay.
He loves calling me his wife though. I think he likes it more. Yeah, it's really cute. He likes it.
Who, Marcy?
Marshy? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Frank, no politics.
That wasn't really politics. I was really trying to be funny. Trying is the key word, clearly. So we have 4-7 of diamonds in front of Natasha. Ace-8 of clubs in front of Kate. And she cheerfully takes now. Boom. Toronto is an hour from Niagara. I've never been to Niagara Falls. Have you?
No, never have.
I've always wanted to go scope that out. It's got to be quite a sight.
Hey, your buddy Dan Lazzariano is in the house.
My buddy Dan.
Your buddy Blitz.
Blitz. Jack Queen of diamonds. Jack Queen suited, that's one of everybody's favorite hands. Anything you can flop a royal flush with is good.
Apparently the alcoholic thinks I'm a girl. So it's nice we could have a female commentator and Frank Kasella host this. They sound good together.
I'm like a bluffy.
Well, we're doing what we can.
You guys 700?
Thank you for covering up your thong at the dinner break, though. Ace King.
Stacking You is from Fallsview. Fallsview.
Where's that?
That's the casino in Niagara, I'm
Oh.
sure.
We need to go scope that out. Are there cash games there? Fallsview?
I don't know if they have cash
See
games
what
when that
Fallsview
tournament's
tells
there.
us. Oh, Fallsview, I guess they have a view of the falls. That's where they get their
That is the implication. Get a little pop brewing here.
Bada bing,
Yeah,
bada boom.
dude, having stops is like the best thing. I never get too sad.
All the spades will slow it down a little bit.
Plus, it's fun paying people out. Like, some people complain, like, oh, I swapped too much. I'm like, no way, dude. I feel like Santa, where it's like, honey.
And the more I can swap, or the more I can pay off, the better. Like, for sure.
Best is when Ryan Arcasa won the national championship. Like, I had to swap him. He swapped with, like, so many of our friends. And our friends, like, some of our friends were, like, super broke. He had a backpack of money and was just handing bricks to people. And he was, like, the happiest doing it. Like, yeah.
1300?
the thing. Like, that's why I would never swap with anyone that I didn't really enjoy. You know what I mean? Like,
Kate, check.
'cause I wouldn't, if there's ever a time I don't want to feel like it's
Lexy
going
bet
to
out.
swap, but
1300.
that's not the kind of.
Right.
Sam is calling, it looks like. Right?
Heads up.
Alcoholics asking me what the craziest prop bet I've ever done is.
You, personally?
It does seem that when he says, hey, rep, what's the craziest prop bet you've done? He means me personally.
Yeah,
I'm just
alright.
guessing.
All right, well, what is it? What's your answer?
Oh, when I went to work on Wall Street, I'd been working there for, I don't know, about 6 weeks. I was a clerk for this firm I worked for, and
Was it you that brought down Lehman Brothers?
no,
Oh, okay.
no. I didn't do anything bad when I was there.
Okay. Because somebody really screwed up a prop bet there.
I walked into the office at the end of the trading day one day,
Whoa.
and a couple of the traders were talking about fraternity pranks, and
Oh, that was just a call.
Heads up.
we have a little
And trips on the
interesting
river.
river card here.
Smooth call behind, so Sam's maybe. Well, that was a check call on the turn, so Sam has to feel like once she checks there that her trip queens are good, so she's going to value bet something here.
Yeah, it's really hard for Sam to ever think she's behind in this spot.
Exactly. Is that 4,500?
And while Lexi got 2,500 on the turn she might not have gotten by betting, she ended up getting unlucky again and getting herself in a tough spot on the river.
Yep.
This happened to her quite a lot today, where some of these,
She's ran bad.
well, some of these checks she makes, if she leads 2,500 on the turn, she's a third of the pot. Sam might just be throwing that hand in the muck.
Yep.
So the check protects her when Sam has a really big hand. It gets her more value when Sam plays aggressively behind her, and then sometimes the torture comes on the river.
Yep.
And she gets herself in bad spots. But I don't think, I think the check there is a play that works out really well.
Yep, she just got unlucky with it. And then she generally makes the right decision here. She's been,
Yeah. Yeah, she's been playing the turn and river really well. Really, really well.
and just getting unlucky. It sucks. Poker is poker, though.
So while we wait for her to decide, I'll tell you more about this story. So I walked into
Yeah.
the office and they're talking about fraternity things and drinking a gallon of milk and eating a dozen cake donuts. If you take a cake donut and you put it in your bathtub in a thing of water, it expands like 3 or 4 times the size.
Are you kidding? Wow.
They get huge.
Okay.
So it used to be like a fraternity hazing thing where they'd get someone to eat a pile of cake donuts and they'd start getting thirsty and they'd drink the water and then it'd expand in their stomach and they'd be rolling around on the ground in pain.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah. So I just walked into my office one day and one of the guys who had worked for the firm for like 10 years was having this conversation with another guy and he looks at me and he goes, Rep, I bet you can't eat 2 dozen donuts. And I look at him like, why the hell would I ever eat 2 dozen donuts? And the next thing I know,
Oh no.
the 2 guys who run my office are betting I can do it. And the traders are betting I can't do it. And here I am, just this new kid, just started off with my Wall Street job,
Wolfing down donuts.
trying to negotiate.
So you ended up, what the over-under was like, what did you think, 14 maybe, 13? You could do a baker's dozen, right? Solid?
Well, so Hero's asking us what a cake donut is versus a raised donut. A raised donut has yeast in it, and those cake donuts are those really dense ones that are usually frosted on top.
Yes.
So they have a different construct as far as volume and air and what happens when you add water.
Yes.
So I started negotiating with the guy who was offering me the bet what the rules were. I could pick any donuts I wanted. We were going to do it the next day.
Right. So you'd go for Krispy Kremes for sure. Those
Krispy
are-
Kremes have piles of sugar.
Yeah, but they're fluffy. aren't they?
Oh,
I mean, I would think there's
so one of my best friends at the time was working for the same trading company. He'd gone out there, started working a year before me, and had told me like Wall Street was the greatest game ever. We played a lot of games together back in Seattle, and
Such a response to anything.
we went out there and we. And so we negotiated the rules. I could pick the donuts and whatever. So we went by Dunkin' Donuts on the way home on the street in Hoboken. We lived across the river. We carpooled together every day, and we lived like 4 houses apart from each other. And asked them if they would make us raised donuts in the morning with no glaze, no sugar, no frosting, just the donut. And they said yes.
That's
so
awesome.
we came by in the morning and we picked those up. And we also picked up some of those 8 crullers because we weren't sure whether you'd want some variety. And we brought
Crullers are
donuts.
delicious.
We brought donuts in for the office. And so, you know, I mean, like, that day I had to, like, eat these 2 dozen donuts. And when I got to about 18, I started talking some trash
Did you?
to the guy who called me out. And then when someone came by and there was this double chocolate donut, chocolate, you know, cake donut with frosting on it and stuff sitting there. And I kept telling people that was going to be my dessert after I ate the 2 dozen donuts. And so I finished the 2 dozen donuts. I ate the chocolate cake donut
No way.
with frosting. Just
Number 25?
number
just
25,
to rub it in?
just to rub it in.
Wow.
Lexy makes a good fold here.
Again.
And we won the prop bet.
You look super guilty though.
And how much did
She was
you
guilty. She had to clean on the river.
$500.
She was upset that
I don't know if
felt
that
bad
was
that she
worth
had
all
to
that trouble, but it was a fun story.
Well, it's one of those spots where when your boss bets that you can do something, you have to try.
Yeah, for
You're
sure.
just like in the spot where you can't win.
Laying down the
Especially
law.
on Wall Street, I think that culture, you know, is just kind of a gambling culture. You couldn't back down on something like that.
Yeah.
Charlotte Twain. Oh, I see what you're saying.
New dealer. So we'll have to tip again, and we have a Straddle again. In case y'all are wondering, that $25 they're throwing to the dealer is a tip for the dealer every lap.
Yeah, it's whoever wins.
$500 pot or more pays the dealer $25.
I think just whoever wins the first hand.
They said $500 was their original rule at the beginning of the day. Now they've maybe changed it since then. But Lexy on that last hand again made a really good fold. She's had to make a lot of them today, and she's been doing well.
Really? I just like having other chips. If you asked me for 2 purple, I would give it to you.
You can ask her.
Piper says she wants donuts
Okay,
now.
can I have all of those?
I said Piper says she wants donuts now. You got her fired up.
I folded one to you.
us with no jobs appreciate your patience.
Wow.
You'll be in charge of donuts at the 4th of July next year.
Perfect.
Am I not in the tournament?
Kate raises on the button. Nope.
Yeah. That's
Did
good.
she?
You don't have to feel guilty about playing then.
Nah.
I wouldn't feel bad.
Yep, $300.
You shouldn't. But I'm saying for people who've been on the phone, it's just like swap
Lexy
out
has
would be
ace
nice.
king again.
You're going to have us a little pot, maybe.
It's just hard if they invite you and have to fly here for it.
Totally. I'm not, yeah, like, I was saying I wouldn't have a problem switching, but I wouldn't, like, ask someone to sit out.
So there's the tote board. 34. Yeah, so the negative number looks like it's almost 35,000, and the positive number is only 12. So something on that count clearly doesn't add up, but I don't know if we could get somebody in our production department to check that number.
And she's in the tournament, then that's better.
The
for
tote of the plus and minuses is definitely wrong. It's showing the total down is about 35,000 versus an up of like 12,000, and I don't think the players have changed at all. So unless it is the rake, and there are some games that do rake like that. Some house games I've heard of in California.
Check.
So we got a flush draw with middle pair, and then ace 4. Actions on Kate.
Frank, you're the GOAT.
Sir?
You're the GOAT.
Of a goat?
The GOAT.
What's that mean?
Michael Jordan was the GOAT.
That's good.
Do you know what that means? Greatest
he
of
was
all time.
Oh. I just thought that he was better than Scottie Pippen.
He was better than Scottie Pippen. LeBron might prove to be better than Michael eventually.
Did you get a chance to watch the Presidential Medal of Freedom Awards the other day when
No.
Michael Jordan got it? It was
No, no.
very interesting. It's the first time I watched the whole ceremony.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, and you could tell people, you know, like Robert Redford and Bill Gates even, like tears in their eyes. I mean, a really big moment for those people. And I think President Obama gave away like 21 people. I think it was one of the largest fields, largest group of people ever get it. So in this hand, Kelly has river to flush. And is Cate tanking? Look at what Kate's about to do. She knows she has the ace of hearts in her hand, so she is going to do what I like to call in PLO a pretend nut flush.
Yes.
She's going to pretend she has the nut flush. Now, this could end up weird, because if Jessica calls, it's almost impossible for Kelly to overcall, right? It'd be a heroic overcall. Not impossible, but man, it's hard to think that you're in the best shape there with the 6-eye flush on a paired board, right? What's your verdict? Good, she
I
gets
could
the
not
call.
see how.
Oh, and she's going to snap.
Nice play, nice play.
I could not see
Good
how
play by
Jessica
Cate.
could ever call there.
The overcall or just the...
Well, no,
Just the
Jessica, the
flat
Queen
call,
10
right?
could never call there. I don't think. In between.
I don't, yeah, Jessica, I don't... Oh, yeah.
Kelly,
Yeah,
Kelly could have considered calling.
Yeah, I didn't think Jessica was really going to call, but just the pause that, you know, just kind of threw that question up there. Like, what did she do?
It's,
That was a good play by Cate, though.
yes. Yes, yes. Over the rim.
That was, yes. It is fifth dimension. Over.
Piles of wows in the chat. I never quite
Even Blitz is shaking.
even showing the 4 of diamonds afterwards.
That was, yeah.
So I don't like to do that. I like to, you know, like let them think I had it. So
I always, you know, I'll let people see my hole cards unless they abuse it. I'll always show my hole cards if people ask. But I don't like to just do it as a needle. I don't know why. Like, this has been a friendly game all night, and now she just bitch slapped everybody.
yeah, that's one way. That's one way to describe that.
She just said, "You girls are playing too friendly. I'm gonna take charge."
Put it this way, if you weren't behind me, I was calling with my hand. But that's why I was like, so tilted. She had you crushed.
I assumed it was in the head.
Wait, she had that 4 cross. Are you serious?
No, I'm saying like, even if she has a king.
That would be the weirdest.
That would be a
ever
weird
with the
thing to do
king.
with the king, yeah.
I know, I'm just saying like,
Right.
I try to like bluff with hands that are crushed and not.
try to. I wanted to call it so badly, but that was a
Kate's
crazy
explaining her theory on bluffing.
It is a tough spot for you.
That's why I was
I like
that's why I was sad when she folded that she wasn't like fighting behind me with like the.
Yeah, I was
the
like,
nuts
why are
really.
you mad at me? I was like, I have it here.
I'm mad at you.
I just
If I
don't feel the
flat, if I
better.
flat there, you fold now, knowing your hand. Like, if I flat her 3K, you're folding anyway.
I was holding.
Yeah, I know. I'm
I
saying.
didn't like my hand. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just here experimenting.
No, I'm obviously getting like this, but you don't. You don't see that flat taking that off. I see that flat taking that so freaking cash.
No, I think take it off.
Jamie hit a pair and bet it.
Well, like, because.
Deuce to fold. Natasha mucked her cards. Off we go.
It's interesting how I mean, because these girls all know each
You
other,
put this side of the table on
they
the
are
other side.
having this
I'm on,
interesting
like-
conversation about the hands. Where if you're really sitting at a cash
I'm
game at
on
the
like
casino,
contact
this
hill.
kind of
Like, I'm not even
conversation
in the
almost
hand, I'm
never
starting to feel
happens.
like that Cate Hall that
Almost.
yeah.
If we were in a game where that kind of conversation's going on, you just kind of kick the other
Like
guy.
the way the hand.
Yeah.
But that's the fun of watching poker on TV anyway, though.
That's not something I do.
Or, you know, a good chunk of the fun.
Fine if you have a
Seeing how people play, building an understanding of their theory of the game, figuring out what it is they're likely to be doing on any particular hand.
The food was so good. Wasn't that the TV?
Yeah, that's
The elegance of Holdem.
I just,
that's
Putting
like
your
the
opponent
best
on a hand,
become Robert
figuring out what
Connell
they're doing.
ever.
It's like you said earlier, the limited information.
It's just easy, but you know, I've had restaurants that mess it up.
Yeah.
The straddle's still going. Jessica raises with king, queen of spades. Kelly. She just called. Calls these three. Pocket jacks on the button.
So by now, they all have to know about like the ace-5 hand where Jamie 3-bet before. You gotta wonder if that comes into play.
I don't know. You know, I've been on this kind of a tape delay type there, slight delay, live feed kind of thing, and I refrained from even going back after the fact to find out what people had, because I didn't even want to know.
Kelly went all in here,
Right.
so it probably played into her thinking a little bit that Jamie's got a wider range here than.
I wish I didn't see the hand where you flatted kings in a similar strat. Then I could just get jacks in super fast.
She's talking about that hand exactly. You're psychic.
Yeah. The dynamic changes a lot.
For sure. No.
And sometimes even if you don't want to see, like when I've been on these shows, my friends just start texting me the hands when they see
Right.
them. Had this and that spot and so forth.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to think back and try to recreate what the hand was they're talking about because I've kind of just moved on. But
And that's the you know, I mean, I don't, you know, I'm sure, like me, you like to, I don't know. I like to think that my feel for what the other people are doing is good, and I don't know, sometimes getting that information incorrect or incomplete doesn't really end up helping
And Kate
that much.
tilted
But
you.
in this case, it is blocking,
Oh, man,
or it
that's
has
all I
an
could think
impact to
about.
the action here, so it's really interesting that you pointed it out.
Like sometimes I crack aces with jacks. That's a consideration.
You have jacks a lot on that show.
Yeah, I fold them like every time too. It's another consideration. Jeez.
She's trying to get the read.
Yeah, all night.
I got all night.
Take your time.
6,500.
It's about half her stack to call, right? 5,700.
All right.
Asking for a count, that probably means she's going to end up calling.
2, 3, 4, 5, 65, 66, 68, 75. Did I?
Mr. Alcohol is asking me if I'm going to try out the National Harbor in DC when it opens next month. If they end up having a tournament series there, there's a good chance I end up showing up for one of the tournament series.
Yeah, everything I've heard about that National Harbor is
It's going to be pretty cool, right?
It's supposed to be, yeah. I mean, they're, I think, going to have almost 40 tables, I think. And I've been told that it's set up nicer than any other poker room out there, except for maybe Aria. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty impressive. Have you been to the new Wynn poker room? Well, it's at Encore.
And Encore, no, I
technically.
haven't been to that one yet.
That's really nice. And it's what the nice thing about it for us old guys is it's very bright. It's very well lit. Those of y'all that go to card rooms know sometimes they're just not that bright. So when we get older, it's nicer to have bright lights. But yeah, there we go.
Okay.
I figured that was
Run it
going to
twice?
happen once she asked for that count.
Run it twice.
So they're going to run it twice. Does everybody know what run it twice means?
They're going to bring 2 full boards, and half the pots can be awarded to each board.
There we go. Wheel draw, backdoor flush draw. So Jamie wins the first. Yep. Sorry. Whoa.
Piles out.
Missed both
Jamie
times.
wins them both.
Okay, you too.
Game time.
So it looks like we might have our first new player in the game.
It's a very polite way of saying first casualty.
Yeah, blood. You were looking for blood. Somebody finally lost a limb. Off they go.
Yes.
Oh, if you would have gone first. Here, Kelly. Nice one, Cal.
She gets credit for being in 7th place because she has 0 big blinds.
Sure.
Does it add up now?
Oh,
that's
those
not,
are just
that's
the
not
buy-ins.
the profit and loss yet.
I'm gonna straddle this one.
Well, she disappeared, so it doesn't
Yeah.
add up.
Yeah,
I
now it's-
think Jamie's winning bunches of money. I think she's in 5,000 and has like 15,000 in front of her. So they must have her
You
account
should
wrong.
get like 10%.
Gotcha.
You should. I
Well-
feel like I definitely owe you like dinner or something.
Actually, you owe me because, and you owe me. Both owe me. Actually,
You guys can all have dinner.
I just did the math. Obviously, I knew I was gonna have to have it. Everyone folded too quickly.
I got her to play this, so you guys all want me.
Well, so bad. She gets some pretty shitty spots, but
Yeah.
Do you need to tell somebody that they need an alternate?
Oh, we had to tell Glance.
I'll text
Or no,
him.
you're gonna text Anna, but Anna's still
gonna
in.
text Glance.
So you gotta text Glance because I don't know who was next up. Okay.
We're talking
Reggie
about Matt Glant.
was awesome last time because someone
text
kept sending us
Glance. Who's
drinks,
next
and we're
up?
like, wow, someone's buying
We need a
everyone
new
drinks.
fish.
Then we find out Reggie was sending down drinks and she was next up. I'm like, that's brilliant.
Wow, that is
She's next
really
level.
great. Actually.
for sure.
She's awesome.
Well, Alan Kessler might decide to put on
Oh, the one, the Twitch one, I got
a
smoked.
skirt and come play.
I smoked myself.
Really?
I heard him talking about
I lost
whether he would
10K
play in the
like-
ladies lineup or not.
4 hours or something.
I bet Alan would look pretty good in a
I was
skirt.
bluffed into a royal. We were doing $200 ante on the button,
Mason
$100
Barrel,
straddle. and
Matt
I seen
Glance is
hand, and
not
I was
going
buying
to
5K.
play, but he
It was
controls
absurd.
the
So, like,
alternate list. So
I'm lining up
he is
450. Yeah.
going
What is
to
that?
Matt is our boss.
he has the
So
list of
375
who is
in orbit
next.
when I bought into
He's
the
the one that
5K.
pays
I
us
looked
our
into orbit for
$2.
like,
Mike, I wish I could get
So-
one of them in the game, but I have no power. Come on. Kessler would be great.
Yeah.
Glance would
Text her
only
real
be
quick.
okay.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just
Alan in a skirt would be my first choice.
If Alan puts on a skirt, I'm pretty sure we'll get him in the game.
I don't do that.
We can lobby for that for sure.
You're welcome.
I bought the button. I didn't win. Oh, and I almost won.
Chainsaw.
You had that one.
Who created the chainsaw nickname?
I have no idea where that came from.
Really?
Really. I have no idea.
Mowing them down. All right. We'll see if anybody in the poker world answers that one correctly.
Do you know the answer to this?
I do.
Oh,
Jess,
good.
you look at your hand. You're small. So we won't fold you.
Where are we at?
We have
Sam
Sam
has the
raising
Kessler.
the button.
No.
and we didn't get to see her whole cards, I guess.
Why would you
She's
ever
just
say
got 'em
no?
squared
We're
up
playing
over there, so
7-handed.
they
I
don't
like
quite
that.
read right. Maybe she'll straighten it out now.
Okay. Like he's gonna splash around. And
No,
listen
but I
to
mean, do you want to make like an extra 500 each person? I just think it'd be funny. You
were absent for my rant during dinner.
You're not a fan. But
We have no efforts to answer your chainsaw question.
That's okay. We'll just let it go then.
Because he's tough on the tournament directors as a first guess. I'm going to go with no.
No, it was Todd Brunson, as I remember it.
Yeah.
You're just talking about Alan mowing down the competition.
Ah.
Yeah, man, it was just cutting down the competition.
Yeah, no, I was like not trying to play hands then.
Picked up around the same time, I think, that I beat him heads up for that bracelet.
Yeah.
Around 09. Yeah.
Okay, I can see how
09,
she's doing.
2010,
The only
somewhere
hand that
around.
I saw from the stream was
He likes that nickname, though.
That I believe.
those are the only ones that are getting relayed to me. My friends just tell me when I get like bluffs or make horrible laydowns. I'm like, how about one where you're like, good job not messing up.
Oh, you just went and watched
So I'm not
it?
sure if we ever figured out what that
Yeah.
last hand
Sure.
action was.
Well, Samantha had the queen five of clubs.
Is that what it was?
She won. Check, check, and showdown. She had to roll it over.
Is it the one
Gotcha.
where I'm bluffing it?
It's from that hand.
All the clubs are out this hand. Did you see that? 3-4 clubs got folded, so we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clubs in play.
Yeah, so Jamie finds two tens
Wait,
in the
how
small
long?
blind.
You'll just let me know about. Okay.
I might have popped this one up a little bit with two tens.
Yep. An unusual check for Cate there, I think.
Well, she's definitely opened it up a little bit the
Yeah.
second half.
I was expecting her to bet there, weren't you? With ace-5?
Yeah, I would not have been surprised. Now we get the little raise from Jamie. Takes down the pot. Quietly having a solid little day over in the 7 seat.
Nice. Yep. Those are nice days to have.
The
Yes.
first ladies' night was like
Oh
the
my
most
god.
talkative.
It was really fun, but it was really
Yeah, I
loud.
hope that
Like,
National Harbor gets
Ebony,
up
Lauren
and running
Williams,
big. That'll
like
be
lots
fun.
of people
Yeah.
chatting.
I
with
I
her.
like going to Washington.
Lily, yeah, Lily didn't talk, but like
I think
she plays lots
more
of hands.
poker everywhere is good.
That's true. I agree with that. Well, especially, right there in the
really didn't,
nation's
though.
capital,
That's
so
very,
that
very
they can,
I don't remember.
Yeah.
think again about the logic of legalizing online poker to go
If
along
they
with
get out and enjoy it a little bit and
daily.
see.
Exactly.
Tilly would let
That
him
it's
this up.
not,
She would talk a lot.
gonna hurt anybody. Certainly no worse than daily
That's okay,
fantasy
I don't know.
sports.
And give you a chance.
No.
Thought that, like,
She's probably in the tournament, I guess, but
Some
I
people
think
get
she'd be
into
fun to
that.
have on this.
oh, for sure.
Have you played that much yourself?
Yeah, when
I
she
have
first
played
was
almost
down.
none.
Oh, she's
Yeah,
down.
I
It's
haven't either.
not allowed in Washington, so
Chris
I
is
choose
still
not
so
to,
thrilled because Phil
skirt
Lock
the
was doing
rules.
commentary the one time he played poker night. He won the seat on 8 at 8.
Just feels like you'd have to
And,
invest a lot of time.
Oh, I do remember that. 'Cause, yeah, you weren't dating Ash yet, and like, I had to spot Chris.
So
I'm like,
Natasha
"Oh,
flops trip
Um,
aces here.
He was so happy because Phil Lock was doing commentary, and he loves Phil Lock. And Phil Lock,
Whoa.
goes, Chris looks like one of those
Receive
surfers.
quads
If he
again?
was in a Nintendo game, I'd
yes,
select
yes,
him.
yes.
I texted Chris the thing.
That's so
Chris
cute.
got stang pledge.
I think this one's going to end quicker than the last one.
Massive.
I don't know. Let's see.
Probably not. Not out, please. But
Sam's thinking about getting creative.
and I texted him that what Phil said, and he goes, "It's all worth it." It's so cute. Yeah.
It's always tricky trying to figure out how to play those quads. She's trying to raise out the 5 high, though. So.
Oh, you owe me 100 too.
Sam's almost laughing at her.
We're on the turn now.
Sweet.
This is one of those dumb ones.
Show it. Show it. 7.
Beats my 5.
7.
That's mine.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
She gave me that.
I was making sure. You put yours on that side, that's why.
Even if you didn't have a deuce, you would have
We straddled already? Or am I did you straddle last hand or no? You did or no? Oh, you're just posting.
Well, she wasn't here, so then it confused me, I thought. But now I'm unconfused. I once was lost, but now I'm found.
Obviously.
Here we'll have a little pot. Ace Jack against Ace 10.
Kelly done?
I read, she fired. I read 200 off this big straddle. She fired. Oh, yeah, I didn't even have. Didn't even know she was in the hand. Like, telling us 4.
What did you guys have in that one that you got all unhappy about?
What? When that happened?
Yeah.
I had
The
10.
ladies all seem to have to be a little more subdued now that one of them has departed.
That's what I was saying. Like,
They're definitely talking.
Little change in dynamic.
you made it 3K. It's not like you made it.
We do need the chainsaw
I mean,
at the table.
No, I'm saying.
Clearly.
I mean, I can actually see folding.
That's what they need to liven it up.
It's fine, but I, it's a little stronger than I thought she was.
Huh?
I just wasn't expecting the folder off of that,
Yeah.
you know.
No, of course not. Yeah. Especially after if I fold, I mean, just close the action. Like, I can understand. That's why I couldn't call. But
Sam bets 550.
I feel like it was my only way to win the hand.
Jamie folds,
But then,
hanging on to those winnings. She's
Yeah.
locking it down.
Black.
Locking down her up session.
happy one.
Oh, okay.
Wait, am I straddling again then? How many times have I got to straddle?
You owe one,
it- you've
so
done it.
like,
Did you do
yeah,
it?
Yeah, I
this
thought I
is
did it
it, and then
twice.
you're
Okay.
done. Because you did the one when we all did it. I mean, I don't care.
No, I don't. I think we should.
Oh,
do
you
it
don't have to do it
twice
then.
already.
On my deal,
I
yeah.
mean, I don't care, but I thought I had done it twice already.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Well, there's
When
not
she
that.
missed, you.
Oh, I straddled for her. That's right.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Also,
okay.
I learned straddle.
No, no. It was a previous straddle I had owed.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, all right. So another 200. Straddle. Kelly pots behind. Jamie raises to
So we get an open and a call here. Gonna have a flop.
He's got the 100. for the-
Kate
for the
flops a
board.
pair.
She has no idea what's going on.
And made a small bet, took the pot down.
Oh, really?
Now.
She's so
Okay.
cool. Yeah, I'm excited too.
Thanks.
Anytime you go from, 7-handed down to 6-handed, it changes. Changes the game, changes the feel of the game, changes the value of the hands.
And, Kelly was driving a bit of the action. She was
A lot,
involved a decent amount. And when she played aggressively. And so when a player who's playing in that style steps away from the game, often there's a little bit of a void left and things slow down for a bit until people find their own rhythm again.
Yep. They need a new table captain.
Check. Check.
So Sam flopped top pair, and it's checked all the way down to the river.
Who's coming in? Do you know? Anybody know who's coming in?
No, I don't.
What? You know who's coming in?
They eventually made her do
no.
her own betting.
Sorry, I can't hear. I missed it.
Sometimes you have to bet your own hand.
I'm like staring right at you. I'm like, hey, don't.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. So Anna's still in the tournament, and the one lady didn't text him back, but I texted the other lady, Reggie. So I'm waiting to hear back.
Kate's getting frisky again. And there we go. A 3-bet with ace-9 offsuit, right when we were talking about how they were going to slow it down a little.
Yes. And Sam does not look like she wants to fold her 9-7 of clubs.
Above the rim, 4-bet. Almost like on cue. They heard us in here chatting. And scoops it up nicely with the 9 high. I like that play. That's fun.
Yes, it is. It is, it is.
You are very squirmy.
Oh yeah.
I think Sam's having a pretty solid day. I think she's in for either 10 or 15, so she's winning a decent amount. It's just, I still don't quite have this solved, but
Yeah, Jamie's got to be up more than 1,700, right?
I think Jamie's in 5,000.
At
I
least,
think
right?
she's winning like 15,000.
Yeah.
I think Sam is either winning 9,400 or 14,400. Then she has 24 something. She's probably not winning 12,800. That's an odd number.
Right.
They don't ever get a chance to like.
I'm not sure.
Time go by.
Like when you're
Yeah.
playing.
Well, it is hard to tell
What went
sometimes 'cause you don't know
awry
when
with the,
somebody might reload, but
Right, but they usually don't reload for 2,600 or, you know, the odd numbers that.
but if you do get down to like 1,800 and then reload, technically you're down 32, so you might be into a game at that point.
You're
For
getting adrenaline probably, and you're like,
Yeah.
Well,
you're
if-
still going to be in for 10 grand. Never mind. My math is off. I'm tired. It's not like the old top up. What was that? That function on one of the websites?
Yeah, you could
where
top up to what the minimum
Yeah,
stack,
what the
to maximum
or
stack
max
was.
stack size.
So, like, if you-
auto stack, yeah. Auto
Yeah.
stack.
You could always go back to the 2,000 buy-in.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
where
that
my
was
that's where my
party
brain
poker in
was
the old
for
days.
some reason.
if you bag chips on day 3,
Yeah.
like I sleep 2 hours because I fall asleep at like 6 in the morning.
I know what you mean, like, wasn't after all the other events.
When you're tired or anything.
Eight
You always just make your summer shorter. Like,
It's not good if you check.
I'm happier when I like make my summer shorter. Like one time I went out like 3 weeks
that
late,
hot or no?
and when everyone's like miserable already, I'm like so
Yeah,
happy
it's
to
not
play.
Yeah. I think that's pretty smart. I think last summer I might have made my schedule too
Let's try it, Lexy.
I was playing all the
playing
time.
my best, and then I like kind of felt bad for the people that.
We're back to straddling.
Ah, looks like we got a new dealer.
Yep, 25, 50, 100. They maybe will even straddle when a new player comes in. Keep it going for a while.
Raise 300.
She said she'll be here. She'll be here.
You ready?
Straddle.
Yeah. You liven us up a little bit.
She said we need fireballs.
She said we need fireball.
She said that?
Oh, Fireball. Fireball's always good for the speed of a poker game. You don't know what Fireball is, Frank? Cinnamon whiskey.
Cinnamon and whiskey?
This is a cinnamon flavored whiskey.
Oh,
Raise 300.
yeah. Not only do I not follow college football, but I don't really drink very often. So I do drink every now and again.
Fair enough.
So if you really want to throw me off, just get me some whiskey and take me to a football game, and
Start talking about pop culture.
I'm done.
I think a few chips are going to end up going into this pot.
Yep. Jessica's got the king 9 on the 9-4-4 flop. 2 diamonds out there.
It's really hard to just fold 2 sevens to lead
Yeah.
out in that spot. So some money should go into this pot.
And Sam reaching for chips again with the ace deuce. All three players in for the turn. Jessica turned a full house with the king 9. 9944. Now Sam has a flush draw. Uh-oh. And an ace. Jessica bets 2,000 on the river. I don't think a call from either of them would be ridiculous here. It's just tough to do. I don't know. How much was in the pot? 30?
It's 2,400 or something.
Half the pot? Oh, she bet almost the pot.
Top one,
Okay.
top
Yeah,
one, top one.
almost the
Oh,
whole
another
pot.
one.
No, that's fine. I'll just see it in 30 minutes.
Thanks. Bad.
Bad. What do you mean?
It's bad. It sounds. What does that mean? What it sounds like.
Looks like the straddle's over.
In the straddle. Yeah.
Oh, no, there we go. The
Yeah, I was
straddle's
gonna
back
say,
on.
it seemed like that would have been a little quick.
Yes. Throws away the ace-6 suited, the queen-10. Those are two hands that are very playable. They got folded under the gun and under the gun +1. Queen-jack raises out of the small blind. I think she's just going to win with the queen-jack.
I thought Sam would play her 3-4 diamonds there, though.
Yeah, she could have. But maybe
That's what I'm telling you. I want to see your hand anyway.
This was a long time ago.
Well, yeah, it's on a 30-minute delay.
Yeah. Maybe she was still hurting a little from that last hand.
or maybe she's saving her mess with Lexy till the pots get a little bigger.
That could be it.
6 high, she said.
Look who we have here.
Poker
Mac Lance and
superstars.
Jason Mercier walking into the room.
World famous
Say it was a
poker
great spot for
players.
you when the person like then has the person like has a weakish hand. That's what I never thought.
Must be breaking the tournament. They both had piles when I was in there.
Did
when
they?
We were on dinner break.
That's good. Setting up for a good day, too. Lots of good players still in the main event.
Yeah, I don't like it that way. When I survive, I like all the other good players to be out.
That's what you hope for when you fly all the way to Miami.
Yes.
Jamie flops top pair with the queen 5 of diamonds. Sam's got a piece of that board.
The second pair, and
Lexy's
Lexy
open-ended.
flopped the open-ender. A little bit of everything
Yep.
for somebody. But something for everybody.
Yum yum. I think the dumbest prop bet I ever made was to Jason Mercier one year. I did a cross-book bracelet bet with him and Negreanu the year after I won Player of the Year. Me and Negreanu end up pushing, but Jason destroyed us both. I think he won 2 bracelets. We had I don't even remember what it was, like $25K for a bracelet. Yeah. I think I ended up, yeah, it was almost 100 that I had to, that I paid you at the end of the year.
Pappy Van Winkle.
Get me in the game?
How late this is going to go.
Do I have to wear a skirt?
And they are supposed to play till 11 or a little after, which would be 11:30 or a little after on the
Oh,
feed.
well. It's fun to try. Hell yeah, why not? So we got a nut flush draw here, right? Sam's got a nut flush draw with a pair.
Shaping up to be an interesting little pot.
Yep, Lexy's going to bail out here.
Yeah. It's hard to draw to straights when flushes are already possible.
Yeah.
The old get there and be drawing dead, or get there with the heart agenda.
Boom, that's the nuts. I think Matt was serious. They were trying to get me in there. That would have been fun.
All red. What do I get? My turn.
She said all red. I didn't even get it.
I didn't notice either.
Oh, I wasn't even trying to cost you 200.
Oh, red.
Wow, that's such like a nice like emotional hedge though. If you're bluffing me, I'm like, you owe her 200.
Yeah.
I think I'm small, right? Or no, you're right. I just was a straddle.
Yeah, the feed's a 30-minute delay.
Every time you go to show a card,
Somebody
I think
asked.
Like, being a complete sadist.
So it's a live
You show a
stream,
bluff, and then you like
sorta.
always show the nuts. I'm like, wow, what a nice thing.
When
to
you're
do.
showing your card, I know it's sadism.
Yeah,
Like,
but
I'm
when
like,
she
I'm
doesn't
waiting
show
for it. I'm
it,
like,
it's
make me
just
hurt,
like-
Kate.
No.
If I go to turn over a card, you should just look away.
I was like- You have to like balance your sadism range though.
The four of diamonds.
Yeah.
On that board.
Every once in a while, show the nuts, just so people
Yeah.
still have that hope that maybe they're getting shown the nuts.
I started.
They still look.
I don't know. I think so.
Yeah, I did. You did.
Ooh. Back in action. Cate Hall. Lexi's out. Sam's firing away with pocket fours.
Wait, she might be the minion.
Seems pretty standard.
When I saw her on
Hey,
break,
Kitty's here.
Agreed.
What about Kitty?
Oh yeah.
She's going to be
Pull, pull, pull.
$75 richer for her effort.
But I think she's at the hard rock.
Oh okay.
But I don't know actually.
Several people have been asking about, finding the next player, and I don't think it's
Went
quite
from
as
having,
straightforward
like,
as it
6
is when you're in your
alternates to
local
nobody.
casino where they have this list and they just call them, they don't show up, they call the next person, they don't show up. For an event like this, they have a few people who are candidates to play. One of them happens to be playing in the tournament. The other ones are around somewhere, but they're not just sitting right outside. This table is not inside the main poker room. So if they happen to be playing in the main poker room, it's a 5-minute walk away.
Yeah.
If they happen to be somewhere else. So they have to actually track down the people who are their alternates and then get them there and then get them chips and then get them situated. And the process can take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
We got an interesting hand brewing here with 2
Five-way
queen tens
pot.
and 3 pocket pairs.
Yeah.
All 5 people at the table decided to play this one.
So we have a nut flush flop.
No sets, 1 flush draw.
Wow. We invented a time machine and decided the best use for it is protecting the integrity of a poker game. Not sure exactly what that means. Maybe I missed part of that conversation, but it sure looked funny on the feed. That came from Supreme Terrific.
So
Explain
Tumundo
that.
also says, sounds like the broadcasters are live on video that's delayed 30 minutes. We're watching the same
Right.
stream you guys are watching and commenting on it as it goes along.
Yes.
So we are seeing the same thing you're seeing.
At the
and
same time
at
you're
the same
seeing it.
time and commenting on it live with the broadcast, so to
Yes.
speak.
So if you want to ask us a question, it's in real time.
Yes.
In the feed, or text us or tweet us or whatever.
I'm sure Matt would have thought about her first. Yeah, they're calling her right now. She was playing PLO, or 5-5 PLO.
Is it the Asian girl?
Yeah. Not the younger one, though. Not the younger one. Not the younger one.
Not the younger one.
They're talking about who they're getting.
There's like 2 that play the
Yeah.
Jessica said someone's on the way.
That's good.
Do you want to buy it?
We're not posting unless I miss the straddle. I don't think I did. Pretty sure. Oh, yeah. He's good.
So we're back to 25.50, no straddle.
KT Mike asked if we've had a pot over 15K yet, and the answer to that was yes. We had one big one.
Yep. Yep. That was the one that Kelly went broke on, right? Or
No, Kate beat. Kelly went broke. It was probably 14,000 pot. Kate beat Lexy.
with
Lexy didn't call the last 6,800 on the end
yeah.
with the 2 4s against the 2 kings.
Yeah.
Frank, people are asking you to pick favorites. They want to know who the most beautiful girl in the table is. Not at the table, but in the table.
In it?
Yeah.
Let's see, what do we got
You
here?
don't have to answer that question.
Pocket 10s, pocket 6s, and Jack 10 offsuit. 3, 4, 8 flop. So check to Cate on the button. She's got 10 Jack offsuit, and she bets.
Jessica calls with the 2 10s, and Jamie throws away the pair of 6s.
Cate seems to play pretty aggressive on the button. Turns a 7 of diamonds. Which gives Cate a backdoor straight draw. Go along with her over pair draw with the Jack. Ooh.
Spicy river card.
Yep, that is. She picks up the inside straight on the river with the 9 of diamonds. There's 3 diamonds out there, so somebody could have had a backdoor flush draw. But we will definitely see some chips go in here, I think. 3,900 in the pot.
Yeah, Kate's definitely got to bet something, and it feels like Jessica's going to call whatever it is.
Yeah, for sure, I would think. How much was that? $38.50
Pot size bet.
for a little more than half of her stack. That's a tough call on that board.
Well, I think, you know, the half of the stack part doesn't come into play as much in the cash game.
Probably not, no, but I'm just saying it's
You can
still.
just buy more chips and replace them. It's not a lost opportunity. I mean, you lose money, but it's not like a tournament where you
Yep.
no longer get to partake.
The incremental value increase of tournament chips as you go on.
Yes.
It's always interesting how much different tournament play is versus cash game play. She calls.
How do you do it? I would have 2 blockers. Nice one. That's so gross. I was like, that was like the only thing I think of.
That's a bummer. That was a tough spot, though.
Yeah, I think that just one of those spots where you're trying to let your opponent be too aggressive on one of the other streets, and they choose to give themselves their free draw, and they hit it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any watching.
Cate has ace queen of clubs and raises to 150.
And I did it for him all day yesterday. It was like, there's football. Was I sorry? What a die.
Lexy creatively 3 bets with 9-4 on the button.
Marsh is watching.
Marsh is watching.
Yeah.
He's got his own little computer.
I like doing stuff like that. Personally, I do that kind of. I make that kind of play a lot, and it always sucks when you're in that situation where you do it with 9-4 clubs and the other person has ace queen of clubs.
It's not me anymore.
But I don't know. Check, and She bets 400 more with the 9-4 clubs and gets a call. Ace of diamonds is probably going to slow her down on the turn now.
I think she's going to bet one more time.
Marshmallow.
I thought you were talking about Jason.
So did I.
I was like, wow. I was like, maybe I could handle. Yeah, I was like, maybe I could handle a marriage. It sounds
Looks like
fun.
you're right. She's reaching for some chips.
What are you thinking this?
It's one of those spots where, you know, you're scared that the ace hit your opponent. But if they don't have the ace, they're going to feel the same way about you. So you gotta
May
fire
as
out,
well.
try to give yourself a chance. I don't think it's going to work, but
No. Lexy's been making really good plays, really good decisions all day today, so can't imagine she's going to try to 3-barrel on that river. Be interesting to see if Cate checks again with 2-pair.
I already had 2 of them. Crushing.
3. Oh no.
No.
Where'd you get those? In the mini bar?
No.
From
I
where?
think I brought it back.
I think
Oh.
Lexy will check behind here.
I guess that would be, yeah.
Oh, I got the position. Is that what you're saying? So Cate checked. Lexy's deciding whether or not she wants the pot. Dum dum dum.
Since we're waiting. Since I remember.
I think you can see her come to that conclusion. She hates to give up. She wants to pull the trigger, but she's 99% certain it ain't gonna work.
If it comes out 2 cards, you get 200. I don't need it.
Yeah, because they never know. Like, they're so.
That would have made heaps.
If one of you had red and one had black, like, and it was basically like black against red, but whoever called it first wins.
Yeah, we would be
you know?
crushing.
The 2 of you would definitely.
Yeah.
We should do it.
You know what I mean?
If the other person doesn't call it, then it's no bet.
I know, that's why I thought it was funny that you paid me 200 for all
Yeah,
that.
I shouldn't.
You mean once the flop's over, if you don't call it.
If you didn't call it, let's do that.
She bets about 3,000.
Looks like 3,000. Cate looks perplexed, like she didn't expect that, but calls anyway.
Yeah. That's nice. Oh, wow. Use your phone.
Yeah. That way you're thinking I'm like superhero. You know? Actually, I should want you thinking that shit.
Loaded me. Let's just go all in, dark each other, double up.
Just flip for it.
Yeah.
She's like, I got more money.
Not rebuying. I guess I put that on. We're waiting, like, she's over in front of the other. Worst case scenario, at 10:30, Reggie's gonna be here, so.
Folds to the button. Sam raises with, is it 2-4 hearts? Did I see that correctly?
When she moves them over and square up like that, the RFID or
Gotcha.
RFD thing doesn't work as good. There we go. The queen deuce
Queen
off.
deuce. Oh, we have a set flopping going on here. Set mining, as Rep likes to call it. I think he trademarked that. Checks around on the flop. She's going to bet the turn and looks like take it down. Yep.
How many times that happened, like, in your life? This is bad.
One of the most deflating things to have happen in poker. Flopping a set and getting no action.
Oh, it is always sad.
Because you were about to fold before me.
Yeah, I should have been like.
I was telling somebody the story. I don't even remember how the story got rolling. They were talking about a set over set situation, and I was talking about my first trip to Atlantic City. And I flew all the way there to play a Borgata tournament. And you know how hard it is to get to Atlantic City. It's either go to Philadelphia and drive there, or you fly into that airport in Atlantic City, and it's like 20 or 30 minutes still to get to the casino from there.
Yeah.
So I did that from Memphis, connecting flights, the whole 9 yards, $10,000 buy-in tournament. Got there the night before, slept, woke up, go down there, get bought in, sit down at the table. Very first hand, literally. Pocket threes against pocket sevens, 7-3, whatever flop. Busted. Back in my rental car, back to Philadelphia. I did all that for one hand of poker, and it was just so
Short trip.
frustrating.
This is an interesting pot. We got top pair against an open ender against straight flush draw.
Yep. All good opening hands to start with, too. So, you know, 7-9, queen 10 suited, pocket fours, and then Natasha in the big blind with jack 8. So everybody's going to see that flop, and everybody gets a little bitty piece of it almost, except for the pocket fours. Natasha lets go over inside straight draw. So now we're left with the pair and a flush draw on the top pair.
Yeah, the raised 800 made it tough for Natasha to call there.
Look at that.
Yeah, once again, the draw is the favorite here, so all the outs.
24 outs.
Yes.
For sure, Reggie's coming at 10:30.
So Sam wins it there.
Playing till midnight then.
Cate folds the best hand.
That's what I told her. Actually, let me just check.
Tough spot.
Reggie's
Check bet fold. Somebody in the feed saying outs when she's ahead? Question mark.
Well,
What they're called.
it's the no. I mean, Cate was ahead with the pair of tens.
Cate
But
had the
she-
best hand at that.
She had the at that moment she was ahead.
But-
She just wasn't the favorite to win the pot.
Exactly.
And so she wasn't the favorite to win the pot. They put the outs up on the board. Although
Right.
you have to hit 2 of those on consecutive cards to actually win, right?
No, she could have turned her dead with a diamond.
Sam could have turned Cate dead
Yeah.
with the diamond. Yeah, so
Are you up like 10?
that list of outs for Cate had to hit twice.
Oh, I
They're
thought.
not like one-time outs. When
No,
they
those were outs for Sam's hand across the top of the board.
No, there were no diamonds, no 7s, 8s, or 9s on that list. It was everything that wasn't a diamond, 7, 8, or 9.
Okay.
That's why he's confused too, because it was
I got you
all
then.
3 suits.
I guess I missed
so
that.
it is kind of odd because it's not like
I don't know what they are.
Cate hits one of those and wins or gets ahead.
Counted them
Cate hits one of those and just becomes a favorite in the hand, and then has to hit one again.
Gotcha.
It's kind of an odd spot.
I think they are.
What are they, 25?
25s. Oh, brutal beat. No, I think you're counting in 6s now, aren't you?
Yeah, that
What
went
are you
over my
doing?
head when I hit there too, I guess.
Sam, you're drunk.
It's an unusual way of doing it. It's the
1, 2.
only
yeah,
time
they're
I've seen
really
it put
figured
together
this
quite
out.
like that.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Like, oh my god, I just lost 4K just sitting here, just gone.
So back to the action. Jessica bets 450. It's up to Cate to decide whether or not to call with pocket 9s on a queen, deuce, 4, 6 board against queen 10.
What, 26? Oh.
What?
Hi.
Oh, shit. I like our new rule. It's way more fun.
You would have been up like 30K if you paid attention.
I noticed that one time. I was like,
3 5
How
something?
about if you don't know? No. if you get the flop and you don't notice, and my color comes on the river.
Oh, it goes back to
You legitimately almost talked me into calling.
Yeah, if you don't
You
notice,
legitimately almost talked me into calling, and then I was like,
if you don't notice and it goes back to where my
Probably
color,
would beat me somehow.
then you're only 200.
Had 2 outs.
What do you mean? Said somehow.
If you don't notice on the flop and by the river it has gone back to where my color, then you always
So if there's 2 blacks on the flop,
It goes red, red.
No, if it's red, red and you don't notice and it goes turn black, river black.
Sam and Natasha are having an in-depth conversation about how to alter their prop bet. They seem to be playing red or black
I
on the
still
flop.
don't get it.
But you're allowed to sleep it, like you don't have to tell the other
Your
person.
color,
Yeah.
you don't notice,
If turn and river are the opposite color, then
then
instead of collecting, if you notice,
if you notice, then it's fine. But if you don't notice by the river and it went,
the other person's
I've never really got into betting props personally. It just seems like too much going on at that point. I don't want to be responsible for more stuff.
let's just keep it away.
Sometimes, you know, when the game's going a little slow or you're not involved in a lot of pots because you're playing tight because of the dynamic, it can give you something to pass the time.
And then they invented smartphones.
Ah, yes. Maybe it's for when your smartphone battery dies.
Back in action. Folds to the small blind. And Cate raises.
Yeah, the straddle's back on, so Samantha's in the straddle. Cate raises with the jack-9. Samantha has the 10-9 and makes the call.
Yeah, we're playing that if the other person doesn't notice, we don't pay. Said it. Yeah, I like it too. You're lucky that you're
Ace
here,
pairs a
because
board
you
on the
just
turn,
don't
and
know
Cate
when
has
to
the
pick
check
up.
mark. See what happens.
Hi, baby.
You hit a prop or something?
Yeah, a 1.
She bet. Sam folds.
Red or black?
Your first turn, right?
Every hand, trying to get even.
No, we were playing every hand, but if the other person doesn't notice,
Then you don't want to get. So we were missing a line.
Stupid eye twitch is gonna kill me.
It still bother you?
Hey, there's those legs you like in the back.
I mean, I'm sure if I went to the poker room, I could find that lady.
Jason's leg showing back up.
Did we win?
5 and 1 so far. Biggest bet for us. He's commentating.
Frank who?
Hey, this is Matt trying to lobby to get me in the game, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
If I would have been willing to wear the skirt.
I think you just need the moo-moo like Homer wore around for decided it was comfortable, said he was going to wear it the rest of his life.
7-8.
So we're playing
So 7-8 offsuit. Cate raises.
kitty.
I thought somebody was
Jessica
coming.
calls with 10 jack of hearts.
Somebody's coming in at 10:30. Oh, she did too? Reggie did.
Got her
Wait, what about
ball.
Gentili?
Okay.
You don't want to play?
Hey, Kitty, do you have her number?
Can we play till midnight anyway? Because they bag at, you guys bag at midnight, so we're gonna just run out.
You guys keep it entertaining, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're fine. It's just one more.
What time are we looking at? 11 or 12?
Ooh, hit the bottom.
12. 12.
You guys got a butter on. What was the bottom?
Can we play till 12, please? Can we play till 12, please? 12? It's toss up.
Everyone but me.
Dance Kate and Jamie.
No, they're discussing whether or not they're going to get another player here.
How much? Nice. Jamie is a blow too. Huh? You're a blow
I
too.
cannot have very much luck with those pens today.
That's like at least the
are we
5th
starting?
pen I've tried today.
I realize you're in it.
Try to jot down notes.
You're gonna laugh when you say
I don't know what it is. It's the humidity or
It's a red.
Yeah.
It's not like you're sorry.
it must be this paper.
Could be the paper.
11, you get up and you feel
Boo, that's like the worst.
That's like
combination
extra
thing.
punishment. Yeah, he's like, but you get to interview.
You guys get to stay here. If you guys want to go with us, we're going to meet you
Okay, there is a worse combination.
I know.
Thank you.
When you said us, that was not me.
So what do we have? King, queen of clubs, queen, 10 of hearts, and pocket nines
Yeah.
to the flop.
There's a straddle. 350 call.
They're still playing six-handed. Natasha hits top pair with her queen 10. 4, 8, 10 rainbow.
Super fun.
Anna.
And Kate calls with her 2 overs and backdoor draw.
Sorry, that was.
And Jamie throws away her 2 nines.
Wisely.
I feel like Jamie is in the, I'm going to have these chips when the game's over.
Locking them down, as I said earlier. Yep.
Yes.
That's what you call locking down a win.
It's the, I've reached the point where if we were playing cash, I would stand up and leave. But since I can't.
But I'm on TV.
Oh, really?
I didn't even see it. I thought it was.
So that's their chip counts.
Sammy, you missed 3 bucks last. What? The hand before when I was talking to Jason.
Jamie.
She just told me I was
What that shows?
Sam and Kate's number keep going up.
The whole time.
I didn't. It wouldn't matter anyway. I wouldn't tell you anymore.
I don't know. Jamie's done.
Pretty sure that profit
All
loss
right,
for
so-
Jamie is the one that's off. I think she got credited for buying an extra when she didn't.
What do we have here? Queen Jack of diamonds raises to 300. Jack 8 of hearts calls. Flop is king, queen 9. Nine pairs the turn.
How many chips do you have?
No.
And another 9 finds its way to the board on the river. So there's 3 9s out there. Kate's got a full house. 9's full of queens.
How many?
Seems like Kate just keeps hoping Lexi will
No pressure.
volunteer her money.
Just like yesterday.
That's
So
great.
She
far,
did catch her with
Lexi's-
that big bluff, that $3,000 on the last what,
Yes.
lap and a half ago. She decides to bet her own hand.
I don't know. I just watch the good, man. I don't watch the poker.
I think my board was good. Nine, four clubs.
That's Lexi saying she thought her board was good.
Crazy. Cool.
She thought that the board was going to play that hand, and
You're gonna like that one.
Yeah.
she didn't want to fold it, but she went ahead and did it. Her board was not good.
It's hard to call to try to win half the pot
It is.
when that's your best case scenario.
Wow.
I think we started first, right?
I knew I'd get it. I knew I'd get it out of him. I know. I was trying.
You did. I think I was the first one off.
Let's go. Because I called it out to say, let's go. Before I looked at my cards. Or knew that you hadn't had, I didn't know.
Jessica,
All of those
did
things
Jessica
changed.
raise? Yeah. She raised to 150 with 10 jack of heart.
Sorry.
I guess she liked that flop.
Ah, she won her prop bet. She probably got double because it was all the same
All
color,
diamond.
all the same suit.
And she flopped top pair with ace king and then hit another king on the turn.
Yes. Then she decided to bet the 200 she won from her prop bet. And they both called.
Both 10 jacks called.
Both drawing dead called.
Mm-hmm. Sam calls, so Jessica has to muck. Overcall there's always dead.
Yeah, she's trying so hard.
Not always.
Too obvious.
Much always.
It wasn't worth it, too.
I know. What's the end of it?
I thought somebody was coming into that extra seat a minute ago. But I don't know what was going on. Maybe somebody else was buying. I thought I heard the little machine going.
Definitely thought it was
Maybe. I did not hear the machine, but
That's my imitation.
yeah.
I felt bad about being here. Yeah, she doesn't feel bad.
Am I turning my photo? I think they
Tell her, like,
always stop.
good thing.
25-50 are the blinds still. No straddle. Jamie decides to call there. Maybe she's unlocking those chips just a little.
She does have the button position, and Jessica has the shortest stack of the opponent, so she's not taking a lot of risk playing the pot with her.
Good point.
I don't even notice because I'm not paying attention, so I don't know when the blacks come. Maybe we shouldn't play this game.
I need to have a drink to be on your level.
But you win a pot.
Thanks.
It's a good point. But, you know, it's a good point you made also earlier. You know, if you're in a regular cash game at that point, you feel like you're up, you know, a good amount for what you wanted to risk and win. And you can book it. It's tough to have to sit in a game that you don't want to sit in. It could be like mentally sort of where she's at a little bit.
Like 3 hands I don't
Definitely
want.
could be. I know I've sat in poker games that I thought were great and, you know, had a good session and been up, you know, 5 buy-ins in a game that's on the upper level of what I choose to play anyway. So I'm sitting there in, you know, some game that's like on the border of things that I won't play anymore, and then all of a sudden I have 6 times as much in front of me as I sat down with.
Right.
And I'm sitting there going, wow, it really sucked to lose all this. And then at the same time, thinking to myself, this is as good a game as I'm going to play in 6 months. Like,
Yeah.
how can I leave?
Yep. Yeah, it's funny how that goes sometimes. There's a humidity making the cards stick together a little. Sam flops top pair with ace queen. Queen high
But
board.
has to pay off the red-black bet.
Oh, man,
She
there's
fires
200
her
more.
Chip.
Got to
Well,
get that
I think
money
it's only
back.
1 chip unless you get the sweep.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. You've been paying a lot more attention to basically everything. To the world.
She made fun of me.
I made fun of
and I
that.
laughed.
It's me trying to make these pens work.
For some reason, I was like more afraid to listen to Natasha than anybody else. Because I was mean to you. I don't even remember. I don't remember that, but I can totally believe that. Because I have like
relatively early.
it's frightening emotional reaction.
Yeah.
What's Chris Bryant?
Are you going to play the side thing, or you're in the
I'm going to
tournament?
say yes,
Now
but
I'm
in
like-
February when spring training
Now
starts
it's you.
again.
It's me this time.
Pass it on.
You don't know who Chris
I
Bryant
play
is.
the
No.
side thing.
I remember what it was. Okay.
National League MVP this year, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really? So
Based on the Chicago Cubs.
I like the Cubs. I'm a Cubs fan. I even went to a game at Wrigley Field.
Ah, nice.
This
I've never
year.
been to Wrigley Field.
Yeah, I took my daughter there for her 20th birthday. She actually went the very first time in 1997. Harry Carey's last season was her first game, and she was 1.
Uh-huh.
So this was her second trip to Wrigley Field. Sam flops top pair on a Jack 3-9 board. I guess here's your
Yeah.
Jamie
is the favorite in the hand, even though Sam's ahead. So
I'll come get it in a second.
Sam
Jamie
has
just turned
all
her
these
dead.
outs. But then when she doesn't get one, she doesn't have any more outs. They go away. She just hit it twice.
Bink. So there's a bet and a call for $600 on the turn.
I haven't booked it quite yet. I'm going to. What? Yes. I don't.
A
I
sort
haven't
of
even
meaningless
scheduled.
4 hits the river.
That would be a day too. What is it?
I wish it was direct buy.
What is the bounty?
60 good. 60, 50, 500.
Jamie checks.
What time is it?
It's an interesting check there. I guess she feels like
Oh, yeah.
Sam's been playing
She
aggressive.
didn't check yet. She's in position.
I think I'm a
She bet. That just check mark means she wins the pot.
Oh,
She bet 1,700.
see, that's the thing. I can't understand this board. I shouldn't have had as much to drink at dinner.
Sam made the call. Apparently, Sam's not aware that Jamie's on lockdown.
So this is Desiree. Dude,
Although
you
it's
get
a
her
tough
social
spot
business.
with top pair, no over kicker.
Are you complaining?
I hate it when you miss that lockdown notification.
How good
Actually,
must
wait,
you be
I have
running
one
in other
But I
respects?
had one part.
How good what?
How good must you be running in other respects to have that mountain of chips then?
I'm just playing like a million
playing.
hands. I'd be like,
You're
no,
playing
this
amazing.
never happened, never happened,
I
never
grew
happened.
up. What's that?
I'm just playing a lot
I
better
went
than
to
everybody.
World Series game 3. Grew up 8 blocks from Wrigley Field. That's a little creepy when people know more about you than you do. When your Twitter followers are following a little too close. Kate's open back up with a 3-bet, King 8 of spades.
Red, 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 so I can get
In the
some
cutoff.
back.
She's got 25,800 behind.
Oh, good enough.
Oh, we got a little pot going here.
Sam is going to be persistent about this one.
Sam has the best hand and the best draw. Well, the best hand part went away, but she still has the best draw.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I kept way too much. Kept a lot of that tournament, and I was like, oh no.
Tasha bets 800.
Always feels so good, that spot.
There's the net flush.
The tiniest bit of discipline.
Those flushes don't seem like they're missing on the river much today.
It appears you were wrong about having a stalker. Just wishful thinking.
Yeah, thank you.
Wrigley Field is a great place. Completely unrelated to this hand.
Oh, look at me buying me wine.
Why? She's facing the bet for you.
So Sam bets $2,000 on the river. Natasha's got to decide whether or not to call.
Stopping at 11.
It's a tough spot.
45 minutes. 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just representing having a flush. It's a question whether you believe her or not.
Than this side of it.
Yeah, and I would imagine Natasha's probably thinking to herself, Sam's been playing so aggressive today. Would she have checked that flush draw on the flop?
It's 3 ways in front first position, so Sam checked to.
Yep.
So, he's in flop the nine.
That's the things that kind of roll around in your brain at this point.
Maybe not. Last time I played.
Also, you must be
Jason
dying
was
to
on my
show me a
left,
bluff, right?
and I was miserable.
You like 3-bet, 4-bet all day?
I'm just like,
Your hand is so your hand
Do
alone
it.
feels so good.
Good call.
You can't slow roll.
Oh, wow. That's a brutal slow roll.
Wow. Give me 100 back.
Is there a slow roll prop
Neither
bet
of you
going
guys are
on?
good at slow
Or
rolling at
a
all.
dare? Or?
Literally, I knew exactly what you had. I'm like,
She holds her cards up. She's
I don't know if there's a slow roll prop, but I know a couple minutes ago when Natasha had that ace-king against the jack-10, didn't she slow roll a little bit?
Maybe a little, but I don't know. That
Pretty sure it was
that was just mean-spirited.
I think the two of them have something going on. They know each other pretty
Clearly,
well.
Sam is mad about not having her own Shih Tzu. We call that Shih Tzu envy. Sam just open folds the 4-5 of hearts on the button there.
She's still busy stacking, the
Stacking,
last pot.
yeah. Stacking those chips. 5-handed though. 4-5 of hearts. I'm up some money. I'm playing that thing. I'm playing it.
Yeah. They all got new wine to drink. Jealous.
last time we all did this. Like,
Yeah, the wine that they're serving us back here isn't nearly as good.
just completely hated her by the end of
They
the day.
figure they're paying
I know,
us
and
so
then your
much
best
money
friends,
though.
like, later on in the
Buy
day.
our
I
own
was at
wine.
Sugar House.
Yeah.
I was only there for like an hour and a half, and I was like watching it start.
All of the money.
Yeah.
But that night I also started with 5, and that's why I was, yeah, it feels nice when you start.
Lots of people asking about Jamie, whether she's winning or rebought, why the graphics keep coming up saying she's losing. Pretty sure she's in 5,000. Pretty sure she's winning a decent amount.
That was the most reserved.
Somewhere in the 15,000
the
range
only
if I
person
was
who
to
was up
guess.
that night.
Looking at her
What are you
stack.
talking about?
Yes. You and I have not missed a hand of coverage that I recall. So there's nothing that
I won 13.50.
could have gotten
I
by.
recorded it in my book.
I think you went and got a bottle of
I won
water
like
at one point.
$1,500 off Jen, my best friend, and I left. And then Sam won literally every
yeah.
other pot.
So Natasha
I
has
was
pocket
watching, 'cause I had
kings
to stream
here
Twitch that
against
day, so I had to
5-7
leave.
of diamonds.
And I'm watching, and I was like, oh.
Somehow we've got to the turn, and we're gone.
Didn't you guys win money off Helmuth?
Yeah.
He took my seat.
I was down.
Oh, really?
No, Kate
Someone
literally
did. Lindley did. Lindley won a bunch that day,
So
too.
Kate was like,
Thank you.
what do you think I'm gonna do? Like, I hardly played any hands. I'm like, oh my god, it's so funny.
I think Lindley won a bunch.
She was literally like
Yeah.
rebetting. There was like every single hand was like, and then she comes on the show and I'm like, wait, what? So not like her.
I was
you were card dead.
so hard dead. And afterward, I was like, this is brutal. I'll never be invited back. Like, everybody's gonna think I suck.
Cheers, ladies.
We're not.
I was really sad about it.
We're not. It was a good uptick from then.
Oh,
Pocket aces.
2 aces on the button.
God, I run so bad.
Wow.
That's another way to get those chips out of lockdown.
Not even like an exaggeration.
That's the flip side of all those respectful laydowns.
Yeah.
I've been making from the big blinds.
You guys want to do a PLO flip?
A proposed PLO flip.
We always like those.
End of
that
the
how the
day,
math
people are
works
stuck.
I was just trying to fix it.
PLO flip is where everybody agrees to put in a certain amount of money pre-flop, gets 4 cards, and then they just deal out the board, and the winner takes it down.
Yes, yes. Using Omaha rules, you have to use 2 cards out of your hand.
5 times 1. That's serious.
It was 10.
It was 10, so it was whatever. 10 times 1 or something. It was even worse.
It was worse than 5. It was 10.
It was bad.
Let me tell you
I
what's
think that was
infinitely
a
worse than 5.
mistake. I think I put 10 times 1 in the calculator, but and you saw that part.
Kate's gonna beat Lexi again.
Sorry.
But I don't think that was what I was actually trying to multiply. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so. Got it.
I don't think so.
That was a weird one. I played that weird. You have an 8?
Oh, red.
But it was bad. But
It's feeding your.
you what?
It was like warm in here, but it just got cold, like really cold.
Gotta bluff, dude. I'm telling you. Bluff. They warm up. That's how it works.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
They all in.
It really does work. I'll like feed bright red.
Question is, who's going to call my all in with queen 8 free? Who will be? You might do it. 2,500.
Sam is definitely the.
You got me covered in that? Listen, if you have queen 8 and I'm all in.
Who is Frank Kasella?
Who the hell knows?
Flop coming here. Sam defending the 9-8 and the big blind. And flopping
Boom.
top 2 pair.
You got a D-bar?
D-bar. L-bar?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I thought we were thinking about
They are laughing and having a good time.
Now,
Can you take myself anywhere?
we're gonna get some money in this pot.
Yeah, Natasha turns an ace and a
And a
better
flush
flush
draw.
draw.
Well, I mean,
I'm actually pretty happy. I'm actually pretty happy I get to play the tournament tomorrow. considering
that's true. How many times
I know.
can you bring this up?
Plus, these are my 2 like remaining.
Coming from the 2 that are stuck.
Yeah.
We're allowed to say what we want.
But Kate, how do I feel? These are my 2 like remaining spots. Like we have to go to the tournament tomorrow.
I know. Every time it's red. So.
Let's just go get drunk.
I mean, we're still at the tournament, so like, we can just do whatever we want.
Fuck it. Let's just show up an hour too late. Whatever.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
What do you mean?
Hell of a call. Hell of a call.
What do you? What do you in for?
I don't know what to do.
What are you in for? That's it?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh,
And the best part
We
is
still,
the last
This is
one.
we
winning.
still have a prayer.
That's all I have left.
I'm in for 20. No big deal.
I would rebuy if we're not quitting in like 20 minutes.
Half an hour or something.
I'm gonna try to fill Helmuth at one time. I swear to you, I've played three different shows where every time he comes in,
And he gets like short stacked. He's like, yeah, but this one time, I only had 700 in front of me from 5K, and I ran up to 20K. But every time he told me that story, he gets stacked like right away. And I'm like, but what about all the times you get stacked in between? But this one time.
He always buys in short too.
Not sure what they're talking about.
They're talking about Phil, I think. Phil playing
Helmy?
poker, losing chips,
The Phil call earlier was so
rallying from the short stack.
Poor Phil.
Yeah, when you're like,
I'm pretty sure it's not this one time at band camp.
Hey, let's
That's
straddle
just
the
wrong.
rest.
30 minutes. Let's straddle
We're
the
not
rest
supposed
of
to
the
talk
day.
politics.
Let's do it.
I'll be all in.
Is everyone ready? One?
You didn't go to band camp when you were a kid, Frank?
It's only 9 minutes.
Let's do
You know,
squat and straddle.
I tried the oboe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 30 minutes. Yeah, it's 30 minutes. They're making it stop.
11?
Yeah.
Why?
That's a funny movie. I hadn't seen that in a
We weren't
long
interested
time.
enough.
Come on, crew.
Tell him.
I didn't mean that.
Pocket
It really bad on
threes.
you.
You're doing
My
great.
nemesis. Just talking about
It's a
that
great
set
work.
over set hand in Atlantic City. Hated pocket threes ever since.
The one-hand poker tournament.
The
Those are the worst. You travel somewhere.
6 bullets.
That's the only time I've ever done that.
You can pull some sex.
Yeah,
Have you ever done that? Like literally gone through all that trouble to play in one tournament?
Never that much trouble, but there was one year in the first week at the World Series, I went bust the first hand, second hand, fourth hand, in like 3 of the 6 events I played.
Is it a man thing or is it a big deal thing?
It's got them all in the head every time.
Are we playing
Yeah.
like
Lost them
21% less time than them?
Yeah.
They haven't even
Sam,
read
that's your
like
calculator.
what companies were playing them.
Yeah.
There was a lead-up event for like 2,000 the day before that had a huge like guarantee that I barely missed too.
10
Like
times
an
one.
added needle. So we have a 9-10 of
We'll give you
diamonds
pencil and
raise
paper.
here.
What do you think about this? Is the oboe or euphemism?
Love you, dear.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how to help people.
Nice.
I mean,
We were just trying to be
Thanks,
cute.
Jamie.
You're welcome, Jessica.
9-10 of diamonds from Lexy raises. Ace,
Like 20%.
king. I guess re-raised. Hand's
That's how
gone.
he does it. I read it somewhere.
And it wasn't an oboe. It was oboe. It was a it was a French horn.
I don't think this is getting any better, Frank.
This way with like the.
Playing
I
attorneys.
only think about it in between.
Sometimes you should just let it go.
That last
Whoa,
You're the
double
one that brought it
straddling?
off the feed. Don't be throwing the feet up at me.
Well, it's the first rule of holes. When in one, stop digging. I'm not in the hole. So I'm just handing you a shovel and letting you have some fun.
Can't multiply 10 times 1. And doesn't know how many chips she has.
All right.
These are 40s.
These are 40s, but actually they're 30s. And it might be 26s.
Kate raises to a $1.50.
And if I hit either of
King
mine-
Jack, and Sam calls with 9 deuce, which is again a good hand for
Here's
blackjack.
the bad part about this is that I'm losing in this game.
Not yet. We still have time.
I like your optimism, James.
I like it so far.
Give a 10.
Boom. Sam continues to be creative. She did catch a 9 on the turn, though. So
She has a pair.
that is a pair. It's not easy to have a pair.
People are asking what the Seahawks score is going to be tomorrow. They're about 4 hours away. You know, if I went bust yesterday and today, there's some chance I might have ended up over there. That would have been fun. The Seahawks are playing in Tampa Bay.
Really?
Yeah. I think Seattle will win that game, but I think it'll be a little higher scoring than people expect. I'm going to go out on a limb and call it 27-20 Seahawks.
How did that one? There was one game today that had like a 35-point line and an over/under of like 55 or something. Did you hear about
like
that game?
Clemson or something?
I don't remember. I just remember seeing somebody tweet about it yesterday and thought that was kind of crazy.
Started talking a little bit earlier.
So Kate fires out a bet here on the river. I don't think Sam can call this. There's 3 clubs out there.
I like already feel like I have a headache.
She'll be letting it go.
It's how strong the connection is with like hangovers. I'm like, it's humming already.
Have you seen the river yet? Have you seen this?
No.
I'm wondering if this has anything to do with this.
Now that you mention it, I don't think I have.
How much would it take for me to streak at the Bucks game?
I don't know, but I'm donating.
10K is not a big enough number.
Well, for one thing, you'd have to take off day 2.
Yeah, I'd give up all my equity in the poker tournament.
2 or 3.
Come on.
Lex,
What do you have?
I didn't have a boxer show.
I am.
So Kate
Friend
wins
John
another
Bugs wants you to say hi to him.
Hi, John Bugs.
Remember when I said if either my
Pro tip for Rep Porter.
Next time,
I'll have a Pappy Van Winkle.
Sam.
I'm going to try one of those cinnamon whiskey things you were talking about.
Fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time I have a drink, I'm going to have that for sure. Looks like we got a straddle going again, 25, 50, 100.
I don't know.
Fire it up.
Well,
Next
I've been
time I'm
seeing
at
that
the
before.
Aria
You're
with
talking about,
Mr.
like,
Helmet.
dogs
Maybe
can
I'll
watch
see if
your
he wants to
iPad
buy
or
me a
whatever.
Pappy
I
Van
read
Winkle.
a
Do
study
it.
that they
Phil
get
likes
stressed
good
out.
scotch and good bourbon
Yeah,
and
but
good
they don't
whiskey.
understand.
Does
Well,
he?
obviously, they don't
Yeah.
understand. They're not like, oh, this is an iPad. My owner is somewhere else. But like,
Makes them leave 'cause
yeah,
they can't, like, touch you
and
and
you're
then-
small.
And the
like,
Aria
you don't get it.
is always very generous to Phil, so you can just kind of...
I think it's because they sponsor him.
Yeah.
Probably, I'm just saying. So, you know, the whiskey's usually on the house.
Yes.
The Aria treats everybody right.
Yes, yes.
And dogs, if you leave your TV on PBS, and they don't like have
Pappy Van Winkle does not want any fireball.
Does not approve of the cinnamon whiskey.
Someone's home.
Ooh, we might have a hand here. A little bit of diamond action. Come on, diamond.
Oh, Kate's going to fire it up.
We want somebody to lose a tooth.
But there was like,
You're like, do we want him watching this programming? He might learn to be violent.
no, I'm serious.
Here we go.
You know, like
Boom.
Stampede. and-
First, gotta see if Natasha wants to call. Kate 3-bet out of the small
Oh,
blind
she's
here.
calling.
It's just
All right.
someone talking. The whole
Come
time.
on.
their tone is like directed at children, you know, and it's like positive reinforcement stuff, like, and
So,
somehow connected.
Natasha's starting hand with just under 7,000. Kate's got 26.
Oh,
That's the flop we wanted. We have an
Yeah, so sometimes
open-ended
gets, like, a
straight
little
flush
stressed,
draw.
Like, I'll FaceTime him. when
Against the
Chris is
nut
home
flush
like that,
draw.
And he definitely, like, he looks, he turns his head, and he, like, doesn't look happy. You know?
Yeah.
They would
Yeah.
She busted
That's
so
how I
late.
feel with
She
you.
busted like
Look at those numbers. It's an interesting thing. 56%, 44% flop. An open-ended straight flush draw. You're behind.
Mikey from San Antonio's giving us a shout out.
Hey, Mikey.
I think this is going to be a big pot.
Yep.
$25.50.
5 of diamonds would be really cool to see on the turn.
Yeah. This pot just got big.
Yeah. So Natasha's put a little over a third of her stack out there.
I'm literally just trying to figure out how much you have.
Kate
because
shoves
I'm
here. I
not
think it's
counting.
going all in.
Sam,
Boom.
calculator.
Got it.
Can't pull there.
No, I think Kate's probably pushing him in, and Natasha's probably calling.
Yep.
It's in my shortcut.
Wow, I got to do it.
Don't stump her. You want it to be easier.
It's in our shortcuts. I like your style, Sam.
What, have you seen Big Daddy?
Yeah, of course.
It's a lot easy one.
Keep up anonymous.
It's not fair.
Oh man, that's so funny. So true.
I love that part. So good.
The whole movie is so good. I need
So-
to rewatch that.
So good. I could catch myself. I like want to watch it, but then like when I get ready to watch it, I'm thinking I can think about the movie, and I'm like, wait, I know like every single part of it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
That's kind of that and Dumb and Dumber. The Grinch. We used to watch.
Apparently, we had a little more waiting
I'm not sure
before.
if it's like that with,
Hmm?
The smooth call from Kate. That was not
I felt like
expected.
that with Christmas
No.
Vacation. Home Alone. Those are
Home
like-
Alone.
No, she'll be in a weird spot if she misses the flush draw on the turn, then checks and has to face another
We
bet.
didn't know his name, and we called him Home Alone. And if we saw him in another movie,
Because if you're Natasha, you're definitely sticking your stack in. Boom. Yeah. You're gonna stick it in either way. I would have. I mean, you've only got 4,400 behind and a 10K
It looks like she has
pot.
a little more than that. She threw in a 5,000 chip, and they gave her those 5 purples back. So,
So
she
the
might have
graphics
some
a little
number.
wrong, or
Yeah, she might have some number closer to
You're so prepared.
6,000 or so.
either way, she's turned the 9 high straight here. Wow.
Nice bluff, Tosh. You're too good.
Interesting.
You're gonna see. I think it's.
I don't even. Yeah. I mean, without seeing the river, you know, it's obviously hard to know. But I mean, I think in that spot personally, I would have pushed the short stack in because I wouldn't have wanted to face that bet on the river.
Feeling like next year's gonna be the year.
Natasha?
No, on Kate's spot, I think I would have gone ahead and
Gone in, all
and
in
shoved
on the,
there. Yeah, I would have
pre-flop.
put Natasha. No, on the flop, I would have
I
put
mean,
her
yeah,
back in
sorry,
that
on
position
the-
to make the decision because I wouldn't have wanted to face a missed flush draw.
Yeah,
Check fold on the turn.
The turn having
Yeah.
to give up.
Because that's essentially what she did. I don't know whether or not she put her on a straight draw as well.
Right.
You know, so she essentially missed the flush draw on the turn and had to fold.
You know, sometimes when the board's paired, people are
Overly afraid of a full house. Or
well, a
whatever.
little more cautious.
Yeah.
You don't have 9 outs to the nuts or 8 outs to the nuts.
Right.
5.
True.
Literally 5.
Okay, 8, I was. 5. I was like, wait. I was literally like, look back. I'm like, I'm staring at the board. I'm staring at the board, and you said 5, and I'm like, wait, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yes, I've never seen someone like get back to even 200 at a time.
Me?
I feel like it's happening. Yeah.
No, it's how I do.
Huh?
That's how I do it.
Doing it.
If I don't rebuy, I try to do it.
You're doing it.
Pocket aces. Who doesn't like that?
Yeah.
You're only in
Must be nice. Straddles on. Pick up 2 aces.
You're really not.
Will she get action?
3. What is the pink one? 5?
This one?
5?
Yeah.
See if Jamie comes out of lockdown a little. Let's see what happens. Whoop, that'll do it.
Flop a little flush. A couple people in the chat asking this game, I think, is about another half hour. And it does not look like they're going to find another player.
No.
They tried, but all the people who were interested left sometime during
And they wouldn't let me
first
play.
6 hours. Frank didn't bring his moo-moo.
Clearly, they haven't heard about how easy money I am at the no limit table. I don't know who didn't get that memo.
Well, you tried to tell them that story about what Rick Solomon did to you. That
Right?
should have
That seemed right. That seemed like an easy story.
That was a movie about candy.
Kothrax poker. Lockdown lifted again. Temp lift for Jamie lockdown chips.
Well, she turned a pair there, so that, just puts her in a little bit more of.
Was it? No.
Wait, chocolate.
She's definitely going to stick some more chips in there now.
Oh.
It's a joke, like they say.
Is this a new movie?
No. What year did they come out? 2000?
Kate feels like she's in a really good spot here with pocket aces.
Kate does a really good job with her bet size. It makes it hard for other people to draw on pots against her.
I think they're new for several years. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, this came out not too long ago.
Kate is a really good game. She's been playing
you have
really
one
good
back
today.
there.
These are really good
I
players.
was thinking, I saw that.
So
They're all
Jamie-
very good players.
Jamie across the felt, you don't think she has 14 outs here with 46 unknown, so
Yep.
she's getting close to 2-1 plus some applied odds. She probably thinks she's getting the right price to draw there.
Yep.
Where
Like there's 3 of them now.
Kate's trying to price out the just straight flush draw, not the
really like that
combo
movie.
draw type hand.
Yeah.
Did they ever make a sequel?
I swear it was last week.
No, they did.
If she thinks that
Finding Nemo too. Just came out last week.
Jamie had a 10 jack there.
I want to see it, but I'm afraid of it.
Tricky.
Because I saw the.
She's still thinking about Finding Nemo.
Jamie's
came
going to
out last week.
represent it.
Think about it.
And a new
Yep.
one.
Temporary lockdown lifted. She bets $2,700 into it.
Oh my gosh.
Got him.
I think about it.
Yeah, the open ender got there.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Problem is, the king high flush draw made a pair of kings, and that might
It's
be
so
enough to
cute.
get her
You have to watch
called.
it. It's sad. You'll kill yourself. It's great though. You had to see it.
It's so cute. It's sad you'll kill yourself, but it's great.
You should have champagne stuff.
Exactly.
That was her description.
I don't think they have the cheap stuff here. But we're going to Center Bar after.
Yes. Plus,
To drink
we
all
are.
the alcohol.
Kate's made a couple of tight folds, it seems like. So,
Wait, you're down for that.
I mean, wouldn't be the most shocking fold, but
I don't think the bet's big enough to get her to fold. I think she calls her.
I want the paper down the back.
I think around 4,000 she might let go.
she's definitely thinking about it, though.
And I was like, let's go to the bathroom and wipe it off.
Certainly she's not considering a raise.
Get over my shirt. I'm like,
Oh,
It's kind of a lovely.
She's not
spot.
showboating in any way, so she's genuinely thinking.
In college, you're gonna have pen jack, and people are gonna be like, "Why would you call Jamie? She's such a nut." I'm gonna do it anyway.
Is he those people?
we're not here.
That's the tough spot she's in. Jamie played this hand exactly how you'd play a draw. The question is, which draw was she on? The straight
Yeah.
draw or the flush draw? It's a tough spot.
Well, trying to get all the reads.
It's hard to make that call on the turn with the Jack 10. I mean, if you think through this hand,
So I'm the only one.
it has to be like the Jack 10 of diamonds here.
Mhm.
And I'm like,
The Jack 10 wasn't getting the right price on the turn. This bet on the end probably
agree.
still doesn't even get you to the right price. And
you got a read? What do you?
Jamie probably understands like that part of it. So if Kate can,
Kate makes the call.
yep,
They said,
I think it's a good call.
how do you call me? I'm such a nit.
She has aces.
Yeah.
That was a respectful call.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. When people say, I'm
I
giving
know.
you credit, and they fold, I'm like, no, you're giving me no credit when you
Exactly.
fold.
Nice hand.
Tough spot. Jamie had her chips on lockdown. She had herself a nice little up session. Will she loosen up for the last, how much longer do they got? 20 minutes? 30 minutes?
Yes, how?
Hmm?
That is the question. They have about 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
Will she be frustrated by that hand, or will she continue to play solid?
I don't know.
We're doing a straddle for the entire time,
Yeah,
right?
you can
So
straddle.
just like,
You can still raise it later on when it folds around you. Yeah. No problem.
Straddle's back on.
That's what was going on.
Jamie gets a playable hand. Jack
The
queen
big
of
question
spades.
in my mind is,
Are you going to go?
if
After?
Kate folded, would Jamie have showed her across the felt?
At this stage, I don't think so, just because they've had, you know, a pretty friendly session, especially, you know, in the last hour.
Yeah.
Even though Kate is the one that kind of rubbed her nose in that big.
The 4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
But that wasn't her as much as it was Kelly, right? Kelly had the
Oh, was
3,
it
6,
Kelly that she was in the
Did?
hand with?
Oh, thank
Yeah.
I
you.
was thinking.
That's
Okay.
worth 5K to me.
I was thinking for some reason it was Jamie, but but either way, yeah. I just don't think she would have done
They
it
were
at this
like-
stage of the day, though. It's been a long day.
was
They're
one of
all
the very
really
few cards that
friendly,
just
and
I have to, I think.
most
I probably
of the
should've made it
damage
32.
really was done to Kelly.
Yeah.
Kelly's the one that lost all the money, so they're all just, for the most part, sitting there chopping up her money.
Yeah, except for Lexy. Lexy hasn't had a good day either.
No,
Disguising, you go home,
but
you
she
tell
can't,
them
you
that I
know.
bluffed once.
It's not like
Thank
she
you, thank you.
walks away feeling like she played
Run
bad.
that
She's
hand
just
every
running
single
some
day.
crappy hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a couple spots where she shouldn't have checked on a
Could be
turn.
worth it. It could be a
Then the
profitable
river
play.
would
to
have
me.
come, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
Got
thought
Top
wires.
poker
Probably
goes.
gonna- I'll drop
Lexy played
leaflets.
well today.
That girl's
Sure.
crazy.
I saw her.
Meanwhile,
yeah.
my
This girl,
3
she's
percentage
Oh,
is
she's
like
made
2.
some really good laydowns.
I saw her
Tough
bluff with a pair and a
really
flush
hard.
draw.
It should play that song. On loop, you know?
Two players coming in with clubs.
Got it?
No clubs. Nothing exciting. Drawn to the chop. No
What do you
chop.
thought- this
What
one
I-
is
Oh,
the
but the
time,
8.
and Have you seen that have been
Is that
black?
a $400 8?
Two all black
Could be.
earlier and one for that.
Really?
And it is a $400 8. You guessed it dead on, sir. Give that man a blue ribbon.
I didn't say I'm rich.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, even though that deck of cards was only worth $6 at retail, that was a $400 8.
Cape KO, shout out. Thanks for the great commentary, repping Frank.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We've had fun. How much did Kelly lose?
Either
At
20 or
least-
25.
Yeah, I was going to say at least 20.
I'm leaning towards 25.
What was the all-in for my straddle?
Yeah, she had
Everyone has a
tough.
negative 3 roll for me.
Straddle.
It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna restraddle all in.
I used to do that for the last dance.
Might. I'll probably have it. I won't look.
So there's an answer to
I
that
mean, honestly,
question.
someone's gonna have to call off like.
Jamie had a 4-7 of diamonds there on the button, folded to her, she just insta-mucked it. So she's back on lockdown. She's not going to loosen up after that big loss. She definitely wants to lock in whatever up she's got. Call it a day.
Oh, you're on the regular straddle. I see.
Yeah, I mean, she, more than anyone else, I think she changed styles during the course of the game. You know, there's a couple schools of no limit poker. There's the tag style and the lag style. You know, Kelly and Lexy are definitely laggy. I guess Kate mixed it up a little bit too, but Jamie
I'm not saying it's
is, you know, has shown both. She was 3-betting with like that ace-5 and a few other hands. Where definitely on the loose aggressive side, where, you know, like Natasha and Jessica have been on the tight and aggressive side when they play. Everyone has been aggressive. Nobody's been passive. And
Who would you say's been the most passive? I would say Natasha, personally.
probably,
Yeah.
probably. I don't know. Passive is the right word. She's been the tightest. She's been the
Tightest.
least pots. But when she's in the pots, she does tend to make her fair share of bets. And it's not.
Elbow closes at midnight, I think, right?
Do they? I like center bar because then you just scoop everyone. Anyone walking by, we're like, get over here.
There's no way.
The only problem with center bar though, it can get really
Actually,
smoky.
L-bar, we can't get free drinks with our cards.
What?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
They only have the champagne I like anyway in the center bar. So hang out there.
Center
Oh, we can
bar.
we can go there, and if we all want it more low key, we can go into plum. If we don't want it low key, we can stay at center.
Center bar's fine.
You can come, not drink, hang out. If you're down.
What do you?
After this, go into like either center bar or the plum lounge. Just hang out.
Frank, apparently you're better than Norman Chad.
Am I? Excellent.
John Bugg says
I don't
so.
understand why they don't give me that contract then.
Maybe we'll do a little dancing. Who knows?
Well,
let's see where the night takes it.
I'll come out for
I
like
mean,
an hour
aren't they
and
tired of
can't-
that
you-
commentary?
You could either be
and be like, remember that one time
Norm
I
or
went out
Lon,
and-
but they can't have Norm and
Yeah, we had
Norm.
said, yeah, when we hung out, yeah.
So
but
if
I'm
you
good,
were
we're
to
here.
replace somebody, you'd be
No,
replacing.
I feel like
Norm.
WSOP also
Right.
have to go.
Well, he needs to.
But
go.
if he's
They
better
need
than
they
you-
need to put. No, I thought they said that I'm better. Oh, I'm just the next Norman Chad. Okay. Well, that's not going to do me any good because
Well, maybe they're
he seems to
literally
be
saying
in
that
good
they're going
shape.
to offer you the job.
I was like, what's up?
Heads up party. Sorry.
Excellent.
Oh.
I was
Sorry,
hoping.
next time.
You know what? D Moon specifically like unhit on
Jimmy
me last time too.
Buffett is
He was
asking
like,
how
yeah, it's
much
like, I'm really into,
Kelly
like,
lost,
you
and we
know,
do believe it
more
was.
tans
I
and
think
that
we
type of
decided
stuff. I'm like,
25,000.
I was like,
so.
Ish.
man, my heart.
I think so.
How pressured for
It
him.
was at least 20 for sure.
My opinion.
It's like preemptively shut down. That's brutal. Like, I like dudes, okay? So I'm not into brunette, skinny, tall
They're
girls.
into really lockdown mode, though. They're definitely into
Well,
you know
they're
post game.
talking about where they're going drinking.
Right, they're going
like
drinking
they
together.
haven't been drinking for the last 6
No,
hours.
yeah, nobody wants to put a hurting on anybody at this point. They just want to, you know, have them disassemble the table and
Yes.
and get out of there.
You knew I knew.
That's what they're thinking.
And as we say that, we get the 5-3 against the 10-4.
Why wouldn't we?
It was just too blind.
It was blind versus straddle.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I wasn't even paying attention. I was watching them carrying parts.
Sam limped in the big blind to Jessica straddle.
I can do 200. I'll help you out. Let's go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
I just found a stack of green.
Now,
I
this is
couldn't
the
see,
feel,
and I
you
put
know,
it
when
in
you're
there.
in the game and
The regular straddle? Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
you're at the
Straddle.
Bellagio and
But now you get
the
credit for
fish
like,
have left.
Oh, for
got
me,
all their
exactly.
money. and
Tell everyone else
you're
I'm
just
crazy.
chatting with your friends. You know,
Seeing if somebody
waiting
else
to
shows
see if
up.
another one shows up. Nobody wants to hurt each other. You're just kind of chatting and folding.
Yes. And no Moon Girl today mentioned again. Danielle's one of my favorites. I saw her in Reno when I was there at the Run It Up event for Jason Somerville's thing. We drank some Fireball.
Did you?
Yeah.
There you go.
She even made me karaoke with her. We got us a pot.
This will be a hand.
Also,
Trying
she's
to
looked
play
at every
friendly,
game
and
and
then the
haven't
dealer
looked yet,
goes and coolers some
I feel like I've
Ace,
been-
queen of
I
hearts,
looked at
against
you, I was
pocket
like,
kings,
let's go.
queen jack, jack 10.
Let's go, right down the trash can.
Sometimes I just look at
Sam
Who
makes
plays?
a big 3-bet.
She's like this. She like, something her. She's like, looking to see if there's
Wow.
anybody out there.
This could be a big hand. Let's see.
Adam, Lex doesn't want to be the
A
same.
little ace-king action on this flop would
Not a
be
good one.
what we like to root for.
What about the King High 3 heart board?
That'd be good. That might slow everybody down.
You literally cannot have exactly the same hand. Do you feel like that hits your range?
1,500 call.
That is my range.
So Sam continues to play aggressive after the flop. She's down to 3 outs. After the turn comes a 3 of hearts. Looks like she's reaching for chips. 3,500, right?
Looks like it. Oof. We're going to get another call here from Cate, I think.
Yeah, that's a beautiful board for pocket kings. You just love that. Just hard to be more excited. Cate shouldn't take too long here, though. That's
Your
when people
resume
get
has
well.
been
People get
presented to ESPN.
mine. That's good. I'm glad. Yeah, there you go. She didn't take too long, so it wasn't too fishy. There we go.
Where are the
Boy,
aces on the river?
That would have been reversed.
We could have had.
If that would have been the 3-4 heart on the flop, that would have been much more exciting. But if Sam 3 barrels, it's going to be a big one.
Well, Cate smooth called 300 pre-flop, smooth called 1,800 pre-flop, called the 1,500, called the 3,500. It's perfectly reasonable for Sam to think that she's looking at, you know, 2 10s here.
Yep.
And she's going to represent kings, queens, aces, and try to get her to lay down, you know, a different pocket pair. 7s, 9s, 10s.
She has a
jacks.
fistful of purple chips, and they're going in the middle.
She went all in.
Nuh-uh. Did she really?
Yeah.
Ouch. Ooh. In case you don't have your video up, $22,200 all in of real live money into what, a $14,000 pot?
Yeah.
15, 14, or 15. Ooh. Cate is faced with almost all of her chips. She's got $23,950. That is just brutal.
I actually do think it hits your range.
Cate
This
can't
very
fold.
friendly game just got very quiet. Cate folded.
Show it. We're gonna see.
Oh. That hurt me. Yikes. Whoa.
Yes, the sound has just gone a little awry, for lack of a better way to put it.
I don't even think they can hear us.
I got no idea whether they can hear us or not. I know I hear that clicking. I turned it down on my mic so it's softer
Yeah.
at least.
And now there's a monster talking in the background.
I think that maybe that is the Cate Hall rage generating an electromagnetic field that is screwing up all the microphones out there.
Can't blame her. Wow. And that's one of those spots where, you know, it's not like you just got pushed off the $7,500 you've put in the pot, but not
But
even
the
just
other
the
15,000
$15,000 that's
win.
their total, but then the
there's
whole
the
other
money in them.
$22,000 that she's got sitting in front of. It's like you just cost yourself 40 grand there, and it's just hard. They can hear you talking about the electromagnetic field, so that's awesome. Yeah. Cate will not be joining them at after game dinner.
You don't think she's going to go have drinks with them?
I don't know. Would you?
Well, yeah. So I'm going to do my best to find where they are afterwards and have a cocktail. I assume you're coming.
Oh, I'm far too old for that.
To go have a drink?
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
If they end up at the Plum, that's a nice little place.
Is it?
I had a drink there with Matt Affleck last night.
Where's it at?
It's in the back of the high limit slot room. It's
back toward the casino.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I don't really drink a lot, so usually.
You don't have to drink a lot. You have one drink. You're sociable.
All right. I'll go drink a little. We have a pair versus pair there. I guess they folded.
Well, these pots just aren't very much fun anymore. I mean, there's like 300 in the middle. It's not like there's 35,000 out there someone's going to win.
That's just a brutal needle, and she can't even hear it. I don't think. I hope she's not in there getting something to drink. Sam opens with fours.
Hopefully the sound clears up. 6 more minutes of this is going to get old.
Yeah.
But I think there's only 6, 7, 8 more minutes. So if it doesn't clear up, it's not the end of the world. But maybe Cate was serious when she said those 2 8s she thought were Sam's range. I mean, she might fold because she thinks Samantha's capable of having an 8 there.
For sure. I mean, that's obviously what she thought.
It felt to me like Samantha was trying to represent a big pair, aces, kings, queens, against what appeared to be another overpair. But
I don't think that's Cate convinced herself that she had an 8.
Possible. But, I mean, I think from Sam's point of view, she's thinking Cate has a hand like 7s, 9s, 10s, jacks.
Yeah.
Not as big as kings.
Right.
I don't think she would have thought that Cate would fold a king there.
No. Cate flops trip aces. You can tell though that Cate's just sick to her stomach. I mean, just look at her. I mean, it's not funny. I mean, we've all been there. It's not funny at all, but it's just like, oh. And we were just talking about how friendly everything was.
This is the downside to asking them what they have. Sometimes they show you when you didn't want to know.
Yeah. That's why I don't show people. I just don't needle people unless they. I'll let them on. I'll let them see them if they want to. I don't think they can hear the players at all, so we better just keep on talking. Fill the air.
Well, the clicking stopped at least.
Did it?
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
don't hear
good.
any more clicking. I can't hear the players, but. Oh, look at this. We had a little pot. Cate
Maybe.
raised, Lexy called her.
And Jessica's been pretty quiet for a long time. Hadn't really seen her get into a lot of hands for.
No, she's been just.
We were talking earlier about who'd been maybe most conservative, stayed out of the most pots, and I was saying, Natasha, maybe it has been Jessica.
Definitely, they're the two who chose the tightest style.
Yeah.
For the course of the whole day.
Yeah, I think overall, Sam has played the most aggressive. Probably even slightly more aggressive than Kelly, and it's just worked out better.
You know, there's been stretches where Sam has played pretty tight. When she's in pots, she plays very aggressive. She rarely selects the call option or the check option.
Good for her. That's my motto in poker.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of checking or calling. I'm either betting or raising. If you're in a no-limit game with me, I will be betting or raising.
It's going to be an interesting pot. Interesting raise with the.
Yeah, she didn't want to face that big decision on the turn, so she thought, well, what might she bet out on the turn? Let me just raise it that amount and take the hand down here. That's another nice thing about being in position sometimes. You can kind of pre-decide, damn, I've got this pocket